Would anyone even know to look for you?" Violet had removed the tie of her ponytail, and she shifted so her long hair fell between her and Frost. Nick, however, could still see the frustration on her face as she spoke. "No, no one would look. And if they did, it would not be to rescue me." It was a brief crack in Violet's otherwise unflappable optimism, and Nick hated seeing it. "You said you were a scholar," Nick said. "Surely you belong to a guild or organization or some such, right?" "I did," Violet said, and her smile returned, this time not quite so wide and effortless. "I've always been fascinated by the Magir, the people who predated not just the Sinifel, but the very first calamity. The way they viewed life and death and the ideas they carried in regard to eternity is so different from what we are taught by the God King's priests. But just like with the Sinifel, all texts regarding those beliefs are declared heretical. Much of what was held in the Goltara library was burned in the Great Purge, and what remains is highly restricted." She shifted upon the grass. "My interest in the Magir was always frowned upon by my instructors at the Silversong Academy, but I pressed on. This stagnant world of ours bores me. What more is there to learn? Even the seasons are halted. I've never known a winter, only read about it in books that managed to escape the purges. Every year, more and more books predating the Elder Kingdom are quietly disposed of. The history of this world, all its fascinations, its legacies, the great fall of leaves and the billowing of snow, is being forgotten. Vaughn and his priesthood would have it all be lost forever." She glanced between them. "I want to learn," she said. "Everything. Experience everything that Yensier offers. And while some instructors were fine to turn a blind eye to my studies, not everyone was." She closed her eyes and thought. "One day, the priesthood was informed of my research. I don't even know by whom. Maybe an instructor, maybe a jealous contemporary. It doesn't matter. While I was away in the field, my room was raided and my belongings confiscated. By the time I returned to the academy, my judgment had already been reached and my fate decided." She fell silent. Nick watched the hurt on her face slowly fade back into hiding. Frost put a hand on her shoulder as the fire crackled. "How did you escape?" she asked softly. "A friend of mine within Silversong sent me a warning before I reached the academy grounds, and so I just fled. I wasn't thinking much when I did it. I decided I would go to the farthest reaches of Yensier, to the places where Vaughn's influence was likely the weakest." She sat up and forced a smile. "Besides, out here, I can still do my research. I can learn the history of Yensier, even if the God King would seek it buried and forgotten."
Such a lovely, expertly woven tale, to personify her as a blameless victim.
Sorrow suddenly interjected in Nick's head.
But she is a blind fool. Vaughn built his army preaching against the ideals our Sinifel Empire was founded upon. For her to think her research would go unpunished reveals a profoundly naive heart.
"I'm glad you found a way to keep going," Nick said, trying to ignore sorrow. It hurt him seeing the seemingly cheerful Violet so crestfallen, and he wanted nothing more than to replace that forced smile with a sincere one. "Is there anything we can do to help?" "We?" Frost asked. "I have my sister to search for, remember?" "Your sister?" Violet asked. "Where is she? What happened to her?" Frost squirmed uncomfortably. "Irina didn't... I knew she came here, but where and why exactly, I don't know." Violet shot to her feet. "Then let me help. I've learned a lot about Vester, especially all the ruins and forgotten places no one should know about. And those are the places people go to hide." Frost still didn't look convinced. She pushed to a stand, and she gestured at Nick. "Mind if we have a chat in private?" "Sure thing," Nick said. "Am I allowed to observe, or would you prefer I give you a moment of privacy?" "The more the merrier," Frost said, apparently also hearing the question and answering for the both of them. Nick followed her from the fire into the shade of a massive jut of stone emerging from the earth. Frost leaned against it with her arms crossed. Her gaze lingered on Violet, who hunched closer to the fire with her head resting in her hands. "I'm not sure I'm ready to trust her," Frost said, before Nick could say a word. "Her waiting for us inside the Swallowed City feels a little too convenient." Nick shrugged. "And who was she waiting for? Me? I've never met her in my life, nor heard of the Silversong Academy. What about you? Is there anyone on Yensier who would know where you were going?" Frost shrugged. "Only Irina." "Then maybe we need to trust that coincidences happen. She did help defeat the War Beast. We owe her for that at least." "Some of us aren't as trusting as you, Nick."
"Nor as foolish or hasty or foul-looking."
"I am perfectly handsome," he mentally snapped at Sorrow, annoyed the sword was listening in.
"In the eyes of mothers, perhaps."
"Look, I am here in Yensier to learn more about what all this is," Nick said. "And in that regard, I would love having someone knowledgeable with me. And with all she knows, if she can help you find your sister, then why not bring her along?" Frost's fingers clenched the sleeves of her chainmail shirt. "I know she's pretty and bubbly, but that isn't reason enough to trust her. Not completely." "I trusted you immediately, and your personality isn't bubbly at all," Nick argued. Frost smirked at him. "Is that your way of saying I'm pretty?" Nick's mind hiccuped. "While beauty is not a catalog statistic, Frost meets many historical standards of attraction. Would you like me to confirm this to her?" "I'd rather die." "No changing the subject," Nick said, attempting to do exactly that. "Violet can be helpful, so I say, let her be helpful." Frost pushed off the stone, and she put a hand on Nick's shoulder. The playfulness on her face was replaced with dire seriousness. "Violet isn't like us," she said. "Not a visitor. Not from outside Yensier. She won't follow the same rules. And if she dies while traveling with us, she dies. No coming back. Even if she is willing to accept that risk. Are you?" Nick put his hand over hers, and he wished he knew more about Frost and the perspective from which she saw things. Outside Yensier, that is the way of everything. Yet, I still have friends and family I trust, he said. "If it's the same with Violet, then that's fine with me. It'll be no different than real life." "Nothing about this place is real life," she said with surprising venom. "Don't you dare forget that, Nick, or you'll be lost to me too." She pushed away his hand and returned to the fire. Her composure shifted, and there was no hint of the venom in her voice when she addressed Violet. "Decision's made," she said, plopping down beside her. "You're coming with us. Welcome to the party." "Thank you," Violet said, throwing her arms around Frost in a decidedly one-way hug. Before Nick could arrive at his own seat, she jolted to her feet and ambushed him as well. Her slender arms wrapped around his waist as she pressed the side of her face to his chest. "Thank you," she said again. "I can be alone if I must. I just don't like it. It's never something I'd choose if given the choice." Nick gently returned the hug, then lightly pushed her away by the shoulders. "Just remember, Frost is in charge," he said. "Searching for her sister comes first. Any research for Majir stuff comes second." "If you insist." Violet stepped away, and she crossed her hands behind her back. Her dark hair fell across her face, momentarily hiding her eyes. "You won't regret this, either of you. I promise." "I pray it's so," Frost said, grabbing her pack of supplies. "Now, let's find some food. I'm starving." Chapter 23. Nick. Location: Greenboro. Description: one of the oldest cities in Vester. Population: 3,000 plus. Wherein most trade goods from across western reaches of the province are gathered before being shipped on the main road route to Castle Estarda. "We're actually going in there?" Nick asked as the trio stood before the entrance to the city of Greenboro. "Why wouldn't we?" Violet asked. The tiny woman was practically vibrating with excitement.
I need to stock up on food, and you look like you could use a lot of supplies yourself, Nick. Supplies and other things.
What's that supposed to mean? It means you've got little more to your name than the clothes on your back, Frost said, and she nudged him with her elbow. I do think it'll be nice to get you properly set for travel. Plus, we can buy you a nice bedroll so you can stop complaining about your bed. But what about, the whole demon thing? Frost's look was far too amused for Nick's liking. Go on ahead, she told Violet. Me and Nick need to discuss something really quick.
Sure,
Violet said.
I'll be waiting for you at the gate.
Cataloger, Frost said once Violet was out of earshot. Hide Nick's visitor status while we're in Greenboro. My what?
Visitor status is now hidden.
Nick's mind raced, and given Frost's twisted grin, it did not take long to figure out what was going on. The people in Meadowtint, he said. That's why they thought I was a demon? Because Cataloger had marked me somehow? He's learning, she shouted playfully, and started after Violet. Nick was too angry to immediately follow. Cataloger, he said, and he felt like he was addressing a misbehaving puppy. Why did you flag me as different from everyone on Yensier?
Visitor status is given so inhabitants of Yensier may recognize visitors and grant them unique treatment and privileges during their stay.
That's not exactly what happened, is it?
Unique treatment was indeed given.
Unique? They were trying to kill me! Why didn't you remove it?
I am not allowed to deviate from established operating procedures without sufficient reason.
Nick had to choke down an exasperated scream. Cataloger, he said as he caught up to Frost. You're great and all, but please, 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 if you know why someone is trying to kill me, let me know.
Request noted.
Are you often under threat of death?
Sorrow suddenly interjected, his cold, deep voice a stark contrast to Cataloger's more smooth, feminine sound. More than I'd like, he muttered.
Have you considered it is deserved?
Nick grumbled instead of responding. There are too many voices in my head, he thought, as he stood awkwardly at Frost's side. Violet was ahead of them, arguing with the soldier barring their way at one of the wide gates that gave entrance through the wood palisade that surrounded Greenboro. Something wrong? He whispered. There's apparently been a warning put out for a demon traveling these lands, Frost said, looking pointedly at Nick. Might you know anything about that? Nick paled. We need to leave, now, he said. Instead, Frost grabbed his elbow. Stay calm, she said. They have only a basic description, and the clothes do not match what you stole from Huel Mance. No one giving you a glance over will think anything of you. Just let Violet offer the requisite bribes to smooth things along. Sure enough, Violet shifted so her body was between her and the others in line seeking entrance, and then reached into her pocket. After a moment, she said something to the guard and then pointed to where Nick and Frost waited nearby. The soldier nodded. The bribe already vanished into his pocket before Nick saw it in his hands.
We're good,
Violet said, hurrying over.
Just stay with me and pretend to be my guards.
Your guards? Nick asked.
Of course,
she said, and grinned at him.
A helpless scholar like myself traveling into dangerous parts unknown surely needs a pair of guards to keep her safe. Well, one guard and one servant. You can guess who is which between the two of you.
Oh, I can't imagine, Frost said, patting her sword, as the trio passed through the gate. Pretending not to notice Frost's sarcasm, Nick shifted his attention to the bribed guard. He was only level 6, as were most others in the vicinity. The fact made him feel surprisingly relieved. If things turned south, he could hold his own against them. A far cry from when he first fled the villagers in Meadowtint, barely able to defend himself.
And now you possess the means to murder soldiers and civilians,
Sorrow added.
I pray you do not plan to force me to join in such bloodthirsty indulgences.
As if the Cinefel were strangers to slaughter, Nick mentally shot back.
You know nothing, pillager.
Hey, Cataloger, Nick whispered. Is there a way to silence this evil sword of mine?
Ownership of item. Sorrow grants a link with the weapon's personality. To disrupt the link would require forfeiture of ownership.
If you want to silence me, you'll need to surrender me to another,
Sorrow said, unaware of Cataloger's answer.
So toss me in a gutter somewhere. I'm sure to find a better owner there.
At this point, I'm going to keep you out of spite, Nick thought, and he flicked the hilt with his fingers. He highly doubted the sword could feel pain, but the disrespectful act most certainly annoyed the blade. As they entered through the gate into the city proper, they passed a dozen men and women sitting on either side of the street. Their skin was unnaturally pale, and they looked sickly and frail. Though their clothes varied, they all shared a similar sign hanging from their necks, a wooden placard with a single black line smeared across it with ash. The dozen held out containers for alms, some cups, some buckets, some little wooden trays. Violet seemingly picked one at random to give a copper coin, and Frost did likewise. Who are they? Nick asked. People afflicted by the blight, Frost explained, keeping her voice low. They're forbidden from working jobs, and shunned because of the signs they have to wear. No one knows how the blight spreads, or how it chooses who to afflict, so people have grown paranoid. No one wore those signs back at Meadowtint, Nick said. A small village on the outskirts of Vester with nearly half the populace affected at some level? She said. No, they wouldn't. It seemed so cruel to have these people cast from society in such a way, especially for reasons beyond their own control. What about Cataloger? He asked. Does she know the cause? Frost shrugged. Didn't seem to when I asked. Give me a moment then. I want to see what she says. Nick stood near one of the blight-affected beggars, trying not to seem too conspicuous. The man looked similar in age to Nick. His unkempt hair a mixture of white and faded red. His eyes bore faint gray markings, and his skin was much too pale given how often he sat in the sun. When he thanked a passerby for offering him a coin, Nick caught sight of flecks of black upon his tongue. What's wrong with him? He silently asked Cataloger. Query not recognized. Please rephrase. The beggar before me, the one with the blight. What is the nature of his sickness? He is not affected by any catalog disease or affliction. That certainly went against the evidence before Nick's eyes. But why would Cataloger not be able to notice? Though she could be cagey with answers, she seemed to be aware of most everything within Yensir. Granted, she'd not exactly known what was going on in the buried city of Avalon either. He seems sick to me. Could you, look again? By now, the beggar had noticed Nick was lurking nearby, and though he did not say anything, he turned Nick's way, trying to capture his attention while reaching for the little straw bowl before him. His hand froze upon touching it, and a dazed look crossed the man's face. Cataloger? Nick asked, eyes widening as the change began. Color flushed the man's skin. The white left his hair, the whole of it blossoming into a vibrant shade of red. The gray left his eyes, and when he spoke, his tongue was a healthy pink. Sir? He said, suddenly looking at his bowl in confusion. I meant to ask you something. I detect nothing abnormal with this individual. What is going on? Frost whispered beside him. She'd watched in silence until the change hit, quickly going from disinterest to fascination. Did Cataloger cure him? Cataloger was quick to answer them both. Even if there was something to cure, I cannot influence the material world. As she said this, the beggar slumped back onto his heels. The color drained from his skin. The white returned to his hair. Whatever clarity had come to his eyes, it faded away as he stared down at his bowl, and slowly, gently, shook the few coins within. Coin for a troubled soul? He said, not even looking up anymore. Frost reached into her pocket and pulled out a coin that flashed silver in the light. Here, she said, depositing the coin into the bowl and then grabbing Nick by the arm. Sorry to bother you. They hurried off, to where Violet was patiently waiting for them at the first crossroad. Everything all right? She asked, sensing their worsened mood. Fine. It's all fine, Nick lied. All right. Violet said, glancing between the two of them before shrugging.
So, back to the matter at hand. I'm not exactly poor, but I should be careful with my budgeting. Before we gear up, I suppose I should know where we plan to head next so I can purchase appropriately.
We are going to Castle Astarta, Frost said. I've scoured the far west more than enough to know Irina's no longer here. She has to be east of the Frostbound Mountains, maybe somewhere in Inner Emden.
Oh,
Violet frowned.
That's going to be a bit trickier to bribe our way through. Lord Frey's soldiers are more fanatical than most. But that means we shouldn't need any gear to handle the mountains out here, and we'll have plenty of food to forage. I'll focus on some basic hiking and camping supplies, and a pack to carry it all in. Have either of you any money?
Nick paused. He was about to reference a chit, the least valuable currency in all OPC worlds. Obviously, that'd be meaningless here. As for paying for the supplies,
all currency for barter and trade must be acquired manually by visitors.
Thanks, cataloger. I couldn't have figured that out myself. Nothing, he said. I'm dirt poor.
Then I'll buy you what you need, Violet said. No companion of mine is going to travel unprepared.
Thank you, Nick said, smiling at her. You're a real lifesaver. She smiled at him in return.
And don't you forget it.
All right, while she shops, you're coming with me, Frost said, beckoning for him to follow. Given all the fun that's happened since your arrival in Yensier, you need something resembling proper armor. You mean like yours? Frost laughed. I don't think they make anything like mine. At least, not in this backwater portion of Yensier. Even if they did, I couldn't afford it. Some basic kit will have to do. Nick tried not to feel disappointed. Nice as it would be to have better clothes, he couldn't help but feel jealous of her silver chainmail and the protection it provided. The two hooked a right while Violet traveled the main road. Nick absorbed his surroundings with wide eyes that most certainly marked him as a newcomer to the city. This is all surreal, he said as he observed the many shops they passed. Grocers, drapers, butchers, millers, tailors, brewers, and so many more he did not recognize. Shops for candles, for buckets, tools for farms, and repairs to wagons. I've read about this sort of ancient life, but to see it before me, made real. It's not real, Frost interrupted. It's all just a joke created by the artifact. She paused before a shop with a sign hanging over it, containing the rough shape of a man and a shield. Come on, I think we can find you something useful here. The interior smelled of a mixture of leather, wool, and a pungent aroma that came from the oils stacked on a shelf. For caring for both leather and the few weapons hanging on a rack, he suspected. The man running the shop, burly in the arms and wide around the waist, nodded at them from a stool behind a counter full of knives, but he otherwise let them browse unbothered. What is Castle Astarta? Nick asked as he joined Frost in walking through the sets of leather. And why is it our next destination? The Frostbound Mountains effectively seal off Vester from the rest of Yensier, she said, pausing before a chest piece of leather covered with metal studs. Going over is dangerous, and around nearly impossible. The only pass is guarded by Castle Astarta, though it's more a walled city than a castle. She pulled the studded leather off the wood pedestal and shoved it against his chest. Here, see if this fits. Nick wrapped his arms around it. Just over my clothes? It'll be more comfortable than on bare skin, Frost said. We'll get you something thicker to wear underneath so you don't ruin your fancy shirt, don't you worry. Nick held the armor up, cataloger helpfully flashing its statistics. Item: studded leather. Quality: Tier 3. Good. Classification: armor, chest. Layers of leather give an additional structural integrity by way of fastened metal plates whose studs give the armor its namesake. Far better than nothing, he muttered. So long as someone hits me in the chest and nowhere else. He fiddled with the 3 buckles around the front. How do I put this on? Frost took the armor piece back from him. You're hopeless, she said. showing off a playful grin as she undid the buckles and helped him put his arms through. Afterward, she tightened the straps until they were nice and snug, then playfully batted at the long length of extra leather hanging down from the buckles.
I think this was made with someone a bit bigger in mind, she said.
It's not my fault Cataloger stuck me with a physicality of 5, Nick said. But there's a thought. If that number keeps increasing, will I get all muscled and bulky?
Doubtful. Our appearance in Yenseer seems to be heavily tied to our appearance in reality, or at least how we perceive ourselves. The numbers and what you can accomplish will change, but how you look will mostly stay the same. If it changes, it will happen slowly, over long periods of time.
Not sure if I prefer that or not, he said.
I prefer it. It means no one expects me to hit them as hard as I do before a fight starts. Now go ask the nice man at the counter to trim the extra length from those straps while I browse for some gloves and armlets.
Nick did as asked, trying not to be awkward in making his request and failing spectacularly. I need these cut, he said, patting at the straps when the man arched an eyebrow his way. The leather, it fits nice, but it's too long. The straps, I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean,
the man said, sliding off his stool and grabbing one of the knives.
I pray you have the coin to pay for that piece before I start hacking at it.
Nick gestured toward Frost at the other side of the shop.
She does,
he said.
Let's hope so,
he said.
Now, stand up straight. No slouching. And I'll make sure you got this thing on right before I do any tweaking.
It seemed Frost had buckled it correctly, and when the man was satisfied, he grabbed the thickest pair of scissors Nick had seen in his life and went to cutting. Once he'd pocketed the 3 extra bits, he put the scissors away and withdrew a thick needle and some thread.
It won't be the prettiest,
he said, as he folded the ends of the leather straps and began sewing them to form little loops.
But they'll stay out of your hair.
Have you any armor made of iron or steel? Frost asked from the back. Or maybe some helmets?
You'll need to visit Leroy's for that, the man said. But look down at your feet. There, in that shelf. I got some leather helmets you can take your pick from.
Finished, he stepped back to observe his handiwork with his arms crossed. As he looked Nick over, his eyes settled on Sorrow tucked into Nick's waist belt.
That sword, the smith said.
He licked his lips.
How much for that sword? I am not an object to be bartered and sold, Sorrow seethed. I am one of the Sinifel Judgment Blades, the last valiant defense against the heresy of Vaughn, the false God King.
Nick drew the sword and held it aloft. He had no intention of selling it. But perhaps he could learn what Sorrow and Cataloger refused to tell. Do you know what it's made of? He asked, setting in on the smith's counter.
You could ask me, pillager.
And would you answer? The brooding silence was exactly what Nick expected. The smith pulled off his thick gloves and set them aside.
This isn't steel,
he said, gently running his hands along the flat edge. He grabbed one of his smaller hammers and struck its side so the metal rang out.
And I don't say that just because of the color. The sound is wrong, as is the texture. I suspect it is stronger than steel, and yet far more pliable. How else could it maintain such a unique hollowed corkscrew shape just above the hilt?
The smith shook his head.
If I were to wager a guess, it's made of obsidian, though I've never heard of a weapon crafted from that as a base. Whoever made this blade must have been an absolute master. In that, he is correct.
Nick flipped the sword over and pointed to the writing carved onto the blade in crimson letters. Can you read this? He asked.
Still you seek to deny me privacy, grumbled Sorrow.
The smith leaned closer, his brow furrowing and his left hand stroking the thick stubble growing in the center of his chin. All at once, he stepped back and dropped his jaw open.
This is Sinifel work, he said. Where did you find this?
The query sounded less like a question and more like an accusation. I found it in some ruins, Nick said, realizing he had no idea how such knowledge might be taken, nor what people in Greenboro might think of the bizarre landscape that was the Swallowed City.
Sinifel ruins, no doubt, the smith said. He pointed at the door. Pay for my leather, and then get out. I'll have no heretical objects in my workshop. We are loyal to the God King here in Greenboro. Yes, we are.
By this point, Frost had heard the commotion and joined them. A pair of long pale yellow gloves and a helmet in hand. Seeing them, the man shook his head.
Put those down. You get just what I already fixed. 17 silver, young miss.
If you insist, Frost said, dropping both objects on the counter with the knives, and then reaching into her pocket. There was no hiding her frustrated glance Nick's way, and it made him want to crawl into himself and hide. He tucked Sorrow back into his waistband, as she dropped the coins in the smith's extended palm, the silver clattering.
I pray you know what kind of man you're traveling with,
he said as he pocketed them. I'm well aware, she said, smiling through clenched teeth. Pleasant days to you, sir. Nick and Frost exited the shop, and for the first time, he was keenly aware of Sorrow's presence, as well as its unique look. He had no sheath to hide it in, and at best he could turn the blade about to hide the lettering on its side.
This condemnable world birthed by the heretic is frightened by all that I am, and all that we were. If you fear it, too, then you are unworthy to carry me at your side, pillager.
So quick to judge, he whispered, as he and Frost walked the streets of Greenboro.
Judgment is easy when you amount to so little.
If only your blade was as sharp as your tongue, he mentally snapped back. Sorrow did not respond, but Nick swore he could feel the sword smirking. The pair stopped at a stall run by an elderly woman whose head was wrapped in a yellow bonnet, where Frost bought him a slice of bread and a slender wedge of pale yellow cheese marked with several little holes throughout. Nick bit into the cheese first, and his eyes bulged at the flavor. Incredible, he said. It's almost fruity in its taste. I've never had anything like it. Enjoy it while you can, Frost said. We need to leave. I'd blame you for showing Sorrow to the smith, but it's my fault for not thinking of it either. Never guessed a shopkeeper would recognize Sinifel writings. The meal reminded Nick just how long he'd been inside Yenseer, enough that he'd lost track. 2 days? 3? I should probably leave some time to eat for real, he said, scarfing down the food. But that can wait until we've left Greenboro, at least. So, where's Violet? Main trade runs through Fairview Street, she said. She pointed to a crossroad. There, to the left. Hurry. They only made it around the turn before trouble found them. A group of 3 blocked the street. 2 soldiers with weapons drawn, flanking a third. A young woman with reddish blonde hair. She wore long white robes that covered her down to her ankles. The sleeves and waist both tied firmly to her body with blue sashes. A gold fist clutching a black half circle was sewn across her chest. A gold chain wrapped about her forehead, little threads of it dangling amid her hair like spider silk. Studded into her lower lip was a gold labrette inset with a polished sapphire. In her left hand, she held a scepter, its top modeled into a hand holding an hourglass whose sands were fixed. The woman stepped closer, and she raised her scepter high overhead. In the name of the God King, you both are to surrender your weapons and come with me. Chapter 24. Nick. And who are you, commanding us with such authority? Nick asked. Cataloger was the quicker of the two to answer. Orani, level 11, human. Archetype, priestess. Special classification, deity blessed, Vaughn. I am Orani, blessed priestess and servant of the God King, she said, and pointed her scepter. And I've been told of the Sinifel relic you carry. You are tainted, the both of you. Now, kneel if you wish to preserve your lives. Frost's right hand drifted to her sword hilt. I don't think we will, she said. Both soldiers rushed simultaneously, one slicing for Nick's waist, the other thrusting for Frost's chest. Nick lunged backward, drawing Sorrow while flinging his left hand forward. A lightning bolt shot from his palm, striking the nearest soldier before arcing to the other soldier, and then the priestess, staggering all three. Frost parried the attack aimed for her, and when the lightning hit her foe, she pushed his sword farther out and then dashed in close, her left hand pressing to his face and helmet.
Spell. Icy Tomb.
Frost shoved him to the ground, where he writhed and clawed at the ice, sealing away his face. As he suffocated, Nick watched in horror and awe as his health steadily drained away. The distraction nearly cost Nick his life. The other soldier rushed with his sword held in both hands, a powerful chop aiming to cleave Nick in half. He flung Sorrow in the way, deflecting the trajectory, but not enough. The sword struck his shoulder, punching a tear into the leather. He screamed as he bled from the wound, losing just shy of a quarter of his health. Reacting on instinct, he slammed Sorrow straight at the man's neck. The obsidian blade punched a hole in his breastplate to take away the last of his life. Clutching his wound, Nick glared at the priestess, who glared right back with her yellow eyes wide. She held her scepter high above her as her hair billowed in a non-existent wind.
"Vaughn is with me!"
she shouted, and slammed the scepter down. Circles opened in the ground all around them, their centers pitch black, their outer rings gleaming with gold and sparkling with intricate fractal shapes. Nick dove immediately, needing nothing beyond base instinct to know they were dangerous.
Spell. Vaughn's Embrace.
Swords of pure light emerged from the holes, blade first, and flew to the sky. Nick twisted as he dove, trying to avoid them, and only partially succeeding. One pierced the side of his thigh, tearing through flesh in a bloody spray that seemed at odds with the beautiful gold. Nick hit the ground with a gasp, clutching the wound with his free hand as the pain hit him. A quick check to his right, and he saw Frost hadn't endured the spell cleanly either, blood dripping down her pristine silver chainmail from a shallow cut across her neck.
"The God King is my strength!"
Arani continued, lifting her scepter. The frozen sands within the hourglass blazed with sudden light, and she pointed it straight at Nick.
"Nick!"
Frost screamed, diving in front of him to land on her knees. Her palm slammed the ground, summoning her ice dome. It formed about them, a protective shield. Through the distorted haze of the ice, Nick watched a solid beam of golden light shoot from the scepter, the front of it hardening to form a spear tip.
Spell. Faith Spear.
The light struck the ice, spreading cracks but failing to punch through. "You all right?" Frost asked, still crouched. "Could be better," he said, then heard the priestess chanting once more. His eyes widened. "Move!" More circles beneath them, more swords shooting to the sky to explode in a shower of light that sprinkled downward like spent fireworks. This time, the pair avoided the hits, but multiple swords streaked through the ice dome, shattering its magic and rending it to dissipating frost.
"Attack, you dimwit!"
Sorrow shouted in his mind.
"Or will you let the heretic's priestess strike you down unmolested?"
Nick hated to agree with the sword, but there would be no enduring more of this. He lifted his hand, and when Arani chanted anew, he shot a lightning bolt straight for her chest. It struck true, and most importantly, the sudden constricting of her muscles robbed her of speech. Not daring to let her recover, he sprinted straight for her, a second bolt leading the way, this time hitting her in the stomach. The priestess's eyes widened, and she staggered in retreat. Frost denied her the chance, Frost Nova latching about her ankles to root her in place. Her scepter swung toward him as she cried out to her God King.
"Vaughn be—"
Sorrow easily batted the scepter aside on its way to her throat. The blade sank deep, pouring blood down her immaculate white robes. Her eyes bulged, and her mouth opened and closed, wordlessly protesting her coming death. She dropped to her knees, then collapsed. As Nick pulled Sorrow free, a familiar and decidedly unwelcome sensation struck him. His movements slowed, the removal of the blood-stained blade agonizingly sluggish as it withdrew from flesh. Golden light faintly sparkled off his skin as he turned his gaze down the street. to where Sir Gareth approached with his sword drawn.
Gareth, level 13, human. Archetype, knight. Special classification, deity blessed. Von. Armor, augmented chainmail. Quality tier, 7.
You would bring your slaughter here too?
Gareth asked. His grip on his sword tightened.
There is no hell hot enough for what you deserve.
As Nick slowly lifted his sword, he heard Cataloger helpfully chip in.
Per your request, Sir Gareth seeks to kill you due to the slain villagers at Meadowtint.
Thanks, Nick muttered, sounding drunk in his own ears.
You are welcome.
A Frostinova lashed out to wrap ice around Gareth's legs. It slowed him only a moment, but that was enough for time to resume its normal flow around Nick.
Time to go,
Frost said, grabbing his wrist as Gareth smashed the ice around his legs with his sword to free himself. What about Violet? He asked between breaths as they sprinted through the streets of Greenboro. Bystanders cried out as they pushed through, some in anger, others in fright.
Pray she hears the commotion,
Frost shouted.
because we can't wait for her.
She pointed.
Soldiers ahead. Follow my lead.
She waved her hand, casting another spell.
Spell, icy ground.
The 3 soldiers rushing toward them stumbled as a thin sheet of ice coated a wide area in front of Frost. Unable to properly set their feet, they were unprepared for the brutality they faced. Frost dashed into their center, the ice seemingly nothing to her as she spun and twirled, her sword a whirlwind. Nick attacked with far less finesse, holding Sorrow in both hands and chopping straight through the collarbone of the nearest soldier. The blow struck true, instantly killing him. A thrust through the throat, then a chop across the stomach, and Frost ended the lives of the other 2. She banished the icy ground with a snap of her fingers, then glanced over Nick's shoulder. Her eyes widened.
Keep for the east exit,
she shouted, once more taking the lead. Nick dared look and saw Sir Gareth charging toward them like a furious rhinoceros decked in golden armor. The sight was enough to add a burst to Nick's step, and he pretended not to notice the steady drain of his stamina. It was certainly better than when he first arrived in Yensier, but he feared that at the pace Frost demanded, he would not last to the east gate. Shops and homes passed by in a blur as the wooden palisades surrounding the city grew nearer. 2 more soldiers rushed to block the way, their shields held high. Sir Gareth was much too close to risk a prolonged fight, and both Nick and Frost knew it. The pair unleashed a combined attack, his lightning bolt leading in a bright flash, followed by twin ice lances. The combined damage brought the 2 soldiers down, and they rushed past the corpses without pausing. At least, that was Nick's intention, but then his stamina hit 0. He staggered as if stones had been lashed to his wrists and ankles. His chest ached, and his heart pounded in his chest. His every gasp of air was loud in his ears, and he struggled to even call Frost's name as she raced ahead of him. "Wait!" he managed. She glanced back, realized what had happened, and skidded to a halt. "Shit." Nick chuckled as he turned. Indeed. Sir Gareth arrived with a rattle of armor. If he was winded from the sprint, he certainly didn't show it. He redrew his sword and pulled his shield off his back as he stalked the pair.
More dead at your hands, he said. And now you find others to join you in your slaughter.
Nick lifted Sorrow, and he flashed a cocky grin. I'm just trying to live, he said. You're the one coming for my head. Frost joined him, her own sword raised. This isn't going to be easy, she said softly, and the longer we fight, the more guards will arrive. Nick braced his legs, lightning crackling around his fingers as he prepared the last of his mana. Frost hadn't seen her yet, but Nick had. It was only guards coming to help. The pair just needed to keep Sir Gareth's attention their way.
We're not good enough friends for you to be this persistent,
Nick shouted as he flung a lightning bolt. Gareth blocked it with his shield, and Nick was dismayed to see that it somehow reduced the damage to a pitiful fraction.
Shields protect against many types of attacks, both physical and magical.
Of course they do, he thought, as Frost followed up with a new spell he'd never seen before.
Spell, Frost Orb.
They flung at Gareth like little cannonballs. The knight weathered the barrage, with his legs braced and his shield held high. The metal held, and even worse, Gareth suffered not a scratch, only an inconvenience of ice exploding around his feet as the magic broke down.
Ice,
he said when the attack was done.
You were Humance, weren't you?
Might have been, Frost said, and flung an ice lance at his face. He sidestepped it in a blur, so much faster than someone his size should be. Nick chased him with 2 more lightning bolts, rapidly burning through his mana, while accomplishing little. Gareth's shield was always at the ready, reducing the combined hit from the 2 spells. The storm weathered, his gaze hardened, and he jammed his sword into the street to lift his right hand.
Then you both deserve my judgment,
he said. An orb of light shimmered into existence as he muttered a prayer to his god king.
May heresy be burned,
he said, and threw it.
Spell, Purge.
The orb flew between Nick and Frost, then detonated in an explosion of ringed light that swarmed with intricate runes Nick could not identify. The runes washed over him, and he screamed as his every muscle locked tight. His entire body felt aflame, even as his skin went untouched. When it passed, he dropped to his knees, his health down to 1/3 after being drained by the spell. He wasn't even sure what damage had been done to him, only that he felt hollow and weak inside. Though Frost was stronger than him, he suspected she was equally dazed, given the sag in her stance and the shaking of her sword. Yet the distraction had been enough. Despite his weakness, Nick pushed back to his feet and grinned as Violet, unseen behind Gareth, lifted her hands to prepare a spell of her own. Not bad, Nick told the knight. Our turn.
Spell, Fire Plume.
The flame washed over Gareth in a massive jet, charring his white cloak instantly. Flesh peeled, and he screamed as he thrashed, baffled and overcome by the fire that burned away at his body. When the spell ended, Frost followed up immediately, sending an ice lance straight into his chest that sent him flying past Violet down the street. Gareth landed in a heap of rattling chainmail, smoke wafting from underneath the metal.
You didn't kill him, did you?
Violet asked, spinning to face where Gareth lay. Nick stared at her as if she were insane. You're worried about him? She clutched her hands to her chest and shrank into herself.
I don't like killing, especially people.
The whole city is after us, Frost said, rushing to grab the other woman by the wrist. Flee now, feel bad later. Thankfully, the eastern exit wasn't far. But a new problem awaited them when the trio came sprinting. 5 soldiers stood guard in front of the closed double doors, barring all traffic. They lifted their shields and readied their swords upon seeing the trio's approach. A prime target for lightning, but Nick's head was a pounding torment. He had nothing left, and he suspected Frost had also been pushed to her limit.
I got it,
Violet said, as if sensing their hesitation. She hooked her hands together, thumbs and forefingers interlocking, and pushed them ahead of her.
Spell, Searing Wrath.
The ball of fire flew ahead of her as if launched from a catapult, aimed for the space above the 5 soldiers. The moment it struck the brick archway above the closed doors, it detonated like a bomb. The ground shook, the wall cracked and broke, the doors splintering to pieces. Sticky hot air billowed outward, preceding the flame that followed. The soldiers screamed in terror, diving in all directions before the fire could overwhelm them. The way clear, Violet dashed into the inferno, dismissing the rolling flames with a wave of her hand. Holy shit, Nick thought as they raced after her. Remind me to never get on her bad side.
Request noted. How frequent would you like this reminder to occur?
Nick did not answer, only laughed like a maniac as the trio exited Greenboro at a dead sprint to leave the city far behind and enter the wilds of Yenseer once more. Chapter 25. Simon. So, what do you think? Essa asked. Simon leaned closer to her monitor. Satellite photos of Magus were arrayed across the screen, with one in particular centered, a large portion of it circled in yellow to highlight Essa's findings. I think you found it, he said, stepping back. Send that to my tablet. We'll need Nick to confirm, but if it's the same mountain range, we'll have locked down a significant piece of the puzzle. Already sent. She rubbed her eyes and grimaced. Thankfully, this was something I could automate. Translating the artifact's newest garble is turning my gray matter into scrambled eggs. Looking at terrain images is relaxing by comparison. Simon tucked his tablet underneath his arm and headed for the door. Try to get some sleep, will you? He said. We need that gray matter of yours in top shape. No promises, Essa shot back as he exited her office. To Simon's immediate concern, his security officer, Daksh, stood waiting for him in the hallway just outside. By the look on his face, the tenor of this meeting would be quite the opposite of Essa's. Director, Daksh said, I've something you need to see. He lifted his watch and whispered something to the AI. Simon glanced at his tablet as a window opened, filling with text. Simon scanned it, his excitement over Essa's find making it hard to concentrate on something so basic. This is just a letter to someone's parents, he said, stopping halfway. Exactly, Daksh said. Dr. Pagel tried to break quarantine and send it this morning. How? By bribing the head of engineering. They pretended to agree and then forwarded it to me instead. Simon sighed. It felt like 1,000 pounds of weight had been slammed onto his back. His dream of following in the footsteps of his parents to manage a space station had been about pioneering into the unknown edges of science and exploration. Dealing with insubordination was very, very low on that list. Simon's watch vibrated silently. He glanced at it, saw an alert he'd programmed so that anytime Nick's vitals showed signs of waking, the station AI would notify him. Excellent timing, Nick, he muttered, then brought his attention back to Daksh. No punishment, he said. Give Pagel a stern warning and then let it go. A blatant breach of protocol and you can't even muster a slap on the wrist? Daksh asked. I'm not sure that's wise. We're all stressed and scared, Daksh. And it's not like Pagel was leaking classified data. It was a message to his family to let them know not to worry for shit's sake. Now let it go. I've got to see Nick. Right, Daksh said, his mood souring. Go on then. I forgot how your brother trumps everything now. Simon's blood ran cool. He stepped closer to Daksh while straightening his spine. Nick is our lone entry point into an alien world, he said, fighting and failing to keep his voice even. And that exploration is steadily killing him, so yes, Nick is my highest priority right now. And it has nothing to do with him being my brother. Is that understood, officer? Daksh pulled back his shoulders, his face becoming a perfectly emotionless mask. Simon didn't trust it in the slightest. Perfectly, Director. Good. Simon brushed past him. Now, handle it. The lights were on in Nick's room when Simon entered. His brother lay on his back, calmly staring at the ceiling, waiting for him, he suspected. Welcome back to the realm of the living, Simon said, setting down his tablet on the nearby chair. Glad to be back, Nick said, voice muffled by the oxygen tube. Simon hit a few buttons on the heart monitor, bringing up a graph of the last half hour. No skyrocketing heart rate, no lurching awake, he said, and then began helping Nick remove the oxygen tube. What gives? I didn't die, Nick said, rubbing his nose. Believe it or not, for the second time now, I left the proper way. A good habit to keep, Simon said, and he smiled. Your heart rate didn't go above 140 in the past hour or so. That's gotta be a record for you. Forget my heart rate. You won't believe what I've learned. I can control lightning. Simon grabbed his tablet so he could plop down in the chair and then scooted it closer. Lightning? He said. Let's hear it. Nick's reports of his activities within Yenseer were scattered and inconsistent. to the absolute fury of many on the station. But the reports that existed had mentioned a Sir Gareth multiple times, and those encounters almost always ended with Nick being unceremoniously booted out to the real world. Listening to Nick detail a victory against this otherworldly knight, let alone through an absolutely bewildering method such as learning to throw lightning from his bare hands, put a wide smile on Simon's face. "Not bad," he said. "And to think, it wasn't that long ago you were half naked and throwing rocks at people."
Even clueless incompetents like me are capable of getting better,
Nick said, and grinned. That jovial attitude faded, and he glanced away. "Simon, there's something I should have told you earlier." Simon leaned back in his chair. His thumb brushed his watch, activating the recording software. "What is it?" Nick settled back into his bed, suddenly unable to meet Simon's gaze. "It's about Frost. She's a visitor, like me." Simon froze. "From here?" he asked, forcing words out through his lips, though his brain felt as if it were made of molasses. The ramifications of someone else on his station entering the artifact were too many. His mind struggled to contain them all. "No," Nick said, shaking his head. "I don't think so. Another planet, I think." Where, she refuses to say. "They, too, possess an artifact. Maybe she's from Vasth," Simon said, vibrating in his chair with excitement. "But that means these artifacts, they're connected somehow. A shared world? Or do they each possess their own and travel between them? But such travel, this would involve information transmissions of such quantities and capabilities. They're leaps and bounds beyond our understanding." He realized Nick was staring at him and paused. "Sorry," he said. "You don't know about Vasth. It's a beginning-stage terraformed world 2 gate hops away. It initiated quarantine about a month ago, and then yesterday, we received confirmation the gate on their side was completely destroyed." "Destroyed?" Nick asked, suddenly more alert than he'd been in days. "Why? By who?" "We don't know." Simon hesitated. They had one clue. He wasn't sure Nick was ready for it yet. But he had little choice. He could not delay any longer. "While I think on what it means for there to be more than one visitor to your mysterious little world, I want you to take a look at this." Simon grabbed his tablet, clicked through to a folder, and then loaded an image. He flipped it around to show Nick. His brother leaned closer, trying to analyze what he was seeing. It was a satellite photo of Magus and its dull black rock, showcasing a lengthy mountain range. After a moment, Nick startled. "The mountains to the west of Meadowtint," he said. Simon grinned slightly. At least one theory was panning out. A small bit of good luck. "We're dealing with unknown timelines. But when you described those mountains, that felt unique enough that I set Essa to scan the terrain in a search. And there they were." Nick leaned back into his bed. "What does it mean?" he asked. "I think it confirms your Yenseer is set on Magus. Whether it is an exact recreation, a smaller simulation, or merely using the planet as an inspiration, we cannot yet say." "As it was." Nick frowned. "Yenseer is full of life and people. Magus is gone. Completely empty, no atmosphere, no buildings, no water." "But there are signs of water," Simon insisted. "We're unsure how long ago, but we've seen geological evidence of oceans. Magus and Yenseer are linked, if not the same place. I'm sure of it." "Then what happened?" Nick asked. "What destroyed their world?" Simon's chest tightened. No dancing around it now. He rotated the screen away from Nick, tapped some keys, and opened a different picture. "I think this was somehow involved," he said, and spun it back around. Nick's entire demeanor darkened upon seeing the photo from Lemley's thumb drive. A hard edge entered his brother's voice, one strange and foreign to Simon's ears. "What is that?" he asked quietly. "A picture taken from the quarantine planet of Vasth. It's in their sky, just like in Yenseer's sky.
Planetary Director Jacob Lemley brought this with him on a thumb drive, exiting their quarantine mere days before their gate's destruction. He tried to have us killed. The artifact. He feared it, somehow.
What do you mean a planetary director tried to have us killed?
Simon put a hand on his brother's shoulder. I'm sorry, Nick. I didn't want to trouble you before with all you've been experiencing, but now...
Simon told Nick everything, starting with Lemley's arrival, the attempt to detonate the oxygen tanks, the ensuing dark quarantine, and then ending with S's confirmation of the vast gate's destruction. An accident near the oxygen tanks, Nick said when he finished, and his disappointment could not have been heavier. Why didn't you trust me with all this when it happened? Why lie?
I don't know, Simon said. Have you looked at yourself in a mirror lately? This artifact world is a burden on you, a heavy burden. I didn't want to make things worse on my little brother.
And so you coddled me instead.
It's not coddling, it's called partitioning responsibilities. You have yours, and I have mine, which includes ensuring you survive all the shit this Yenseer inflicts upon you.
Simon immediately regretted the outburst. He slumped in his chair and rubbed his eyes.
I'm sorry, Nick. You deserve better than that.
His brother shifted in the bed, then gently reached out to hold his forearm. No, it's fine. I held back about Frost, too, so I have no room to act insulted. Just, please, trust me, all right? I may be your little brother, but I'm a part of this station. And a pretty big deal when it comes to learning about the artifact, if I say so myself. Simon chuckled, wishing he could be as easygoing about all this as Nick.
Fine. You've got my full trust. So, back to the topic at hand. He gestured to the photo of Vass. Do you have any ideas about this? Something I might not have considered.
Nick stared at the black sun. I don't know, he said. Are they connected, you think? Created by the artifact, somehow, or maybe summoned?
If the artifact is malevolent, it hides it well, Simon said. He flicked open another folder, this showing a picture of the artifact in the station holding bay.
He zoomed in to show Nick faint violet glyphs shimmering across its sides. While the research team had discovered traces of those glyphs within the first month, they'd never glowed, nor had anyone been able to make any sense of them, at least until recently.
The artifact has clearly woken up, Simon continued, and we're making progress in translating these glyphs. Or more accurately, the artifact is allowing us to translate them. They've been shifting and changing, forcing us to go line by line in an order its creators absolutely predetermined. Perhaps it's a test of our language abilities. Perhaps it's just a game. We don't know. But we've managed to translate a full sentence. The youngest among you will be chosen.
So that's why it was me, Nick said. But chosen for what?
Simon shrugged. Go to Yenseer? Live inside its digital world? See Magus as it was thousands of years ago with a little magic added for flavor? It's all guesses, but I feel like we're getting closer.
Nick stared at the photo of that black sun wreathed with blue fire. Not close enough. The people of Yenseer insist that black sun means their doom, and now it appeared over Vast not long before their gate was destroyed? Get me something to eat and drink so I can go back in. I've got an idea of who might have some answers.
And who is that?
His younger brother grinned at him. Before the Sinifel and the Alder people, before the Black Sun brought the very first cataclysm, there were the Majir. So, after I grab myself a bite to eat, I'm going to see what Violet knows about them. Simon arched an eyebrow.
Violet?
Oh, right, so let me tell you about this incredibly sweet but also slightly terrifying little scholar we met named Violet. Chapter 26. Gareth. Sir Gareth paused before the grand gates of Castle Astarda, named after the family that had ruled the heavy brick and stone fortress since the dawn of God King Vaughn's rule. It towered above the nearby plains, defiant and proud. The walls of its battlement stretched for half a mile to either side, eventually merging into the rising stone of the frost-bound mountains. If one sought to travel between Vester and Inner Emden, it was through here, and here alone.
Welcome, Sir Gareth.
one of the soldiers inspecting traffic said upon waving him over.
I trust all is well in Greenboro? As well as one can hope,
Gareth said, feigning a smile as he passed. Unlike the others in line, he did not need to suffer the tedious indignity of a search. Villagers and traders often sought to smuggle in goods without paying taxes, hide their stolen nature, or even carry heretical tracts to and from Vester. Sometimes people tried to scale the mountains farther north or south. It was then they discovered just how many beasts and monsters of forgotten times still hid in the snow-capped peaks and the dark, uncharted caves. An enormous road split the castle interior, though with so much of it empty, it felt grotesquely wide and downright depressing. There had been a point, when Gareth was a child, when this road had been overwhelmed with people. Stalls, currently empty, were once filled with men and women hawking their wares. The smell of bubbling rabbit stew and freshly baked sourdough had wafted from multiple buildings beside the trade road, an enchanting variety for young Gareth to choose from. Fruit pies baked with blueberries picked from southern Vester, tarts slathered in honey and filled with apples picked from Emden's sprawling orchards. Beer blessed by priests and priestesses all the way in Castle Goltara, and then shipped in barrels throughout Yensir. Now traffic on the streets was sparse, the largest crowd at the entrance, where beggars marked with signs of blight sought relief from travelers. It was not all dire, though, with the roads growing livelier the closer he came to the keep in the heart of the walled city. A young girl with her red hair tied into 2 buns waved at Gareth from her little stall as he passed. He did not know her real name, nor had she ever offered it, so he called her Beans, after the produce she sold, to her great amusement.
How's business today, Beans?
He asked.
Business is business is business,
she said, her favorite response to the question he always opened with. She gestured to a little box filled with winged greens layered in oil and powdered with cracked pepper.
Care for some pepper fingers? Made fresh and extra spicy.
Not today, Beans,
he said. She stuck her tongue out at him and scrunched her nose. His laughter immediately died, replaced with dread. The faintest shadow of black coated the back of her tongue. Gareth stumbled away, wishing he had never seen it, wishing it could have befallen someone, anyone else, not a young girl full of such life and wit. A vision of her wearing one of those smeared ash signs haunted his mind. Years of practice, of seeing those he cared about fall victim, allowed him to shove it away, clamp it down, pretend it would take time, years even, before the change came.
You poor girl,
he whispered.
Must the blight claim even the young?
A lengthy line spread out from one of the few bread makers still open. Gareth held back a sigh. The blight had wrecked so much of the West. What crops were harvested barely fed the villagers harvesting them. Few afflicted possessed the motivation or clarity of mind to craft anything beyond rudimentary tools. Only Greenboro and Castle Astarda endured. Their people mostly spared the blight. And because of this, all of Vester's trade flowed directly through them eastward, to Inner Emden. But neither city would be free of the blight forever. Its march seemed inevitable, and his most recent letters from his mother in Inner Emden's capital of Abazul fearfully mentioned increased sightings of the afflicted. If he thought she would leave her home of 20 years, he would have begged her to travel east, to Castle Goltara itself if she must, to escape the danger.
A bit of pie for a soldier of the God King,
a woman shouted from the window of her store, stirring him from his thoughts. Her hands were wet from grease, and a bit of flour still clung to her face. Gareth's stomach rumbled at the smell of freshly cooked lamb.
The road has been long,
Gareth admitted. Having already regretted not buying any of the pepper fingers, he dug his hand into his coin purse.
Perhaps I will.
Gareth ate the pie as he slowly walked the road. A second wall sealed off the entrance from the east, and in the center between those two rose the castle keep. It was that rectangular edifice Gareth approached. Lord Frey Astarda ruled from within the fortress, as had his father, and his father before him. Gareth's stomach clenched, and it wasn't from the spiced grease dripping off the lamb. Lord Frey will not take kindly to your failure, a dark, cowardly voice whispered in Gareth's mind. Gareth pushed the intrusive thought away. The outer villages west of Greenborough were his responsibility, as was the safety of the slain Baron Huel. He would not cower from the consequences of his duties. "Greetings, Sir Gareth," the soldier protecting the keep entrance said. "Shall I alert Lord Frey to your arrival?" "Please," Gareth said, shifting uncomfortably in his armor. Though his wounds had healed during the travel to Castle Astarta, a blessing of strength from the God King himself, they itched fiercely, and would until the scars faded. Once inside, Gareth waited at the center of the guard room, chatting politely with the other soldiers until a servant exited the stairwell and beckoned.
"He is ready for you, sir,"
the young woman said. Gareth followed her up to the 3rd floor through a furnished waiting room and into the den of the keep's master. Lord Frey was an imposing man despite his age. His shoulders were broad, and his chest and arms thick with muscle developed over a lifetime of swinging a sword. His hair was just starting to turn a shade of silver, and he kept it pulled tightly back and bound behind his head with a knot of thread. It added severity to an already severe face, which bore a permanent frown from the wrinkles around his mouth and a narrow gaze from the crow's feet around his green eyes.
"Welcome to my home,"
Frey said, rising from the chair beside the fireplace to greet him.
"Your timing, however, is a bit poor. You arrived just in time for a feeding."
Frey's wife sat in a chair on the opposite side of the fireplace, a blanket covering the lower half of her body. A young babe lay in her lap, and she had opened her blouse so he could suckle. "At least I did not wake the little lordling," Gareth said, and flashed his widest smile. "I pray you farewell, Lady Jean?"
"To wake him, he'd need to sleep first,"
Jean said, and smiled back.
"And I'm fine, other than a great deal of tiredness."
Jean was a welcome burst of sunlight within Castle Astarta, and her golden hair and yellow eyes seemed to match Gareth's sentiment. She was a good 20 years younger than Frey, and their marriage was most certainly first about securing him an heir. The two seemed to get along well enough, at least according to what Gareth saw on his occasional visits to his liege. The people liked her too, and there was even talk of her assuming Frey's post should something happen to him before their child, Gestolf, came of age.
"My lord, forgive my haste, but I must speak with you on important matters," he said. "Whatever you wish to say, you can say it in front of my wife,"
Frey said, leaning forward in his chair. His eyes seemed to sparkle with life, as if he relished the thought of news, however dire it might be. "Very well," Gareth said, and cleared his throat. He began with his arrival at Meadowtent, and the news of murder committed by a demon. He held back fully describing the methods, keeping it vague whenever he could. Jean shuddered when he described the ferocity with which the demon, Nick, hounded the people of Meadowtent, sneaking in through windows and ambushing them from within their wheat field, all to kill the unsuspecting. Then he detailed his chase eastward and his discovery of the slaughter at Baron Huel's manse.
"Poor Huel,"
Frey said, shaking his head.
"A good man, kind to those in his care, and trying his damnedest to slow the spread of the blight. You are certain this Nick had a helper?"
"2 helpers, Gareth said, "and I know because I fought them." Despite the deep pit of shame he felt in admitting so, he detailed his encounter in Greenborough, their brief clash, and the trio's ensuing escape. He described the magic of all 3, and did not hold back his despair at seeing Nick's rapid growth in power.
"I should have crushed him in Meadowtent,"
he said when he finished.
"Forgive me, my lord. I thought I had broken him, but every death seemed to make him that much more fearless and cunning. I spoke with our God King in prayer, and though he sends a harbinger west, he insists I continue my hunt to bring the demon low."
He lowered his gaze.
"And yet, I have lost his trail once more. I am failing, my lord, failing the one trial put before me by His Holiness, and I do not know what to do."
Frey glanced at his wife, his frown deepening.
"Jean, would you kindly take Gustave to our bedroom?" he said. "I suspect the both of you could use a long nap and warm blankets."
Jean pulled Gustave away from her breast and lifted her blouse, despite the bit of milk that wet its interior and darkened the fabric. Gustave grumbled, his mood quickly souring as he flailed his arms and hunted for the vanished nipple with his eyes closed.
Of course,
Jean said, and she dipped her head toward Gareth.
It was nice to see you again. I hope you meet Gustave once he's fed and slept. He truly is the sweetest thing.
She winced, then laughed when the babe let out an angry cry.
Enough, Jean,
Frey said, the sharp crack of his voice upsetting the baby further and robbing his wife of her smile. She hurried away. Gareth refused to watch her go, instead focusing on the carpet as he knelt before his lord.
Stand, my friend,
Frey said once they were alone.
I would have you accompany me.
The two returned to the stairwell, descending to the guardroom floor. Once there, he followed Frey to a plain, unmarked door. Beyond it was another staircase, slender and steep. His curiosity growing, Gareth followed Frey some 20 more steps, the keep growing darker as the only light came from small black lanterns lit with tall, thin candles. The stairs ended at a locked door, and a soldier keeping watch who was immediately dismissed.
Do you trust me, Gareth?
Frey asked, his hand upon the door once the guard was gone.
I do,
said Sir Gareth.
In all my life, you have sought to protect those under your rule. You have judged fairly and without cruelty or malice. Whatever promise or vow you need from me, ask it, and I shall give it freely.
Frey's fingers drummed against the door as those green eyes of his pierced into Gareth.
Swear it then, he said. What I am about to show you must remain between us alone.
I swear it, Gareth said, his curiosity mixing with dread so that he both feared and needed to know what was beyond that door.
You are my lord, forever true.
At last, Frey smiled.
Then come with me and see the real power of the West.
He used a key to unlock the door and then pushed it open to enter a small room underneath the keep. No windows, no light beyond what Frey's torch cast. The air hung thick and damp within his nostrils.
What is this?
Gareth asked, as Frey lit 2 more torches hanging from the wall.
This is the truth the God King would deny.
Between the 2 torches was a stone statue of such ill visage, merely looking upon it made Gareth's insides twist. The upper half was of a man, his chest well-muscled and wrapped with more than a dozen gemstone-laden necklaces. He bore 4 arms, 2 lifted high, 2 curled low. Instead of hands, the lower 2 bore paws like those of a dog, while the higher shifted into insectoid pincers starting at the wrist. The man's face was perfectly smooth across the front, lacking eyes, nostrils, or a mouth, as if it had all been sliced away. Twin horns curled around the sides of the head, as black as coal, and curling toward sharpened points akin to a bull's. As for the legs, well, there were too many of them, some curved, some tentacled like a squid, and some bent like a roach. None were human.
Who is this?
Gareth asked, though he feared he knew the answer.
What is this? This is the god of the Sinifel Empire,
Frey said, and the reverence in his voice raised the hairs on Gareth's neck.
Iman, beast of 1,000 mouths, bringer of the needed calamity.
Gareth fought back an impulse to reach for his sword.
This is heresy, he said. Yes.
Frey turned to face him.
It is.
Gareth's throat tightened. You vowed to tell no one, he thought. Does that vow hold even against such a crime? Frey smiled at him, and it seemed he was aware of Gareth's debate.
Hold true to me, he said. Do not revoke your vow, not until you hear my words. You owe me that at least, my friend.
Gareth stared at the statue and its 4-armed glory. In the polished surface of its non-face, he saw his own horrified expression gazing back.
You have my ears,
he said, his voice rough and unsteady. I promise you nothing more than that. Frey put a hand on Gareth's shoulder, the contact startling.
The Sinifel may have been cruel, but they carried wisdom the God King would abandon,
Frey said, and he gestured about the room. The light of his torch fell across multiple paintings, each one showing places throughout Yensier, from calm meadows split by a river to a sprawling city whose streets were overrun with people. The one commonality was the darkened sky, and swirling in its center, the black sun lined with blue fire. On the opposite side of the room were 4 chains bolted to the wall, all ending with thin iron manacles. Beside them was a table. Multiple artifacts rested atop it. This room, Gareth thought, filled with a desire to flee. This room is a shrine to sin and heresy. But a vow made in honor compelled him to stay, and so he stayed. He listened as Frey picked up a wicked-looking knife, whose edge was permanently stained with blood.
Vaughn has broken that which should be whole,
Frey said, inspecting the knife.
His arrogance in conquering time and halting the Black Sun has directly led to the rise of the Blight, affecting the outermost reaches of Yensier. He demands our worship, but it is a false faith, forced with a dangling blade just above our necks. A cowardly faith. Bend the knee, or our brutal god shall relinquish his grip, and all the world will be swallowed in the destruction of the Sinifel revered.
He slammed down the knife.
But it is his actions that cause us to suffer. You, more than any of us, have seen the brutal curse of the Blight, the way it slowly deprives a man of his dignity and honor. A stripping away of thought and motivation until only rote movement and memory remain. It must be stopped, and we all know Vaughn is helpless to stop it. How could he, when it is born of his own misdeeds?
Gareth turned back to the statue, wishing it would horrify again as it had when he first looked upon it. The Blight had been spreading since long before Gareth was born. The God King had done nothing to prevent its spread, as he ruled deep in the core of Yensier within Castle Goltara. No aid came. No wisdom. If anything, the rhetoric from the inner lands had shifted over the last decade, casting blame upon those suffering in the outer reaches. Whispers, cruel and callous, that the people suffering the Blight must have done something to deserve it.
It is one thing to denounce the inaction of Goltara in regard to the Blight, Gareth said. But it is another to claim Vaughn is the cause of it. Have you any proof? Proof beyond the obvious?
Frey asked.
I have studied for years, scouring the Sinifel ruins all throughout my realm. There is a reason Vaughn has declared them heretical and sought their destruction. They illuminate the truth of his failure. The calamity must happen, Gareth. If time remains conquered, all of us will suffer.
Truth that the world must end? Gareth shook his head.
How can you believe this, my lord? What could you possibly gain from delving into that which was forbidden? Because it is through Aymen's power I sired an heir.
Gareth struggled to contain himself. This went far beyond a curiosity about the past, or disdain for the God King's rule.
How?
He asked, his throat painfully dry.
Through my prayers, Frey said, and he pointed to the floor before the statue. And by making love right here, before the altar. Oh, Jean was blindfolded. I made sure of that. Young and simple-minded as she is, I fear she is not ready for this truth. Not like you, Gareth. Not you, who have seen the brutal face of the world, the misery of the Blight, and the torment of demons.
Frey put his hands upon Gareth's shoulders, an act of fellowship more intimate than he had ever shown before.
Aymen embraced what our foolish God King has denied. He looked upon our lives, meager and cyclical, and extended that harsh truth to its natural conclusion. Life, death, civilization, ruin, they are not opposed. They are not enemies. They are partners in a dance, and Aymen has reached out his hands to us. Let us dance with him, Gareth. Let us shed fear of the heretical, and see with open eyes the true nature of our world. You are asking me to turn against my God King, Gareth asked, pushing away those hands. He who has given me power to protect the realm. Was that power enough to stop the demons and their allies? Or did it fail you when you needed it most? Frey crossed his arms. You need more? So be it. Then let me offer this. The Blight? Vaughn cannot stop it, but Ayman can.
Gareth recoiled as if struck.
You lie. I do not. Then why have you not spread the cure throughout Vester? Gareth asked. Why not spare the people I protect? People suffering like those in Meadowtint.
Frey's visage hardened.
Because the prayer and sacrifice go to Ayman, not Vaughn. What do you think would happen if I did as you asked? If word spread throughout Yensir of a miracle cure of the Blight, the God King would send one of his harbingers, and I would be a corpse before the month's end.
He shook his head, frustration turning to bitter acceptance.
And so I do what I must in secret. You are one of few I have told, Gareth. One of very few I am willing to trust with my life. Will that make you listen? Will that allow you to finally understand?
If his claim was true, then it was enough. Gareth knelt before the statue, and he looked upon it, truly looked upon it for the first time. The mixture of insect and animal across Ayman's body seemed strange, but they were each natural and part of the world in some manner. The face, unsettling because it was so smooth and void of features, only meant he saw himself, and he suspected that was the point. 4 arms, 2 raised heavenward, 2 lowered toward those kneeling. Thought and care had got into this representation. Should Ayman exist, Gareth suspected he looked nothing like this. The beast of 1,000 mouths? Symbolism made manifest. An entity representing the Sinifel people's belief that the world would, no, must end if it were to be reborn. But if the god did exist, if he did contain power, and could defeat the Blight and halt its spread eastward, then Gareth's heart had been pledged to a false deity ever since he was a child. There was only one proof Gareth would accept. Indisputable evidence performed before his very eyes.
A girl, he said. There's a girl here, stricken with the earliest phases of Blight.
Chapter 27. Nick. Before Nick and Frost exited Yensir to take care of themselves in the outside world, they'd set up a meeting spot near the Ring of Stones. Violet waited there patiently, a healthy fire roaring beside her along the forest's edge. When she saw Nick, she bounced to her feet.
Welcome back from wherever it is you go,
she said excitedly. Nick did his best to smile. He couldn't shake the memory of the fear and urgency in his brother's voice. Is Frost not here? He asked. It was approaching nightfall, and he tried to do the mental math of how much time had passed outside Yensir versus inside, but quickly gave up. He needed to do a proper study on that at some point, but now was not the time. The best he could tell, they mostly seemed to pass in a one-to-one nature, or close enough not to matter.
Not yet,
Violet said. She plopped down beside her rucksack full of books.
I'm sure she will be shortly.
Nick took a seat beside her, and he glanced at those books. The titles, some written in fancy lettering, some in stitching, and many in plain ink, were all clearly legible to him. Whatever language they write in, you shouldn't be able to read, nor should you understand them. Yet, you do. He chuckled, realizing the obvious. You're helping with that, aren't you, cataloger?
Communication is integral to a cooperative, fulfilling existence. Upon entering Yensir as a visitor, your language is studied, cataloged, and integrated for automatic translation.
Nick remembered Simon bringing up one such possibility. He'd have to tell his brother he was right. So why can't I read Sinifel language? He asked, thinking of the words written on Sorrow's blade.
Because older languages must be studied first. I can aid with translation if requested.
There was a maddening sort of sense to it that Nick hated nonetheless, but arguing with cataloger certainly wasn't going to get him anywhere. Sorry, he said, shaking his head and realizing he'd vanished into his own thoughts. Violet, I need to ask you something.
Sure,
the small woman said. She pushed her round spectacles higher up her nose.
About what?
He pointed to the sky. The black sun remained firmly in place, even as the yellow sun continued its descent. It was a hole darker than the night, perfectly empty, but for the frozen ring of blue fire about its circumference. You said you studied the people before the Sinifel.
The Majir,
Violet offered. Right, the Majir, so what did they think that black sun was? Did it even exist for them?
it did exist,
Violet said, smoothing out her red coat. The topic was dear to her. That much was clear from her sudden focus and the sharpening tone of her voice. It felt like watching her shift from a carefree investigator to a stern teacher.
They did not worship it like the Sinifel did. Quite the opposite. They feared it deeply, to the point of sacrificing thousands of prisoners in hopes of stalling what they believed would be the end of their civilization.
Sacrificed? Nick asked. To who? Their gods?
No gods, not from the Majir,
She said. She opened her hand, and a thin strip of fire lifted upward to form a picture. It curled about, forming what Nick recognized as the mathematical symbol of infinity, then shifted slightly so it was 3 permanently connected loops, not 2, resembling a clover. The flame echoed in her eyes.
They believed everything was eternal. Their lives, their memories, their empire. They didn't open throats with jagged knives because they thought it would appease a bloodthirsty god. They did so because there is power in death, power they knew how to harness, power they used to deny the black sun and keep it sealed for centuries.
The fire shifted, becoming a parade of skeletons walking across her palm.
The Majir mastered the dead. That was how they built their empire so quickly. They cared not for the physical body, considering it a gross, unwanted thing their souls must endure. They held no qualms about building armies of the undead. They constructed golems of flesh. They lashed spirits into their weapons to strengthen their steel. Their greatest masters defied death itself, at least for a time, plunging their memories and personalities into bone and steel bodies. They thought this would allow them to survive the awakening of the Black Sun, and for a time, it did. Death came for them in the end, though. In the wake of the first cataclysm, the founders of the Sinifel hunted down those undying masters and tore each and every one apart.
Everything she described sounded too outlandish to consider possible. How could any of this be reconciled with Simon's insistence that Yensier was a recreation or remembrance capsule of a real time and place upon Magus?
If you are concerned with accuracy, know that Violet's explanation is more or less accurate to current knowledge of the past.
Nick bit his lip. Not exactly what he was worried about. Perhaps Yensier wasn't a recreation of the world that was, but instead the mythical world they thought once existed? No different from the tales of Eden's supposed past, when monsters filled the woods and King Alad conquered the wilds with his blazing sword. Is that why you're so fascinated with the Majir? Nick asked. You want to learn how they controlled the dead?
I am here for knowledge, Nick, not power. Curiosity is what pushes me onward. I am fascinated by these worlds built long before I set foot here. All of Yensier's empires, the Majir, the Sinifel, and the Alder, were haunted by the Black Sun, yet how they reacted varied wildly. The Majir feared it. The Sinifel embraced it, and the cycle created by Iman, the beast of 1,000 mouths they believed lived within. The Alder and their god king claimed to conquer it, along with time itself. 3 peoples. 3 vastly different interpretations. I cannot help but wonder why.
The picture of vast sky flashed through Nick's mind, and it made him shiver. But what is it? He asked, trying to think in terms that Violet would understand. The Black Sun, is it a spell, a cosmic event? Violet folded her hands together and leaned closer to him, the infinite fire symbol vanishing. Her gaze locked on the fire.
It is an end to nearly all life on Yensier, she said, but only for a time. People return. Humanity returns. Always. The Sinifel understood this as a cycle, one they cherished as needed and necessary, like burning away the underbrush of a forest so new seeds might sprout.
Is that what you think? She glanced his way. The light of the fire caught on her spectacles, hiding her eyes. In that sudden glow, she seemed so much older, so much more frightening and beautiful.
I think death lurks inside that black sun. A death that cannot be stopped. Not by magic, not by sacrifices, not even by the gods that walk these lands. It claimed the Majir. 3 times it claimed the Sinifel, and one day it will claim God King Vaughn too.
Nick tried to hide his frustration. There were clues here, but all this talk of cataclysms and frozen time did little to illuminate the truth of what had occurred on the planet Vasth. As much as he was learning to accept the strangeness of Yenseer, he refused to believe some thousand-mouthed god existed in the outer world, the real world. He looked to the deepening night sky and stared at the gaping hole that swallowed the stars. His stomach tightened at the sight of it. The longer he stared, the more it felt like he was falling upward, ascending into a tunnel that knew no bounds and whose length stretched beyond the infinite. "What's in there?" he asked Cataloger. "Is it the beast of 1,000 mouths?"
I cannot answer.
Because you do not know, or because you are forbidden? Cataloger's response did not come immediately. The silence was strangely heavy, while Nick's body suddenly felt light. He swore the center of the black sun was turning darker, while simultaneously growing texture, black and flowing like water. His sense of gravity threatened to tilt, and instead of above him, the black sun was below, an abyss he was falling into. The campfire faded away. Violet was gone. All that remained was an empty sun, and Cataloger's voice.
Because I find only deleted data.
"Sorry I'm late," Frost said, stepping into their camp. "It took me a bit longer than expected to find something to eat." "Welcome back," Nick said, shuddering as all the world returned to normal. Even the black sun looked like such a little thing now, an anomaly blocking the stars akin to an eclipsed moon. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned toward the fire, glad for its warmth. Only the tightness of his stomach offered evidence against his imagining it all in the first place. Violet, meanwhile, had pulled out one of her books, and she read it as if their conversation had never happened. "You're both so quiet," Frost said, tossing another log onto their fire. "Is everything all right?" Nick made an exaggerated effort to stretch. "Never better," he lied, and did all he could to keep his eyes firmly upon the ground. Chapter 28. Gareth. Beans lived with foster parents, and given Frey's authority, it was a simple task to bring her alone to the castle keep. Once in Frey's study, they sat her in one of the padded chairs by the fire. Frey offered her a cup of watered-down wine, along with a powdered mixture he crushed from herbs Gareth only vaguely recognized.
"Drink this, and you will sleep deeply,"
Frey said, kneeling before the girl. Beans tentatively reached out for it, but he pulled it from her reach.
"But first, I need your name. Your true name."
Her eyes darted between them. The irises should have been a lively green, but Gareth noted discolorations near the edges, a draining of color, and it made him feel ill.
Uni,
she said. Frey smiled and put a hand on her knee.
"Drink, Uni,"
he said. She accepted the cup and drank. It must have tasted foul, for she tensed the moment it touched her tongue, but she forced it down. When finished, she offered the cup back, and Frey took it.
Will it hurt?
She asked. She'd not been told the purpose of coming to the keep, only that it involved the reason for her blackening tongue. Uni was a bright girl, and she likely knew it a foretelling of the blight.
"No,"
Frey said.
"You will only dream."
Her eyelids fell heavy, and she slumped forward, the powders within the wine acting rapidly.
I can do that,
she said.
I'll dream for...
Frey caught her slumping body and gently pushed her back into the chair. Once she was settled, he stood and nodded toward her body.
"Carry her,"
he said. She was light in Gareth's arms, skinny and small, even for her 10 years of age. Like carrying a bundle of twigs, he thought, as he brought her to Frey's forbidden room. The Lord locked the door behind them, banishing them to the flickering light of the twin torches on either side of Aymen's statue. As ordered, Gareth placed her body at the foot of the statue, before the tangled assortment of stone legs. Frey, meanwhile, approached the table in the back.
"Do not fear," he said, returning, holding the blood-stained knife. "This will not be the first."
The older man dropped to his knees beside the slumbering Uni. With surprising tenderness, he undid the first knot of her hair, unrolling it as a long red line above her head.
"I have long hoped for resurgence in the faith Vaughn has smothered."
He spoke as he worked. His words were heavy, his tone tired and respectful in equal measure.
"A reawakening to the truth the God King's priests and priestesses would bury. For so long, it has felt like a dream that would endure far beyond my lifetime. But with the Blight's continued spread, perhaps necessity will force the people's eyes to open." "If you seek the breaking of the God King, why did you deny giving the beast aid when it came to Vester?" Gareth asked. 3 years earlier, a commoner known as Batal the Beast had conquered Inner Emden's 2 provinces, declaring himself king, and the city of Thalia his seat of power. Lord Frey had rebuked Batal's attempts to recruit him into the doomed rebellion. Rather than waste time unifying the sprawling, poor parts of western Yensier, Batal had left Vester alone and marched his army east, assaulting Goltara. It had ended in disaster, with Batal captured, his army broken, and Inner Emden reclaimed in the name of the God King. Batal had been flayed, and his body kept alive through the power of the God King, so he might be paraded about Inner Emden as a warning to all who might consider resisting Vaughn's rule. "I resisted because if Batal had conquered Yensier, we would be no better off than before," Frey said as he began unrolling Uni's other knot. "His name was truer than you know, Gareth. A beast through and through, whereas we now bow our heads in prayer to Vaughn as a god. Batal would have no gods at all. I would not cast my one chance at rebellion at his mad feet. Better to wait and watch and listen. Reformation is coming. The rule of Vaughn nears its end."
With Uni's hair finally let loose, Frey took his knife and pressed it to his forearm. Blood dribbled across the dark steel, in a thin stream from the shallow cut. Using the knife like a quill, and his blood as ink, he carefully drew symbols upon Uni's forehead, one after another.
"Many think of the Blight as a sickness," he said, "but it is more than that. It is deeper. A malediction that runs to the very core of the soul. It is a forgetting, Gareth, an abandonment by a world left impoverished and desiccated by her supposed God King. And so, with Imon's gifts, I shall make this right."
He refreshed the blood on his knife from his arm.
"I call upon the name of he who has been banished. I mark the forgotten to be remembered. The world moves on, and it would leave Uni behind. I will not allow it."
Frey drew a solid line of his own blood down across her nose, over her lips, and then down her chin to her throat. When he reached her shirt, he cut into the rough fabric with his dagger. Gareth tensed, fearing what would follow would be debauchery fitting the stories that lingered of the Sinifel Empire. The knife, however, stopped upon reaching her sternum, and did not descend lower. Spreading out the fabric, Frey cut into his arm a second time to renew the flow of blood, and then began drawing 4 different symbols to form a ring around the lowest portions of her neck and collarbones.
"All are equal under Imon's gaze," Frey said as he drew. "All are seen, cherished, and remembered. The blessings of the world are not given solely to the strong, nor the cruelties given only to the weak and poor. What imbalances rise inevitably fall come the needed calamity. There would be death, but also remembrance, cleansing, reunification, a reminder to the purpose of our lives, as we rebuilt anew in the 1,000 years granted to us before the Black Sun opened to release Imon's horde upon us."
Frey positioned the knife in the center of Uni's chest, the sharp tip pressing against the skin, but not puncturing.
"Do you hear me, Imon?"
Frey shouted.
"Do you bear witness to this child of yours? Let her not be abandoned. Let her not fall sway to the curse of this wretched blight. I call upon you, and I demand the power that is yours be made mine."
The dagger sank into her flesh. Gareth reached out, his mouth opening to protest. The shockwave rolling out from the Iman statue silenced him. He felt it strike like an invisible force, locking his limbs and denying movement of his tongue. The flames on the torches danced, and they flashed an assortment of colors. Despite her drugged slumber, Uni arched her back, lifted up from the floor, and screamed. And then silence. Uni collapsed to the floor, and Frey withdrew the dagger. It was a shallow wound, far less than the depth Gareth swore he saw it plunge. A bit of blood trickled down to her shirt as her head lolled to one side.
"Beans?"
Gareth asked, dropping to his knees beside her.
"She is well,"
Frey said, standing.
"Iman has heard my plea and brought his gaze upon her."
Gareth used his thumb to force her mouth open. Even in the dim light, the change was obvious. Her tongue was perfectly pink, not a hint of blight. He let her go and rocked back onto his heels, his mind racing through 1,000 thoughts, so many of them heretical to the beliefs he had clung to since childhood.
"It worked,"
he whispered. Frey approached the statue, and he reached up to caress the perfectly smooth, featureless face.
"Now do you see?" he said. "The power once wielded, the gifts we are denied to share."
Gareth gently brushed Uni's face with his thumb. The blood had cracked and dried during the ritual, and it flaked off with ease. He saw the face of a young girl given new life. With that joy came fury. How many lives had he watched wither away over the past years? How many suffered not just in Meadowtint, but in Greenborough, Byberry, Hamdlin, and South Bend? What of the Blight's inexorable spread eastward, threatening his mother in Avazul? The people, forced to wear signs marking them as afflicted, denied work, denied a warm bed and a roof over their heads, for fear of the unknown ways the Blight chose its victims. God King Von was supposed to be the salve against all wounds, but this was a wound he had never cured, and now Gareth knew why. He stood, frightened by the strength of the resolve filling him. Turning his back on a lifetime of belief should never be so easy, but it was.
"What must I do?"
he asked. Frey's smile spread from ear to ear.
"My friend, you need only accept the knife."
Chapter 29. Nick. The morning was still far off, with barely a hint of the yellow sun creeping over the horizon, but Nick struggled to fall back asleep. He shifted back and forth on the bedroll Violet bought for him. Keeping his eyes closed was difficult. His mind felt like it was on fire, burning with thoughts. Vast's gate, the black sun, their fight with Gareth, Simon's haggard face as he told him about the entire station almost dying. Forget it, he muttered, sitting up. Better to accept that sleep wasn't happening than toss and turn for another hour while waiting for daylight. Does sleeping here give me the benefits of sleep in the real world? He wondered, as he pushed aside his blanket. To his surprise, Cataloger did not immediately volunteer an answer, so he asked her directly in his mind. Hey, Cataloger, does it?
I cannot answer.
Should have known. Cataloger was always cagey about the outer world, and the way it interacted with Yenseer and the artifact. Nick sighed and rubbed his eyes. They'd camped in a thick stretch of woods that strongly resembled silver maple trees, their leaves a lovely shade of golden yellow, though the land was locked into an early spring. He'd positioned his bedroll a decent ways away to escape Frost's snoring. His gaze settled on the rucksack Violet had bought for him during their ill-fated trip into Greenborough. Worms squirmed in his belly, along with a tightening feeling around his throat. Giving in, he leaned over, shoved his hand inside, and pulled out the Cinefel mirror.
"Where did you get that?"
Sorrow immediately asked. Nick glanced at the blade. It lay next to him in the grass, and though it was not attached to his hip or held in his hand, it was apparently close enough to communicate with him. Perhaps ownership was all that mattered, as was implied by the sword's statistical description. Found it, Nick said, feeling strangely defensive.
So you pillaged it.
Pillaged? Nick muttered aloud. The asshole tried to murder me. I think taking a hidden mirror is justified.
What happened to him?
He's dead.
Did you kill him before or after you took the mirror?
Nick bit back a groan. After, he said, flinching as if expecting a punch.
Very well, pillager.
Your name should be Stubborn, not Sorrow, he grumbled. Care to give me some privacy, or are you stuck in my head?
My awareness is forced upon me by my nature, but I can also fall into memory. I will do so now. Enjoy basking in the reflection of your stolen relic.
You're too kind, he muttered, lifting the mirror. As usual, it momentarily appeared to be a normal glass surface. He saw his tired self, eyes bloodshot and hair mussed from sleep, and found himself shocked by a fear that the surface would remain plain and the magic dormant. Then the fog came, and from its swirling gray, his father's visage returned, and Nick immediately felt relief.
Good morning, son, Lucian said. You look unwell. Does something bother you?
It's just early, Nick said, then immediately retracted the lie. Well, that and what's happening to Vast.
Vast? I vaguely recall the name. A planet, yes?
Yeah, Nick said, shifting on his bedroll so he could hold the mirror with both hands. He kept his voice low, not wanting to be overheard by Frost and Violet, who he presumed to still be sleeping. A hole opened in their sky just before their world gate was destroyed and we lost all contact. The image of his father scratched at his chin, a tic that appeared when he was locked in deep thought. Seeing it again was a punch to Nick's gut. He'd never realized how much he'd missed it until now.
A hole, Lucian said. Does it perchance look like the black sun of Yensia?
It does. Nick crouched closer. Do you know what it is? Lucian sadly shook his head.
I do not.
He dropped his hand.
Is that why you're moping here in the early hours?
Nick flinched as if struck. I'm not moping.
Spare me. I recognize your habits well enough. Whenever you were troubled, instead of confronting the challenge, you fled to your room, locked the door, and blasted music to drown out your thoughts while you found something to read.
Lucian shrugged.
I hoped you'd grow out of it as you got older. I see you have not. Am I the book you seek to read, since you have no music with you?
Nick struggled for words. It wasn't that his father was wrong. When upset, he'd always sought privacy. He'd never liked to argue with his father, doubly so after their mother's death. I was just trying to do the mature thing, he told the mirror. No fits, no shouting, just leaving and occupying myself until I calmed down. Is that so wrong? His father crossed his arms, and his eyes narrowed.
You confuse timidity and avoidance with maturity. Conflict shapes every world, every nation, and every people. Do you remember when you asked to adopt a stray cat and I refused? Despite how much you clearly desired a pet, you relented immediately. That was how I knew you did not possess the proper temperament to care for it.
I was 10 years old.
Is this the argument you now wish to make? His father asked. That you still behave as if you were 10?
Mick shoved the mirror into the rucksack. When he withdrew his hand, it was shaking. Why? He asked himself. Why do I do this to myself? The last thing he expected or desired was an answer from Cataloger, but she quickly gave it.
Because you still possess positive emotional attachment to whom the mirror of theft currently replicates.
Thanks, Nick thought. I'd have never guessed.
Incorrect. Observation strongly suggests you are emotionally aware of your own self and would reach this conclusion on your own.
Nick was torn between laughing and screaming. Sarcasm, he whispered. You desperately need to learn how to detect sarcasm.
If you are offering to instruct, I am willing to accept educational input and examples.
That is not... He sighed. It was so hard to stay mad at her, but he tried, damn it, he tried. He was tired and confused. And then there was that mirror in his rucksack, always weighing on his mind. I don't want to teach you sarcasm, cataloger. I don't want anything from you except the occasional help I ask for. How about we try that for a while? Silence followed, long and uncomfortable in the gloomy morning.
You do not wish to know me?
What?
You said sharing knowledge leads to learning of one another, a situation you referenced as small talk.
Nick wished he wasn't so tired. It was hard to focus. Did cataloger mean what he thought she meant? So, you're sharing information with me because...
Because
Another long pause.
Because I dislike your current emotional state and wish for it to improve.
Nick found himself surprisingly touched. Are you trying to be my friend, cataloger?
I provide information and guidance for unique visitors. There are few limitations to the manner of that guidance.
I'm not sure if that's a yes or a no, Nick said.
Unfortunate.
He laughed, despite how poorly the morning had started. There was something strangely charming about hearing cataloger trying, in her own specific way, to cheer him up. He tied up his bedroll, flung his supplies onto his back, and returned to the campfire, where Violet and Frost had slept. They were both awake, and Violet was busy using a bit of her fire magic to relight the dormant fire so she could cook their breakfast on an iron pan.
Morning,
Violet said, as chipper as ever.
Did you sleep well?
Like a baby, he lied. Now, toss me that little slab of salted pork there because I'm starving.
Just a quick detour, I promise,
Violet said as she led the way. They'd exited the maple forest and were skirting along its edge, where the trees gave way to a field thick with ryegrass.
I know you're busy searching for your sister, but I promise it's not even that far from Castle Astarta.
I've already agreed, Frost said, following just behind.
You don't need to convince me twice.
Yes, but you sounded very hesitant about it, Nick said, following last in line. His rucksack felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Sweat dripped from his forehead and neck to soak his fine shirt. All these long marches, they're killing me. I'm gaining some stats for this, right? Frost glanced over her shoulder and winked.
Probably. A concise report of statistical improvements is available every night if so desired.
Pass, Nick said. Half an hour later, they paused at the end of the meadow. A new forest loomed before them, only this time, something about the maple trees was wrong. The branches were barren despite the unchanging time of year, and the ground was awash in a layer of orange and yellow leaves. Is this it? Nick asked. Is this the entrance?
Location: Rockgrave Forest. Description: a 17-acre forest of maple and ironwood trees, much of which has recently grown over the past century in the absence of prior human civilization efforts to curtail its growth. Before them, as if marking the edge of the forest, was an archway of gray stone about twice Nick's height, its front decorated with runes Nick could not understand. It looked like a pathway to nothing, its surface cracked and covered with thorned vines. Brambles grew underneath. Beyond, Nick saw hints of what might have once been buildings but were now broken ruins. Fascinating,
Violet said, approaching the arch. Can you read it? Nick asked.
I can. It says...
She paused. During her pause, cataloger helpfully chimed in.
I can translate old text as necessary. The Winter Arch,
Violet concluded.
It was an entrance into a Majir city. She is correct.
Not much of a city left, Frost said, following Violet with her hand resting on the hilt of her sword.
What would you expect after thousands of years?
Violet asked.
Then why are we here?
She shot back.
In the hope that something survived.
The trio walked underneath the arch, and upon their passage, Nick shivered. It felt like a cold breeze had swept through him. That, or someone had walked across his grave. Does the city have a name? He asked.
To the people who lived here, it was known as Constance,
Violet answered, before her mouth dropped open.
Look!
At first, Nick saw only a broken wall amid the trees, the weathered bricks barely reaching up to his waist. Then the air flickered, and a translucent blue image appeared, a ghost within his vision. Where bricks ended, the blue continued, rising in remembrance of the city's former glory. A window split it, oval and lined with indented flowers carved onto the stone itself. It ended at an arch, and atop it, the 3-loop symbol Violet had earlier shown Nick as the Magir's interpretation of infinity. The wall shimmered, as if birthed by starlight despite the glow of the sun. Nick approached, and when he touched it with his hand, it passed right through. "I think we're in the right place," he said. They continued deeper into the forest, following an exuberant Violet. She was practically skipping, and her head was constantly on a swivel. More and more of the runes surrounded them, shining faintly of their previous existence. With every step, the blue grew less translucent, starting to take on actual texture. What were scattered and broken walls became full buildings, pierced by the branches and trunks that coexisted alongside them.
"This was a flesh tanner,"
Violet said, pointing to one building.
"And I think that was where people brought bones to be washed after death."
"Cheery," Nick said, gazing upward. Was it him, or was the forest starting to thin?
"The Magir didn't consider death a grim affair,"
Violet said, pulling out a book from her pack, along with a slender piece of charcoal.
"Why would they, when they possessed power to bring the dead back to life?"
Violet jotted notes as she went, and her joy was all that kept Nick going. Everything about Constance felt wrong, though he couldn't say why.
"Look, a crossroad!"
she shouted, and then pointed to a road sign. There was nothing shimmering or translucent about it.
"Maybe we can find one of their cathedrals. Every drawing of them I've seen shows them as utterly magnificent."
Nick paused in the crossroads center and spun in place. Everywhere he looked, he saw buildings and empty streets. A shiver ran through him. The style of their construction was odd. What was stone was painted white, but anything built of wood was a deep green. The tops of buildings had subtle shifts, so instead of ending blocky or square, they thinned and curled. Nick couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking through the world's largest ribcage. "Hey, cataloger, care to explain why we can see a long destroyed city?"
"The city is clearly not destroyed."
"Clearly," Frost said, as they walked the glowing streets, having also heard the answer. "It reminds me of the Swallowed City, only that was like 2 cities stacked atop each other. This is... I feel like the city is itself a ghost, but the longer we stay here, the more real it becomes." "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" Nick asked, touching another wall. It held firm, unlike before.
"Your guess is as good as mine. Or catalogers, I suppose."
But Frost was right. The more they traveled, the more real everything became. The walls were beginning to lose their shimmer entirely. Most worrisome, when he looked to the sky, he saw stars. Even weirder was the haunting image of the sun amid the stars, starting to fade and lose color. The trees themselves were almost gone entirely, despite a belief deep in the pit of his stomach that, no, they were still very much in the middle of a forest. But what did it mean if a city locked in the past was becoming more real? Was it melding into the present, or... "What time is it, cataloger?" Nick asked aloud.
"Morning. Midnight."
Nick and Frost exchanged a look. The unsettling answer gave Nick an awful idea he had to confirm. "Cataloger, what year is it?" he asked.
"It is the current year."
"And what year is that?"
The current year is... The current year is...
"Shit," Frost muttered. "I can't imagine it's a good thing for Cataloger to lose track of when we are. We need to get out of here before we end up permanent residents in some weird forgotten memory of the past." "I'm not the one to convince." Nick pointed to where Violet was copying a drawing of a bronze statue several hundred yards ahead. The statue was of a skeletal hand, its fingers half-curled, with each digit carefully wrapped in vines blooming with deep cupped flowers. Chase her down and tell her it's time to go unless we want to be permanently trapped in a forgotten past. Frost bit her lower lip, then nodded.
I'll get her,
she said. Nick waited in place, his arms crossed and his spine constantly shivering. It felt cold despite the spring weather. Then again, it might not actually be spring here, in whatever remnant of the past Constance still existed in. A strained cough nearly sent Nick leaping off his feet, the sound stark and unnatural in the eerily silent city. He walked the road slowly in the direction he thought he heard it come from. Not far along, he paused. The pale tiles alongside the road shimmered in one particular spot. He leaned closer, and though it was white at first, it suddenly transitioned to reveal a bright red bloodstain. Nick saw several other spots, now properly colored, and followed them to the door of a nearby home. It was absurd, but Nick paused to knock. The sound was louder than he anticipated, and he flinched. No answer. "What were you expecting?" he muttered, then tested the handle, which was long and shaped of iron, not locked. Holding sorrow aloft, he pushed it open and stepped inside. For one brief moment, Nick saw the home as it once was. A fire burned in the fireplace immediately ahead, a kettle bubbling above it. Bright sunlight shone through the glass window to his left. He saw a flash of children running, a boy and a girl, both with green ribbons tied in their hair. A mother stacking logs to keep the fire roaring. A rocking chair nearby covered with a white cloth, the 3-ring infinity symbol sewn in silver across its center. In the middle of the floor, the skin of a black-furred bear. Then, ashen white dust, brittle wood, and desolate emptiness. Amid it lay a bleeding man, with his back against the white brick of the fireplace.
"Stay back,"
he said, one hand on his chest, the other holding a long knife. His curly black hair stuck to his forehead with sweat. A bow lay useless beside him. He could barely lift his knife, let alone wield a bow. Nick saw bones sticking out of the man's stomach, and at angles he could not quite fathom. His clothes were quite different from those of the people Nick had met in Greenboro, the fabric a dark brown and flowing long down past his knees. A flash of red above his head, and Nick saw the pitiful remnants of the man's health bar. "I'm not here to hurt you," Nick said, slowly lifting his hands as he stepped through the door. "I'm here to help."
"Help?"
the man said, and he winced as he spoke.
"Are you mad? Who sent you here? Was it Ranu?"
"I don't know who Ranu is. We came here because of a friend. She wanted to learn more about the Majir." That earned a pained, wet laugh.
"She's about to learn more."
He couldn't finish the sentence. His eyes squeezed shut, and his jaw vibrated up and down from a choked-back scream from a sudden wave of pain. Nick immediately turned about and shouted,
Frost! Violet! I need help here!
He then returned to the wounded man, dropped to his knees, and assessed what had happened to him. "Lie down and keep still," he said. We'll get you bandaged, all right?" Frost burst through the door, her sword ready and ice swirling about her left hand. "Nick?" she asked, baffled. "He's injured," Nick said, gesturing toward the man. The ice vanished, and she approached while sheathing her sword. "Who is he?" she asked.
"Khosra,"
the man answered through gritted teeth.
"And forget me. You need to run. It's not safe. He's hunting me."
Outside, Violet shouted their names, and she sounded panicked. "He?" Nick asked, his blood running cold.
"The Lich."
The wall to the home blasted inward, showering the three of them with brittle wood and brick that looked like it was made of chalk and bone rather than whatever stone it may have once been. Violet landed on the floor amid the wreckage. Her face was scraped in multiple places, and her red coat was torn at the waist. That she was alive at all was shocking, let alone that her health bar was barely scratched, as the red bar above her head immediately appeared in Nick's vision. Before the newly opened hole in the wall stood a furious, withered man, robed in white, burning green magic flaring about his hands. Chapter 30. Nick.
Gavril, level 37, undying. Archetype, sorcerer. Special classification, lich. Armor, magical aura, tier 4.
Green threads weaved through the lich's sleeves and across his waist, forming constant circular patterns that looped back in on themselves. His back was bent, as if it were a struggle to stand, and his arms hung low through his enormous sleeves. Remnants of pale flesh clung to his skull, providing a faint remembrance of his appearance in life. A pendant rested above the exposed vertebrae of his neck. Again, the eternal triple looping symbol. His eyes were alive with green fire. Though no tongue remained in his creaking jaw, he spoke with a thunderous voice.
"More trespassers,"
the lich said. The words did not quite match the movements of his thin, desiccated lips, as Cataloger translated his speech in Nick's mind.
"Would you deny us peace?"
"Fantastic," Nick said, and immediately flung a lightning bolt at the lich's chest. It connected in a burst of sparks, the lightning swirling through the robe, but carrying far less impact than Nick would have liked. In retaliation, the lich waved his hand in a wide arc. 4 verdant orbs flowed from his palm, shaping into the form of curled bones.
Spell, bone strike, Mashir.
Nick dropped to the ground, covering Khosra with his body. Frost reacted faster. She slammed the sides of her hands together and pointed her palms, flinging out an ice wall to seal off the broken entrance of the building. The 4 ribs smacked the other side, cracking the ice, but failing to push through. "You all right, Violet?" Frost asked as 4 more ribs pounded the other side.
I will be,
She said, pushing back to her feet with a slight wobble.
assuming that mad lich out there doesn't kill us all.
The ice blasted apart, Frost's spell finally breaking before the barrage. The living skeleton stepped through, green fire wreathing his hands.
"I am Gavril the Emboldened,"
he said as he lifted his decrepit arms.
"I will not let you defile the shimmering city."
Nick and Frost both showed him their opinion of such a belief, unleashing their magic. An ice lance shot for Gavril's gut, while Nick's lightning bolt streaked straight for his mouth. The lich staggered, 20% of his health gone in a flash. And then, Gavril's bare teeth spread wide in a vicious grin.
"You walk the proud city of Constance,"
he said,
"and we will not be broken."
He lowered his arms while screaming a wordless protest. The noise washed over them, traveling with a physical force that made the rubble shift and vibrate.
Spell, agony wave.
Nick screamed as his entire body locked tight. His mind shrieked in protest at the pain flooding through him. When he was 9, he'd split his leg open falling on an exposed pipe, while exploring a dilapidated farm back on Tanith, needing 15 stitches to seal the cut. He'd broken his collarbone playing handball when he was 12. None of it compared to this agony blasting his mind apart. It was as if every nerve in his body was firing off at its most extreme. Though it felt like an eternity, it lasted but 2 seconds before releasing its grip. Nick gasped, unaware he had been holding his breath. His head pounded, and he was dismayed to see that, in addition to the health it had taken, it had also robbed him of more than half his mana. "Rude," Nick said as he dropped to one knee, needing the stability to fight off a wave of dizziness. He glanced at Khosra, fearing how the injured man had fared during such a spell. Not well was the answer. His already minuscule health pool reduced even further. It should have slain him, though, which made Nick wonder if the spell could inflict pain, but could not kill. Frost recovered sooner, and she dashed across the home with her sword pulled back for a thrust. The lich saw, and his burning green eyes narrowed as he mumbled the words of another spell.
Spell, bone shield.
The bricks beneath Gavril's feet broke into dust, and from the earth shot bones, dozens of them connecting, interlocking into a curving shield. Frost's sword struck it twice, but not hard enough to break through. Nick could see a second bar hovering above the shield, which he suspected revealed the total damage it could endure before breaking. and it was still above half.
You are beauty-wielding steel,
Gavril said, shifting the shield back and forth with the slightest movements of his hand.
But steel rusts. Beauty fades. Only bone remains. When the soil demands its due.
Frost swung for the direct middle of the shield, but the Lich met her sword with a flick of his fingers. The bone shot forward, colliding with Frost and sending her tumbling backward. Her armor absorbed all of the hit from the shield, but the same could not be said about the spike of pale green that shot from underneath her feet.
Spell. Corpse Vine.
Its thorned edges cut across Frost's side and clipped her face, showering her cheek and hair with blood. The vine whipped about, striking Nick across the chest with a far stronger impact than he expected. His insides groaned, and he feared torn muscle and broken bones as he staggered. The corpse vine reared back, curling about for another strike, but then was bathed in a vicious torrent of fire plume, bursting from Violet's outstretched hands. Its heat seared away the vine, ending its existence.
I came to learn,
she said, lifting her arms above her head. The entire room seemed to darken to a deep shade of crimson, the air itself sucking into the orb of flame building between her fingers, as she readied a searing wrath.
But you demand violence!
The orb of fire shot over Frost, who dove aside in fear and continued straight for Gavril. The Lich crossed his arms, bowed his head, and positioned his bone shield in the way. The explosion rocked the foundations of the home with heat so massive, Nick turned away in pain, a single point of health burning from his exposed arm and face. The light of the explosion made a mockery of the faded sun. The bone shield blasted apart, a pitiful impediment to such raw magical power. Within that inferno, Gavril screamed, and Nick could hardly believe the heat that stole away half the Lich's life. Nick stared at Violet wide-eyed and wondered, not for the first time, how she was able to wield such power at a level so close to his own. It seemed said power came at tremendous cost. Violet collapsed to her knees, her weight propped on her hands as she gasped beside the wounded Khosra. Sweat dripped along her face and forehead.
Is he dead?
She asked, unable to see the health bar that remained hovering above the Lich amid the fading destruction of fire.
You wield the magic of princes,
Gavril said, the last of the flames burning away. His robe was seared, his bones blackened.
But you are still children.
Armor. Negation shield.
A shimmering violet shield replaced the bone, burning like a wound to the air itself. Nick tested it with a lightning bolt, and to his dismay, it swirled into the shield and harmlessly vanished. Swords it is, he thought.
Good,
Sorrow responded, the blade humming.
I have long wished a chance to battle the ancient lords of the Majir.
Nick and Frost advanced, each with their sword held at the ready, while Violet remained back in recovery. Nick approached slowly, fearing the Lich's magic. He might be wounded, but he was still horrifyingly dangerous. And if they failed to bring him down, Khosra and Violet would almost certainly die next. Frost lunged first, and Nick followed from the other side, hoping her attack would distract Gavril so his own might strike true. They both clearly underestimated their foe. Frost's attack ended immediately with another agony wave passing over her. The Lich pivoted to face Nick's overhead slash, and instead of dodging, he tilted his head sideways and let Sorrow crack down on his collarbone. The grin on his gray, burnt face spread wide as another spell rolled off his fingertips.
Spell. Paralysis. Majir.
Nick struggled to run, to scream, to do anything, but he was powerless against the magic. He remained perfectly still, outwardly calm, but for the panicked flick of his eyes.
The powder of your bones will line my fireplace,
Gavril said, a spike of bone emerging from the center of his palm, its tip jagged and cruel.
Nick!
Ice shards flew from Frost's hand. The Lich's negation shield pivoted, but her aim was not toward him. The shards knifed across Nick's skin, teasing, a prelude to something disastrous. They stung, and blood dripped down his face and neck. But thankfully, the pain freed him from the paralysis that had locked down his body. The lich thrust, but Nick positioned Sorrow in the way just in time. The obsidian struck bone with a clack, knocking the attack away, and then he cut backward, Sorrow slicing across ribs.
Get back!
Frost shouted, and he quickly obeyed. Frost flung her hand toward the floor to cover his retreat. Ice rushed forward, her frost nova undercutting the ethereal shield to wrap around the lich's feet and ankles. He pulled against them, but the strength of his frail form was not enough.
I'll keep him pinned,
An unsteady Violet shouted as she lobbed firebolts directly at Gavril's shield, forcing him to keep it turned her way.
Bring him down!
Nick readied his lightning, then hesitated as a thought came to him. It was a stupid question to ask, but with only 11 mana remaining, he had but one cast of lightning bolt left, and needed to be sure. Cataloger, does ice count as water?
Ice is the solid form of water, maintaining similar properties to...
Good enough! Frost, go first face!
Nick braced himself, aimed his palm, and unleashed a lightning bolt. Aimed not at the lich, but instead at the ice of Frost's frost nova, pinning Gavril in place. It passed just underneath his negation shield and struck true. With a fierce crackle, it streaked through the ice and into the lich's body, its damage increasing 50% from hitting a single target, and then doubling from flowing through water. With extreme satisfaction, Nick watched a large chunk of Gavril's health bar burn away. After such tremendous damage, Gavril's concentration broke, his hands dropping, and his negation shield dissipating. Into that momentary lapse sailed Frost's ice lance, striking the lich square in the face. It punched through his forehead, shattering bone and tearing his jaw from one side. Nick didn't need to see the damage number to know the last points of his health were gone, and the lich was finally slain. The green fire faded from his eyes. His body quivered. The dark magic maintaining Gavril's life burst out like freed smoke, and he collapsed into a puddle of bone, ice, and dust.
Reassessment. Level 10, +1. Statistical improvements. Agility 6, +1. Physicality 5. Endurance 6, +2. Focus 8, +1.
Let's never do that again, Nick said, taking a deep breath and waiting for the sensation to fade. His heart pounded in his chest at a ridiculous clip, and he suspected it matched it in real life. His poor brother was probably horrified watching the monitor. If only Nick could talk to him when in Yenseer, and tell him all was well. With the lich defeated, Frost finally had time to look over the wounded Khosra. Her expression was perfectly neutral, but Nick sensed her growing apprehension.
A nasty wound,
she admitted, reaching into her pack and pulling out a wound-up roll of cloth.
But nothing a strong man like you can't handle, yeah?
Strong,
Khosra said, laughing and choking simultaneously, as she started looping the cloth around his waist. It was immediately soaked crimson.
I'll go keep watch outside,
Violet said after watching a moment. Nick caught her staring at the lich's corpse, a pained expression on her face.
Make sure no more surprises are coming for us.
Frost nodded as she continued unrolling the cloth.
I know why we are here,
Frost said, calmly talking to Khosra as if she had all the practice in the world tying a bandage.
Violet's obsession brought us chasing forgotten empires. But why are you here?
I didn't mean to be,
Khosra said as Frost used her sword to cut the cloth from the roll, and then firmly tie it.
I was hunting a deer, wounded it, made it run. I followed it here, thought I could be quick, in and out. Stupid of me.
Yeah, well, we all make mistakes,
Frost said, putting away the cloth.
And you'll live to make more. Got that, Khosra?
Violet returned inside, and though she was smiling, it looked beyond forced.
We need to be going, she said. I think Gavril might have woken up more at the city.
That, or we're falling deeper into this era and farther from our own world, Nick said. None of this makes sense. And don't try to pretend it does, Cataloger. He knelt beside Khosra, sliding his arms underneath him. We're going to need you to walk, all right?
I don't think I can.
It turned out to be true. A few steps was all Khosra managed before his entire lower body went limp. Nick dropped to his knees as Khosra coughed blood.
Please,
the man said. He stopped to swallow, and then dragged out a tired breath.
Don't let me die here.
I won't, Nick promised. No matter what, I'm getting you home, you hear me? Even if I have to carry you myself. Nick twisted and forced Khosra onto his back. Once he had a good grip on the man's legs and ensured Khosra's arms were wrapped around his neck, he stood with a loud groan. Heavy, but not unbearable. He could make this work. Get us out of here, he said as he stumbled for the door. Happy to, Frost said. Follow me. The four exited the home and continued out to the street. Frost glanced about, then pointed. We came that way, she said. Hurry. I never want to see another Majir building in my life. They hurried along, Khosra bouncing up and down on Nick's back. He tried to ignore the tiny sliver of health left in the man, or how much blood continued to trickle across Nick's back despite Frost's best attempts to bind the wound. They passed towering buildings rising higher and higher, thrice Nick's height, 4 times it, starting to resemble the skyscrapers of Tanith that formed a circle around the planet's spaceport. This can't be right, Nick said, slowing down to gently place Khosra on the ground. His aching back needed a break, and he was determined to force the others to stop. Khosra lay still and limp, his eyes half closed. None of this looks familiar. It has to be the right way, Frost argued. I'm using the sun to keep track. Nick spun in place, his neck craned up at the buildings whose purposes were lost to him, and whose streets were much too wide and empty. That's only if you trust the sun, he said. Frost crossed her arms, ready to argue, then stiffened. Nick? He froze, his heart sinking at the sound of Frost's voice. It was too heavy, too hesitant. Reluctantly, he turned about to confirm what he feared. Khosra lay perfectly still, his mouth slumped open, his eyes wide and unblinking.
The blood loss was too much, Pillager. It was not your fault.
Comfort from sorrow was the last thing Nick expected, nor did he welcome its intrusion. Clenching his jaw, he knelt before the body and started to slide his hands around it. What are you doing? Violet asked. Leave it, it's just a body now. Nick was shocked by her callousness, especially given how contrary it was to her normal lightheartedness and optimism. I made a promise, he said, forcing Khosra's arms around his neck and then hoisting him up by the legs. I said I would get him out of here, and I'm going to, even if it's just to bury him. Frost lowered her voice. Nick, there's no point to— I don't care, Nick snapped. I made a promise. He's my weight to carry, so my choice. Worry about getting us out of here. Of course, Frost said, retreating a step. She pointed to the sky and the faintly visible sun through towering ethereal buildings before shifting the angle of her arm to point at one of the streets. We entered Constance from the south, so that's the way we keep going. South. No, Violet said, scanning the area. No, not south. Don't you understand? Our time, our place? It doesn't matter anymore. This is the world we now occupy. She pointed to one of the signs labeling a street, along with some rudimentary arrows. We came in through the Winter Arch, so that's where we should go. We trust the signs, not the trees or the sun. Frost shot Nick a look. Your tiebreaker, she said. Do I have a vote? Frost glared at nowhere. No. Nick shifted the body on his back, grabbing the legs tighter and trying hard not to think about how he was carrying a dead man. I think Violet's right, he said. If we want out of Constance, then we leave Constance by its own rules. Frost hesitated, then tilted her head at a sudden noise from afar. It sounded like a rock slide, or a stampede. Fine, she said, and nodded at Violet. Get us out. The scholar took the lead, pausing only briefly to double-check the road signs, which were gibberish to Nick. If she's wrong, we run the risk of being stuck here forever, Frost whispered as she walked alongside Nick. Maybe not forever, Nick said, unable to refuse his grim humor. I'm sure we'd die eventually. And if the Ring of Stones is also placed in this forgotten space locked out of time? Nick's pace quickened. Then we might do a lot of dying.
This way!
Violet shouted, gesturing for them to hurry as she hooked a right at the next intersection. The ground shook the moment he reached the intersection. Following it was a trembling roar and the sound of a lone trumpet. What is that? Nick asked, his eyes wide.
Shall I answer?
How about we run and never find out instead? Frost said, as she broke into a sprint. Nick shifted Khosrow's corpse to a more comfortable position on his back, and then followed as fast as his tired legs could carry him. It felt like the stones vibrated beneath his feet, and that rumbling, crashing noise grew closer. Frost and Violet outpaced him, and he gasped with wide eyes as he followed them around another turn. Another horn sounded, dangerously close. Though he knew it was unwise, he twisted at the waist so he could look behind him. He should not have. Dozens of bodies marched toward them, their legs moving in frightening synchronization. They wore no clothes, their skin naked and exposed. Their movements were rushed yet clumsy, their muscles snapping and twitching wrong. Bones. They had no bones. Their open mouths only had waggling tongues and a dark, empty abyss. Green fire pulsed within their chests, shaped like a blooming rose trapped in the vacant hollow where a ribcage should be. Behind them, on a two-wheeled cart, whose sides were covered in tanned hide, and whose yoke was attached to a dozen flesh monstrosities with pale rope, rode another robed lich.
That is what the Magir in their time referred to as a flesh chariot.
Shit! Nick shouted, his boots pounding the stone, a pitiful tap compared to the roaring thunder giving chase. He dared not turn about. He dared not wonder how such a force could exist. The world was breaking. The world was broken. No amount of protestation from Cataloger could convince him otherwise. He ran, and pretended not to see the steady depletion of his stamina in the corner of his vision. He ran through streets, interspersed with trees. He ran past buildings flickering blue, ghosts of a civilization long dead that refused to accept that death had come for it. He ran, back aching, lungs burning, as ahead, the winter arch loomed. The stars blinked out one by one. The sun regained its light. Violet dashed through the arch, Frost right at her heels.
Bring me the trespasser,
the Lich Rider bellowed from atop his chariot, and the fleshy horde let loose a unified shriek like breaking glass. With it came a terribly familiar spell. Agony wave tearing through Nick and turning his vision white with pain. He more fell than ran those last few steps toward the winter arch. The corpse on his back was so heavy, the footsteps of the flesh thing so loud, so near. Blood trickled down his nose, his every muscle aflame. But Nick tumbled the final few feet and collapsed to his knees on the other side of the arch. The moment he passed through, the world wobbled around him. The very air reverberated. The sounds of clattering feet instantly vanished, replaced with the soft rustle of leaves from wind blowing through the carpet covering the forest floor. Frost and Violet stood ahead of him, strangely stiff and unmoving. "Halt!" a firm voice ordered, and Nick realized they were not alone. 6 men and women, 2 with long knives, 4 more with bows raised and readied, waited beyond the forest's edge. Nick slowly set Khosrow's body down, and then raised his hands to show he meant no harm. The stranger's garb was akin to Khosrow's, rough, dark fabric flowing down to their knees. All of them wore stone pendants, carved into the 3-loop symbol of the Magir.
"Khosrow,"
one of the men said, crestfallen upon getting a good look at the cold, still face. "I'm sorry," Nick said, taking a weak step back from the corpse. "We tended his wounds, but they were too severe."
Did you do this?
One of the women asked, the string on her bow stretching farther. Her hair was tied into a 4-band ponytail, and her eyes were surrounded with white paint.
Not us,
Frost said. She too kept her sword sheathed, A Majir Lich,
A lich?
said the eldest of the six. His skin was a deep brown, his eyes golden, and his hair tied into 3 braids that ended just beyond his neck. Unlike the others, he wore gold jewelry wrapped around his arms, and his robes bore a streak of green across their center.
Then you entered Constance.
We did, Nick said, starting to feel hopeful. Khosra said he was hunting a deer and stumbled into there on accident. I was hoping we could get him out and give him medical care, but his voice trailed off, for there was nothing more to say. The 6 glanced at one another, and 2 of them whispered something Nick could not hear.
No one's encountered a lich and lived. Not in my lifetime,
the elder said. It sounded almost like an accusation. Tell that to the one we slew, Frost said. Gavril the Emboldened, he called himself. Now he's just Gavril the Embalmed, Nick said, then immediately regretted it upon realizing he was the only person who would find the joke funny. The glare sent his way confirmed this. A slain lich, the bow woman repeated. Then you truly walked the Shimmering City? Violet perked up at the term. That's what Gavril called it, she said. Have you ever been? As part of our transition to adulthood, she answered, chest puffing up with pride. The apparent leader shot her a look.
Pawn, Bree, wrap the body and carry it back to Hidden Hold,
he said. He returned his attention to the 3, his hands clutching the emblem to his chest.
As for you, we must have words.
That symbol around your neck, Violet said, sounding like she'd been barely holding back the entire conversation. Do you hold to the Majir traditions?
Indeed we do,
the man answered.
It is why we settled beside these sacred ruins.
Nick's nervousness grew. These 6, they had the appearance of a cult to him, and if they considered the place sacred, and the 3 of them trespassers...
Forgive the cautious greeting, the man continued, but my people are ever in danger in the lands of the God King. I am Ranu, leader of the Majir Remembrance. Would you be willing to surrender your weapons and accompany me to my village?
For what reason? Frost asked, her demeanor still cautious. Ranu's smile brightened for the first time since seeing Khosra's body.
Because you encountered a former master of the Majir and lived, he said. And for the enlightenment of my people, I would beg that you share with me all you saw and learned.
Chapter 31. Nick. The Majir Remembrance lived amid the silver maple trees of rock-gray forest, albeit nearly half a mile away from the ghostly ruins of the city. Ranu talked as they traveled to his little village, his voice somber and instructive. He reminded Nick of his many tutors back on Tanith.
We reject the new religion birthed by the supposed God King,
Ranu explained.
As do we reject the hedonistic revelry that defined the Sinafel. Before them both reigned the Majir, and they saw life and death in ways we are only beginning to understand.
I've seen it in person and still don't understand, Nick said, shuddering at the memory of Gavril shrieking out his agony wave spell. He'd seen plenty of strange things in Yensir, but a walking, talking skeleton belonged at the top of the list. Hidden Hold, Ranu called his village. An impressive name for a much less impressive place. Most dwellings were but tents, though an occasional wood structure was built against a tree to offer shelter from wind and rain. The 4 arrived just behind the hunters carrying Khosra's corpse, and Nick's greeting to the village was the soft wailing of a woman kneeling over the body.
Come,
Ranu said, guiding them past.
I would discuss what you saw.
He took them to the largest building in the village, a log feasting hall with thick hides draped across the top to form its roof. A small hole near the very apex allowed smoke from the roaring fire in the center of the room to escape. On the hall's benches, they sat and recounted their story. Upon hearing Nick's explanation of why Khosra had ended up in Constance, the Remembrance leader sadly shook his head.
Food has been growing scarce lately, he said. Poor Khosra likely dreaded coming back to our village empty-handed, as if this was somehow better. One less mouth to feed, he might argue, the unserious fool he always was.
Ranu chuckled and shook his head.
Stars above, I will miss him. Thank you for bringing his body back to us. Lost in Constance, we never would have found him, let alone had the opportunity to bid his soul farewell amid the morning song.
Violet immediately perked up.
The morning song? She asked. Can we attend?
Ranu's demeanor immediately hardened.
You do not realize what you are asking for.
But I do,
Violet insisted.
My focus of study has always been on the Majira. Please, let me bear witness, so I might listen and learn.
Nick felt the tension tightening, but he hadn't a clue what the argument might even be about. Forgive my ignorance, he said, but what is the morning song? Ranu crossed his arms, the gold jewelry around them rattling.
Many people believe the Magirs showed death great disdain, but it is a false belief foisted upon people by the Sinifel. They murdered us easily enough for having any supposed reverence toward life.
Sorrow spoke within Nick's mind. Nick flicked the handle of his sword with his forefinger in an attempt to keep the blade silent.
We know this,
Ranu continued,
because there is a sacred ceremony to be performed for those who died before being granted an ever-living body, while also lacking a proper master who could rebind their soul to their dead flesh, animating it so they might live again.
The older man sighed.
That is all of us now. We have no masters, and so we perform the ceremony. With every loss, we sing the morning song. The morning song,
Sorrow seethed.
I heard tales of this ritual from my forefathers. It is an insult to life. Do not endure it, pillager, unless you would forfeit all that is good in your heart. They will steal it from you, steal your very soul.
Nick did not argue with the blade. Where to even begin? Did his digital self in Yenseer even have a soul? If so, what were the implications of that discovery?
I understand it's sacred,
Violet argued, surprisingly stubborn when she desired something. Though Ranu towered over her, she marched up to him and stared him in the eye.
But we brought Khosra out from Constance to be mourned by his loved ones. Is that not worth granting my request?
Our deepest beliefs are not prizes to be won,
Ranu said, a hard edge entering his voice.
And I'm not trying to win anything. I have spent my life seeking the knowledge you and your people possess. Would you hoard it from one who searched with an open heart and mind?
Ranu shifted uncomfortably.
We have ever sought to teach the wisdom of the Majir to an ignorant people,
he admitted.
But the risks, they're always so great.
We are no soldiers of the God King,
Frost chipped in.
Nor are we agents of the Sinifel.
He'd be dead if you were,
grumbled Sorrow. Ranu turned away from them, his hands crossed behind his back, fingers twiddling with the jewelry around each wrist.
Very well, he said. Given the knowledge you have shared of Constance, and your attempts to save Khosra's life, I will allow you to attend the morning song, but only if you swear to remain silent and merely observe. Is that acceptable?
Nick shrugged, curious but not particularly interested in the religious ritual. His reaction was the opposite of Violet's.
Of course,
she said excitedly.
When does it begin?
Ranu headed for the door of the hall and gestured for them to follow.
When night falls, and we bathe in the light of the moon.
There were roughly 40 people in Majir's remembrance, 12 of them children. Together, they gathered around a roaring bonfire in the middle of a field just shy of the rock-gray forest. They had removed most of their jewelry and had swapped their black robes for a pale white.
Why white?
Nick quietly asked Violet as they followed Ranu to the bonfire. Where I'm from, mourning is done dressed all in black.
White is the color of bone,
she answered, keeping her voice a whisper.
When impure flesh and organs are burned away, it is bone that remains. Bone lasts when all else does not. It's meant to be holy, purified.
The group formed 2 circles around the bonfire, with the visitors relegated to the outer circle. Ranu stayed with them, fielding the occasional question from the others, who were clearly unhappy with a foreign presence at such a private moment.
We must be brave to share our most heartfelt beliefs with the world.
Nick overheard Ranu telling an elderly woman with gray hair hanging all the way down to her ankles.
We cannot hide forever.
Hiding is how we survive, the old woman spat. It is the world that will kill us.
We can only hope,
said Sorrow.
Enough!
Nick shouted in his mind as he clutched the black hilt. Why do you hate the Majir? It was Vaughn who overthrew you.
Behold their grotesque ritual and know for yourself.
Last to arrive were the corpse carriers. Khosrow's body was fully wrapped in white cloth and carried on a wicker stretcher by 2 able-bodied men. They laid it beside the roaring bonfire and then turned to Ranu. Wordless communication passed between them as the cult's leader stepped into the center ring.
We live in an age without masters,
he began.
A time when this feeble flesh of ours is the only life we control. Once, our forefathers believed death could not defeat us, but that was hubris and naivete. It was denying the truth we must embrace. Death can always claim our bodies. But who we are in spirit, who we become in the shadowed lands that follow, that death cannot touch. Death is an end, but we are endless.
Ranu gestured toward the carriers.
Give the flesh to the flames.
The 2 men hoisted the corpse and heaved it upward, flinging the body deep into the center of the bonfire. It landed amid tangled branches and neatly stacked logs. Nick realized the bonfire had been carefully built so the center was sunken, hiding the consumption of the corpse. They would only see the flames and smoke, and because of that, he was relieved. The carriers set the stretcher down by the fire, and then took up spots in the inner circle. For a long time, no one spoke. Children fell silent, quieted by their parents. Nick sensed the atmosphere shift, and he wondered what would follow. Would it be the mourning song Sorrow so deeply despised? Ranu stepped closer to the fire, and he slowly turned so he might address all in attendance.
It is time for us to mourn that which we have lost,
he said. He extended a hand.
Layla, will you be the spine of the song?
A blonde woman who looked roughly Nick's age stepped forward. Her gaze locked on the bonfire, and it was a long while before she found the strength to speak.
I am honored,
she said. All around, everyone lifted their arms toward the dark night sky, and to avoid feeling awkward, Nick imitated them. In the outer ring, an elderly woman with a set of lambskin drums resting on the grass before her tapped away at their surface, and over that beat, Layla began to sing. There were no words, at least none that cataloger aided in translating. The song rose in volume, a beautiful chant alternating among a few basic notes. Wordless but not meaningless. The rest of the convocation took up the song, perfectly in sync. At least, at first.
Khosrow was a good man, who watched over my children when I was sick and could not attend them,
a woman nearby said, her voice breaking from the drone.
He loved them and helped teach my boys to read.
She lowered her arms and bowed her head.
I have no more words.
He hated squirrels,
a man from the opposite side of the fire said, his voice barely audible over the song.
Said they hated him too, always dropping nuts on his head. Khosrow, he was always ready to laugh, always eager to put a smile on the face of a friend.
Down went his arms.
I have no more words.
More stories, more anecdotes, times when Khosrow helped the sick, a smile given when needed. More arms dropped. All the while, Layla continued her guiding chant, shifting among its 3 simple notes, amid the steady patter of drums. The fire burned. The singing quieted with each story told, and each pair of arms lowered. Sorrow's voice dared whisper amid the solemnity.
This cannot be the mourning song.
Fully realizing what was happening, and knowing they could never belong to it, Nick lowered his arms without offering a tail. His face burned red. He felt like an interloper here. Amid such a tight community, he could never be a part of that song. Frost shifted awkwardly beside him, and he suspected she felt the same. Violet, however, watched with her eyes wide and her face a perfect calm mask.
When I fled Greenborough, condemned for denying godhood to the wretched Vaan, it was Khosra who saved me,
Ranu said, one of the last to speak.
We were outnumbered, yet still he fought. His aim with a bow, it was extraordinary. Just as good as his father's, if not better. And now he goes to join his father.
He lowered his arms.
I have no more words.
Only Layla continued to sing. Her song rose in defiance of the growing silence, strong and pure. The drums beat harder. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she tilted her face to the sky, and she reached her hands higher, higher, as if she might pluck out the stars with her fingers. And then her song stopped, and she spoke instead with strength unmatched. I loved you more than life itself, my husband. Wait for me in the lands beyond the living. Wait for me until I can see you again. Her tears became a river, and she forced herself to speak through a sudden rush of emotion. I have no more. She collapsed to her knees, and Ranu rushed to her side, holding her. There was only the crackling of the bonfire and the sound of the widow's grieving. The drums fell silent.
The words are spoken,
their leader said, Layla cradled in his arms.
The mourning is done. Do your work, flames, and then be gone.
The bonfire roared with sudden life. The flames formed arms, reaching, fingers extended and glowing gold and orange. Nick blinked, and they were gone, if they ever existed at all. The fire flickered and died. The branches and logs were consumed. All that remained were bones. So many bones. 40 bodies, maybe 50. All stacked and burned here in this field. The history of it struck Nick like a spear to the chest. Guilt followed. These are the people you've been killing, he thought. Ranu gently lifted Layla back to her feet, dipped his hand into the ashes, and then wiped away her tears with his thumb. Black streaks spread across the widow's face, and she smiled even as her tears trickled down, drawing long dark streaks to her chin. These are the people you insist are not real. Were such funerals held back at Meadowtent? Did the people grieve over the men he beat with stones and stabbed with a rusty sickle? The fear they'd shown, the ferociousness with which they'd hunted him. When will it be enough? So many dead, so many innocent lives lost. And for what, Demon Nick? Your pleasure? Sorrow's voice whispered into the horrid memory of Sir Gareth's condemnation. Your sins are many, but then again, so are mine. I didn't know, Nick whispered. He wasn't even sure whom he was talking to. Sorrow, cataloger, himself? But he had known. Again and again, cataloger had insisted he treat Yensir as real, as a place with history, life, emotions. He'd heard the words. He'd just never believed them. Part of him still fought against it. That part was powerless against Layla's grief and the way the other members of the Remembrance gathered around her, offering quiet words of encouragement and love. Nick had endured 2 funerals for his own family. Those words, those sympathetic faces, powerless to help, yet trying to anyway. This was true. It felt real, in a way that could not be faked. Digital data, ones and zeros. He could tell himself that again and again, and yet none of it would chase away the lingering sound of Layla's song as she finally, at long last, gave up her words. Hey, Frost said, setting her hand on his shoulder. Are you all right? Nick turned to answer, torn between laughing and crying. I don't know, he said. And then a sword burst through Frost's chest, staining her with blood. Chapter 32. Nick. Nick stared at the growing pool of blood with wide eyes and a broken mind. It made no sense. Frost wasn't dying. That wasn't a sword pierced through her chest.
Nick,
She said, a bit of blood dribbling down her cheek. Her knees went weak. She collapsed, and to his shock, she was not dead. A sliver of her health remained visible, pulsating violently. Screams followed. Panic, confusion. Nick looked beyond the clearing to see Sir Gareth approach, his hands empty, his thrown sword embedded in the dying Frost. Black fire burned about his hands.
I find you at last, demon,
Gareth said.
Heretics ever seek fellowship amid heresy.
He made a throwing motion, and from his hand flew a thick black orb whose center was solid darkness, but whose edges burned with midnight fire.
spell, dark orb.
The orb struck Nick square in the chest. He gasped as the fire charred across his leather armor, the impact like a dozen punches to the chest.
What?
He gasped, unable to finish his sentence as he collapsed onto his back. The attack was nothing like Gareth's previous magic, built of his faith in Vaughn.
Gareth, level 17, human, archetype, knight, special classification, deity blessed, Iman, armor, augmented chainmail, quality tier 7.
The knight has abandoned his god,
Sorrow answered.
He wields Iman's magic now. Slay him, pillager, no matter the cost. This blasphemy cannot stand.
Slay him? Nick said, eyeing the approaching knight with dread. Shouldn't you two be friends?
I need not explain myself to you, but what Gareth has become is abhorrent to me. End him.
As if it would be that easy. Nick staggered to his feet, wishing he could help Frost. All around him, members of the Remembrance panicked and fled, led by Ranu.
Into the woods!
He shouted to them.
Flee! Flee to the safe spaces we prepared!
2 more orbs of shadow swelled in Gareth's hands.
I have no business with you, Majir cultists. I'm here only for the demons.
Before he threw the orbs, fire swelled at his feet, bursting forth to form a wall.
Spell, firewall. Stay back!
Violet shouted, her hands extended as her magic poured forth.
We've no business with you.
But I have business with you,
Gareth said, and flung another orb, unseen from the other side. It passed through the wall of fire, its aim immaculate, to strike Violet in the chest. She rocked, gasping from the pain. The wall faded, her concentration broken.
You have allied yourself with demons, scholar of Silver Song,
he said, pulling his shield off his back.
Their guilt is now yours.
Nick and Violet unleashed their magic simultaneously. Gareth weathered both with his shield raised high, the lightning bolt striking the metal and swirling about it, while Violet's firebolts cracked against it and burned the air harmlessly. Nick flung 2 more bolts, frustrated by how little damage they were doing through the shield. 18 mana spent, and he'd only chipped away a sliver of Gareth's health.
Run.
Frost said weakly at Nick's feet.
Just leave me. I'll...
Stand your ground, pillager,
Sorrow seethed.
Or would you abandon the cultists whose lives your presence endangered?
Nick glanced over his shoulder as he readied Sorrow. The cultists had fled, all but Ranu, who remained by the pile of bones with his arms raised and his head tilted to the sky. Nick had no time to ponder what the man was doing. 2 more lightning bolts, impotent against the enormous golden shield, and Gareth had crossed the distance. Despite their differences in levels, Gareth was still weaponless, and Nick lunged forward, hoping that might be advantage enough. Sorrow scraped along the shield, easily deflected. Nick swung twice more, trying to find an opening. Instead, he was rewarded with a sudden charge, the shield smashing into him and awkwardly pinning his arm. It did no damage, but it sent him flying to a tumbling landing on the grass.
Leave them alone!
Violet shouted, fire swirling around her hands. It exploded outward as an enormous plume, and even with Gareth's shield to block, it still burned. Flames kissed his skin, but despite the spell's fury, it only chipped away at Gareth's health. Not worth the exhaustion it caused Violet as she dropped to her knees. Not when Gareth loomed large, more than half his health remaining. Nick added to it the best he could. 2 more bolts that crackled through the shield, their damage maddeningly reduced. When the barrage ended, Gareth bent down, his hand closing about the hilt of his sword, embedded in Frost's back.
Nick,
Frost said, still struggling to breathe. Gareth's heel pressed to her skull.
run, Nick.
Gareth stomped with all his strength, cracking her skull. Her head caved in, gore spilling out, bone crunching, and then she was blessedly turned to shadow and dust. I pray that suffering was enough, Gareth said, as he lifted his freed sword. Both of you must learn pain awaits you in Yensier, if we are to be free of your evil. Evil, Nick said, once more rising to his feet. You're the one who interrupted a funeral with murder. Is it murder if the victim returns unharmed? Gareth asked. He slung his shield back over his shoulder and held his left hand up. Dark fire swarmed across his fingers. Or do you suffer still, in whatever lands you return to when your life here ends? Hardly information Nick wished to share. The last thing he needed was Gareth knowing the physical costs he paid with his every death inside Yensier. Before he could think of a proper retort, a new voice thundered across the night. Interloper! Ranu shouted, now standing atop the pile of bones in the heart of the dormant mourning pyre. Gareth held his sword defensively before him. I would show you undeserved mercy, cultist, Gareth shouted back. Do not come between me and the demons. Green light swirled around the edges of the bone pile. It looked like flames at first, until they grew larger and brighter. Moths, little moths, flitting up and down before diving into the center of the bones. Bones that shimmered a deep emerald and vibrated with life.
I keep the ways of the Eternal,
Ranu said, as matching fire swelled about his wrists.
And for the sake of my people, I will see the champion of the false empire humbled.
Spell, Bone Storm.
The bones of the corpses rose into the air about Ranu, swirling in orbit. Faint green fire shimmered across their bleached white surface. Ranu stood in the storm's center, majestic in his pale robe. He pointed at Gareth and issued his challenge as his name and level fluctuated before Nick's eyes, growing in strength from the power of the dead.
Ranu, level 11, human, archetype, cultist. Special classification, necrotic caster.
Show me the might of the god you serve,
Ranu said,
and I shall give you the promise of those whom death knew not.
Sir Gareth pulled his shield off his back and held it at the ready, his head lowered and his legs braced. It matters not whom I serve, he said. You'll die either way, cultist. He charged Ranu into the heart of the storm. Bones ceased their orbit to fling toward him in a relentless barrage. Ribs pierced his sides. Femurs struck his legs. Teeth dove for his eyes. The hits were many, but weak, and Gareth relied on his armor to endure them, robbing the bones of much of their sting. Gareth roared as he charged, and when the gap was closed between him and Ranu, he flung his shield aside while raising his sword. Ranu met the challenge. His arms crossed over his chest. The bones pulled in, latching together to form a wall. Gareth's sword struck the center and failed to penetrate.
You insult the morning song,
Ranu said, visibly struggling from the strain to control the bone storm. The fire about his wrists surged with life. The bones twisted, turned, sticking out like awkward spikes. Ranu slammed the entire thing into Gareth, bashing him with enough force to leave him reeling. Gareth bellowed in retaliation, darkness and shadow swelling across his shield to form a swirling maelstrom across the steel.
Spell, Chaos Slam.
That seething mass of ancient magic smashed directly into Ranu's shield. Bones snapped. The magic holding the storm quivered and weakened. Ranu screamed, but he was not yet done. The bones exploded outward in all directions, growing larger and larger to become a dome encasing the two in its heart. Lightning crackled around the outer edges, the same deep green color as the fire.
"You insult the dead we came to sing in remembrance of,"
Ranu said, his voice strained.
"Begone, night! I will suffer your presence no longer."
Magic swelled. Gareth tensed, uncertain of the nature of the attack. He kept his sword close and his shield on his back, and when the magic did come, he held no defense.
Spell. Bone Storm Finality.
The bone shattered at once, erupting with power it seemed only the Magir knew how to manipulate. From within the femurs, ribs, teeth, skulls, and vertebrae emerged fire and lightning, all flickering green and otherworldly. They descended upon Sir Gareth, the lightning reaching first, coursing through his body with such power it paralyzed his limbs, so his pained scream could not emerge, his jaw locked shut, and his lungs unable to function. The fire came next, swarming upon Gareth like rain, yet falling as silent as snow. It sizzled across his golden armor, charring portions black. It flowed to his skin, his face, beneath his armor, living flame that sought to reach past flesh and muscle to touch the very bone. Now Gareth did scream. Guttural, howling, giving sound to the spell, as his life dropped by a massive chunk from the overwhelming power of the spell. Gareth collapsed to his knees, and Ranu did likewise, his power spent. As Nick watched, Ranu's level plummeted back down to 5. Despair filled him. All that fury, and yet it wasn't enough to bring down the night, filled as he was by whatever new blessing had been granted him.
"Foul magic,"
Gareth said. His sword had stabbed the ground, and he clutched it to brace himself.
"Yensier is better with it gone."
With speed belying his size, Gareth lunged back to his feet, crossed the space between him and Ranu, and thrust his sword straight through Ranu's throat. The leader's body vibrated in a sudden seizure. One thrust, despite all his power, all his magic, one thrust was all it took to end the man's life. "Damn it," Nick whispered. He had hoped the cultist could have finally brought down the maddening night, but tonight seemed destined to be one of cruelty. He retreated, rushing across the grass to where Violet had watched the conflict in stunned silence. "You need to leave," Nick insisted, painfully aware Gareth had turned his attention their way. "Don't worry about me and Frost. We can come back from this." "Come back how?" she asked, looking baffled. "Trust me," he said, grinning at her despite his pain and exhaustion. He had to show her he was unafraid. "We're demons, after all." "I don't know what that means," she said. "Only the stories that I've heard." Nick lifted Sorrow in both hands. "It means you run, while I stay and fight. Once you're safe and Gareth's gone, return here and look for us. Both of us, me and Frost. We'll find you, I promise. Now, run!" Violet glanced between Nick and Gareth, then nodded. "All right," she said. "But remember, I'm learning Magir magic, so if you die, I'll find a way to bring you back long enough to yell at you for breaking your promise." Violet sprinted for the safety of the distant maple trees. Nick positioned himself between her and Gareth. He had a single cast of lightning bolt left, but he kept it in reserve, hoping for an opening where the shield could not absorb the brunt of the damage. Lifting Sorrow, he braced and pretended he looked intimidating to the enormous knight.
"Strange to see a demon fight honorably to protect another,"
Gareth said, his gait unchanged as he approached. Wounded as he was, he showed not a hint of pain.
"Does she mean something to you, Nick?"
"She's a friend," Nick said, trying to stay light on his toes and ignore how little health remained in that red bar in the corner of his vision. "Surely you have a few of those besides me. Or does the stick-up-your-ass life of a knight prevent that?" Gareth paused just outside of reach, his sword tilted slightly and held at the defensive. His eyes narrowed. His muscles tensed underneath his armor, now chipped and burned from the battle.
A friend, he said. Then know that when your life is spent, I will hunt her next. She'll bleed out at my feet, Nick. He grinned, sick joy in his eyes. Perhaps when you return, I will have her corpse ready, as a gift between friends. Anger drove Nick onto the offensive, even as sorrow warned against falling for such bait. He abandoned all he'd learned from his training with Frost. No stances, no careful movements, just wild swings with his strength poured into them. The aggression meant nothing to the more skilled knight. He easily batted aside Nick's panicked slashes, twice, 3 times, and then shocked him with a sudden lunge forward with his elbow leading. It struck Nick in the forehead, costing him his vision as the world spun and his legs wobbled, threatening to lose their balance. Knowing he was vulnerable, he swung blindly, hoping to intercept a killing blow. Instead, his sword struck Gareth's armor, rebounding off without harming. In return, Gareth smashed his head straight into Nick's, further lighting up the world with white. Nick rocked backward, then gasped when Gareth's fist struck him in the stomach hard enough to crack a rib. An immediate elbow followed, hardened with the gleaming chainmail, striking Nick in the face. His nose exploded with pain, blood splattering. When he fell, Gareth pressed his heel to Nick's chest, pinning him to the ground, while the other foot stepped on Sorrow's blade so he could not swing it. Nick struggled in vain, nowhere near strong enough to overcome the combined weight of Gareth and his armor, as the knight loomed over him. "What is this?" Gareth asked, reaching down with his free hand. "More heretical artifacts? Or did you steal this?" It was the mirror, Nick realized. It had slipped from his pocket. Gareth lifted it, studying the runes written upon the handle. A strange panic filled Nick, and he flailed with his free hand. "Give it back," he said, struggling to speak. Breathing was difficult given the weight. Gareth stared into the glass, momentarily transfixed, and then shook his head. "No, Demon Nick," he said, pocketing it. "I will take everything from you. Bleed it from you bit by bit until you learn Yensier offers nothing but pain to your presence." Nick might not be able to push free, but the momentary distraction had caused Gareth to shift his weight and not press down so firmly. It wasn't much, but it was enough for Nick to slide Sorrow's blade out from underneath the knight's other foot. He swung, slamming the edge against the side of Gareth's knee. The knight screamed, blood spilling from underneath the plate, and instinctively he retreated a step. Nick rolled onto his stomach, clutching Sorrow's hilt tightly, and scraped his feet along the grass in a struggle to stand. He stumbled more than ran, his muscles weak, his health a pittance of red in the corner of his eye. Up ahead, he saw Violet lingering at Rockgrave Forest's edge. "What are you doing?" he thought. Though his chest ached, he forced himself to scream. "Run, damn it! Get out!" His vision blurred, and he desperately hoped he saw correctly that Violet was fleeing into the trees when he felt the sharp pain of a blade piercing the back of his skull.
Health, 0. Visit terminated.
Chapter 33. Nick. When Nick awoke, he was choking. Something was in his throat, and though he coughed and retched, he couldn't get it out. "Easy there," Simon said, holding Nick down by the shoulders. "Deep breaths. Relax." Nick closed his eyes and fought against the constant urge to cough and clear his throat. He breathed through his nose as he'd been taught, growing more aware of the oxygen tube attached to his nostrils. That sensation was dwarfed by the pounding headache holding the entire front of his head in a vice grip of pain. "What?" he asked, managing only that one word before he had to stop. An urge to vomit had come, and talking made it worse. "What you're feeling is a feeding tube down the back of your throat." Another long, deep breath. All right, he could handle this. "Why?" he asked, keeping his eyes closed. The lights were off in his room, but the glow of the various instruments as well as his brother's laptop was like a knife into his cerebral cortex. "Why?" Because you've been sleeping for days at a time now, that's why. Nick risked sitting up and immediately regretted it. He felt a strange pull on his crotch when he moved and grimaced. "That's a catheter, isn't it?" he asked, each word slow and careful. "Yeah, it is." Simon squeezed his shoulder. "Would you prefer we put you in diapers?" Nick forced his eyes open. "I need back in," he said, his memories growing sharper. "My friends, they're in danger." Simon took a step back, and the comfort he'd been showing vanished behind a cold mask. "Nick, you're in terrible shape. How about you take a break for a bit? I'll remove the gastro tube and you can eat something real, maybe even walk around a bit to stretch your muscles." "No," Nick said, remembering the panic on Violet's face when Gareth stabbed him. He'd shouted for her to flee. Had she listened? "No, I need to get back there now." He lay on his back and closed his eyes. Sleep had come easy to him lately, but not now. His heart felt like it was trying to escape his ribcage. Knowing that it was a tube in the back of his throat helped, but it still triggered his gag reflex every time he breathed. The beep of his heart monitor was like a trumpet in his ear, and it was so fast, so urgent. Why couldn't he relax, damn it? Why couldn't he fade away? "Nick," Simon said. He grabbed Nick's wrist. "Please, don't you see what this is doing to you? I think we need to discuss ways to separate you from the artifact." Any hope of sleeping vanished in a panic. Nick looked to his brother, and he saw the dark circles beneath his eyes. There was no hiding his worry, but Violet and Frost. "That place, Yensier," he said, wishing his voice didn't sound so hoarse and pathetic. "It means something to me, to those in there. And the friends I've made, they're real too, and they're in danger." "Don't you understand?" Simon asked, his voice lowering. "You're in danger too." "I know." He tried to smile. "But when has that ever stopped either of us?" Simon crossed his arms, his entire body rigid as he bit the nail of his right thumb. Nick waited for the silent debate to end, too tired to think of what he'd do if Simon refused. "What is it you need from me?" his brother suddenly asked. Nick sank into the bed with relief. "Give me something to knock me out," he said. "A sedative, a tranquilizer, whatever it takes. I need back in." "This will take a moment," Simon said after glancing around. "Sit tight." Nick lay on the bed, trying to relax while his brother left the room. Perhaps if he could close his eyes and drift off, he wouldn't need any help. But his damn heart would not slow. He felt exhausted, yet awake. His mind like a ragged sponge wrung dry, and then set on fire. His imagination refused to play nicely. He kept seeing Gareth stomping his foot on Frost's head, and he imagined the bloodshed he could be causing. The deaths of the remembrance. Perhaps killing Frost a second time, or worse, Violet. There to be no coming back for her, not for anyone. The door opened, and Simon returned with the head of the med ward, Dr. Haley, at his side. She held a little portable carrying case of medicine and supplies, tightly zipped in case of gravity failure incidents. She approached stiffly as she unzipped the case. "Before I do this, I would like to make it clear I am worried about the effects of a tranquilizer on a body so stressed," she said. "Noted," Simon said. "Consider it an acceptable risk of our research." Haley withdrew a syringe and a clear bottle. "As you wish, Director. May the guidance show kindness to you both." Nick breathed out a sigh of relief. He didn't know how much time passed within Yensier compared to outside, but from what he'd gathered, it was roughly 1-to-1. These few minutes, they wouldn't be too long. There was hope still, hope he could cling to. Eyes closed, he prepared himself for the battle ahead. "Injecting the solution now," Haley said. "Nick, I want you to do me a favor. Please count backward from 10, all right?" "Sure," he said, still not feeling anything. 10, 9. Returning visitor cataloged. Level 10. Agility 6. Physicality 5. Endurance 6. Focus 8.
Archetype, Adventurer. Special classification, Lightning Caster. Mana, 49. Welcome back, Nick.
The ring of stones surrounded him. Nick breathed in the cool country air, and it felt like a tremendous weight had lifted off him. The ache in his forehead was gone. No tubes in his throat, no IV, and no catheter. He felt strong. He felt alive. "Where are you, Gareth?" he asked, looking about. He hadn't known where the nearest ring of stones would be in relation to the field where they'd held the morning song ritual. The landscape was still unknown to him, but the thick plume of smoke from the extinguished pyre was enough to orient himself. Nick sprinted in that direction, doing his best to ignore the rapid depletion of green from his stamina bar. As he ran, he brushed his hand against Sorrow, still strapped to his hip. He decided he wasn't ready to think about what happened to Sorrow's consciousness during Nick's departure from Yensier. "Will you still not aid me?" he silently asked, remembering the sword's strange revulsion to Sir Gareth's new magic.
"The foul knight is unworthy of my power," Sorrow responded. "That does not mean you suddenly are, pillager."
"Fine," he muttered. "Cataloger, can you tell me if Frost returned to Yensier?"
For privacy concerns, I cannot share such information.
Damn it! Nick slowed to a walk upon reaching the field outside the maple trees. The members of Majir's remembrance were gone. He saw no sign of Violet or Frost. Sir Gareth stood before the dormant pyre, his hands at his sides, palms upward, as if in prayer. A crimson glow shimmered across his body, tainting the golden sheen. When Nick checked his health, he saw it was almost entirely full. It seemed Iman's blessing was also rapidly healing him.
"I wondered who would return first, you or the woman," Gareth said as he drew his sword. "I should have known it would be you. You've ever been tenacious, haven't you, Nick?"
"Where are the worshippers?" Nick asked as he readied Sorrow. The knight lifted his free hand. A deep black orb rimmed with red light shimmered into existence.
"My hate is not for them," he said. "Only you."
Nick dove aside as the dark orb flew. It struck the grass and detonated, leaving an impact crater. That it did so in complete silence was unnerving. Nick rolled to his feet, lightning crackling around his left hand. "The feeling's mutual." A lightning bolt shot from his palm, striking Gareth in the chest. Nick grimaced in frustration. The chainmail. It looked like it was reducing the damage, too. Meanwhile, the knight shuddered against the pain, but remained standing.
"You'll need to do better,"
he said, stalking closer. He held his sword out wide. Black flame wreathed about it, wrapping the sword in Iman's power.
Spell. Black Flame Blade.
Nick had no desire to see if his smaller health pool and weaker armor could withstand such an empowered hit. The gap in their levels threatened to unnerve him. The disparity in their training tried to frighten him. He gave in to neither. Gareth swung, wide and strong. Nick dropped to one knee, felt the swish of air above his head, felt the dark energy crackling across the blade, and then came up swinging. Sorrow struck Gareth's arm, denting the armor. Keep it steady, Nick thought, as he danced away to avoid Gareth's retaliatory strike. He grinned, despite his nervousness. Step by step, we climbed the mountain. "Are you afraid to battle true?" Gareth asked, chasing after Nick. 2 more swings hit the air, but the third was much too close. Nick risked blocking. Their weapons collided with a shower of sparks and a loud screech of metal. The black flame swirled around Sorrow. The obsidian groaned, and Nick feared the blade would break from the impact.
"No Iman magic will defeat me,"
Sorrow seethed inside Nick's mind.
"Your death will be on you, pillager."
The sword held. Nick didn't dare try to engage Gareth in a battle of strength, and so he immediately retreated. His feet danced underneath him as he spun away. Lightning crackled, and he flung another lightning bolt, this one aimed for Gareth's abdomen. The knight screamed as it scorched through him. Overwhelmed with fury, he flung 2 more dark orbs, attempting to anticipate Nick's movement. Nick dodged them both, relying on a combination of panic and instinct to keep Gareth guessing. Speed. He most certainly had speed over the lumbering man in enormous chainmail. If only he could further utilize that advantage. A third lightning bolt to Gareth's chest. Perhaps if Nick drained his mana fully, it'd bring the knight down. Perhaps not, but it seemed Gareth would not allow him the chance. The knight barreled in closer, forcing Nick to wield sorrow in defense. Another clash of their blades. Sparks showered, and amid their light, Nick slipped forward, mimicking one of the stances Frost had taught him. Hips sliding, legs bracing, sword curling low underneath a block. As he'd hoped, Gareth rushed Nick, trying to overwhelm him with his superior strength, and inadvertently stepping into the hit. Sorrow struck his armor, and though it was thick, Nick was stronger than he'd been back in Meadowtint, and Sorrow's edge was ever keen.
You know only the faintest shred of my power, pillager.
Perhaps he did, but it was enough. Blood splashed as the armor gave way. Another sliver sliced off the knight's health bar. He roared, and Nick dared not face the retaliatory swing. He retreated, then had to dodge again to avoid a massive overhead strike that pounded an indent into the grass. Nick set his feet, falling back into one of Frost's stances, beyond grateful for her lessons. Gareth glared at Nick, a wounded, hulking monster of metal and bloodshot eyes. So close. He was so close to breaking. "I'm tired of being chased," Nick said, tensing his legs. An idea came to him, brought on by the remaining fragment of his mana bar. He hopped backward, twice avoiding Gareth's swings, and then sprinted past him while attempting a slash at his side. Gareth expertly blocked the blow, but it kept him turning on his feet, and when he swung again, Nick was already out of reach. The black fire surrounding his sword flickered away into nothing. Exhaustion was clearly setting in. Just a little further. "I'm tired of you hurting my friends!" Nick twisted, narrowly avoiding being impaled, and then smacked the sword aside in another shower of sparks. Gasping for air, he retreated, needing space. Gareth lumbered after, sweat and blood mixed upon his face, his own breathing ragged. "I'm tired of you," Nick said, lifting his left arm. Lightning sparked about it. Gareth tensed, but this was no singular bolt. Frost had made it clear that there were countless manifestations of each element, and he'd seen a half-dozen versions of her ice alone. Nick knew there had to be more to his lightning, and for once, he held faith in himself. No rules, no lessons. This magic belonged to him, and so it would obey. Nick clenched his left fist, and instead of flinging lightning out, he imagined it encompassing his wrist in a wide circle. Vicious, brilliant, a way to protect instead of attack. The magic obeyed.
Spell unlocked. Lightning shield. Cost 12 mana. Attributes: lightning, retaliation. Forms a weightless defensive shield around the caster's arm.
A ring of brilliant blue lightning swirled around his left forearm, forming the outline of a perfectly circular shield. Nick lifted it, braced his legs, and readied Sorrow. "This ends now," he said. Sir Gareth eyed the shield warily as he clutched his sword in both hands for a thrust.
"And how will you end it, demon?"
In came Gareth's blade. Though the interior circle of the shield was empty, Nick positioned it in the way, trusting the spell to protect him nonetheless. The moment the blade broke the center, lightning sparked from all about the ring, jolting inward to slam the thrust to a halt. Nick gasped, feeling his mana drained by an additional 5, and seeing a frightening amount of his stamina fade away. His strain was nothing compared to what Gareth endured. Lightning crackled all the way up his blade and into his hands. From there, it leapt across his body, burning into his skin. Smoke wafted up from a vicious sear along his cheek.
"I will not be beaten by your devilry,"
Gareth said, and swung again. Nick shifted his arm, positioning the shield in the way despite Gareth's subtle attempt to curl underneath. The sword hit the ring, and again, it slammed to a halt. Nick's feet slid backward, carving a groove into the soft earth as he held his ground. Nick clenched his teeth and screamed, surging power into the shield. The last of his 14 mana vanished, but the retaliation was worth it. A much stronger beam lashed out, swirling up Gareth's sword like a snake to plunge into his chest. Gareth retreated and gasped for air. His breathing was wet, and his shoulders sagged underneath his armor.
"I will not falter,"
he said, a bit of blood dribbling down his chin from a cut somewhere inside his mouth.
"For all the people you have wronged, the innocents you have murdered, I must prevail."
He lifted his sword above his head. Black fire wreathed about it as he reactivated Black Flame Blade. Nick tensed, uncertain of how his shield would react against the foul Iman magic, especially now that his mana was drained.
"You will die, Nick, again and again, until we are free of you!" "Trust my blade if you wish to live,"
Sorrow suddenly screamed inside Nick's mind. He had a split second to debate, and then he disbanded the shield. His mana was already spent, and Gareth's fire was so bright, so frightening. Instead, he lifted Sorrow high, and with every tired muscle in his body tensed, he met his foe's strike. The blades collided, and this time, there were no sparks, but instead, a massive crackle of black lightning. The spell, it had shifted. Gareth's fire swirled outward like an uncoiling snake, and Nick realized it was about to retaliate against him similar to the way his lightning shield worked. He had no time to react, no way to avoid it. That fire would consume him.
Item, Sorrow. Special attribute unlocked. Absorption, deific.
The fire surged into the open space in the center of the twisted, curling obsidian near Sorrow's hilt. It compressed within it, vibrating with power as it was consumed. No harm came to Nick. He never even felt its heat.
"Now, strike back!"
Nick swung his sword overhead. The impulse came naturally, and it did not matter that Sorrow would not hit Gareth directly. Fire burst across the blade, and its length stretched farther and farther until it seemed eager to reach the stars themselves. One swing, and the fire slashed across Gareth's center. A black line burned across his body, melted through his armor, and then struck him with incredible force. Amid his scream, Nick saw the knight's health bar blast away to nearly nothing. Sir Gareth collapsed to his hands and knees, a pool of blood building beneath him. His health bar pulsed red, barely a percentage point remaining. The knight certainly looked like it. His voice was hoarse, his chest a mess, and the burns from Nick's lightning were vicious across his neck and face.
"Are you so vile even death refuses you?"
he asked, then coughed up a mixture of phlegm and blood to spit upon the grass. "You're the one hunting me," Nick said, overcome with a rush of anger. He couldn't shake the image of Frost lying on her side, bleeding out in pain. Couldn't shake the memory of the way Gareth had crushed her skull beneath his heel before she disappeared in a puff of smoke. "I've only defended myself."
"Defense?"
Gareth coughed and laughed simultaneously.
"Is that what you call murdering the people of Meadowtint in cold blood? Was it self-defense when you killed old Julie in her rocking chair? Self-defense when you smashed Ivor's head with a stone? Poor farmers, suffering under the weight of the blight, and you couldn't leave them be."
His voice rose.
"Day after night after day, as they worked, as they slept, you butchered them, and I don't even know why."
He jammed his sword into the earth and used it to support his weight. His shaking fingers clutched the hilt as if it were all that kept him breathing.
"What of the Baron? You didn't just kill him and his guards, but his servants too. I saw their bodies. You murdered them all, and with glee."
Nick listened to the outrage, an icy calm settling over his thoughts. Try as he might, he could not dismiss the memories of his first days spent in Yensier. He wanted to shout that they'd attacked him first, but it would be a shallow argument of semantics. He remembered the thrill he'd felt when he gained his first level. He remembered the savage pleasure that had filled his breast while cutting the farmers down, knowing he would come back, and they would not. All protests died on his lips, and instead, he saw this terrifying knight who had tormented him in a new light. A man bound by duty. A hero chasing a demon who left brutally murdered corpses in his wake.
Why?
Gareth asked when Nick offered only silence. He leaned more of his weight against his sword, his forehead resting upon the tip of its hilt, his eyes closed.
Farmers, servants, the guards in Greenborough. What drives you to commit such sins? Have you a heart in that body of yours? Or are you as soulless as the stories claim?
Nick lowered to his haunches, so that he was at eye level with the knight. His thoughts jumbled about, and he struggled to organize them into something both honest and coherent. What could he tell this knight that would make sense? What words could he offer that would not sound insane to a man born and raised in Yensir, who knew nothing of the world outside the mysterious artifact? You may never believe me, he said, deciding the best tactic would be the simplest and most forthright. Perhaps, if he was completely honest, Gareth might sense that and be willing to listen. It had to be worth a try. When I first arrived here in Yensir, I was confused. I was scared. The people of Meadowtint called me a demon, and they attacked me before I even knew what was happening. And so I thought they weren't real. The gray skin, their tongues, the blight, I thought they were signs of artificial life. So I fought them. I killed them. It made me stronger, faster, and then when you showed up, well, he shrugged. By then, you were just a defender of monsters. Gareth's jaw clenched so tightly, his words spat out like a curse between his teeth.
Monsters? You'd call them monsters?
Nick put his hand atop Gareth's gauntlets. The knight flinched, but he did not pull away, nor did he attack like Nick feared he might. Their eyes met, and Nick endured the seething rage and countered it with his own. But Baron Huel, he said, he invited me in as his guest, poisoned me, and bound me in a prison. He tortured me, Gareth. He carved my skin, and he enjoyed each and every cut. He was not a good man. Good men don't find pleasure in inflicting pain.
Just as you took pleasure in killing the villagers of Meadowtint?
Nick flinched. He had no answer for that. I'm sorry about the Baron's servants, he said. I was reckless. I was heartless. But listen to me, please. I am begging you, Gareth, for your own sake. I see now what this world is, and I will not treat it the same. The people of Yensir have no reason to fear me. The life here is sacred. I get that. I do. Listen to my regret. Believe me when I promise to be better. Give up this chase, and just let me be, and no one will have to get hurt again. The knight's blue eyes bored into Nick's. You lie, he said, but there was no venom in his words, no conviction. It's the truth, Nick said, and I'll prove it by starting with you. Go, live. I hold no hate against you, nor blame for your hunt. Consider it finished, and your oath fulfilled. The monster you chased no longer exists. Sir Gareth forced himself to his feet, and he pulled his hands away from Nick's grasp. A tug, and his sword ripped free of the earth. His stance was unsteady, his breathing heavy, but he still looked willing to battle.
Bastard, he said. One day, you will know true death, and I pray it is at the edge of my blade.
Perhaps. A faint smile tugged at the side of Nick's face. But if it's by you, then at least I'll know I deserve it. Gareth departed for the meadows beyond the maple trees, and Nick watched him go in silence. Once the knight vanished into the starlit night, Nick lifted his sword. The last of the unholy fire had burned away with the hollow sphere near the hilt. Perhaps it was his imagination, but the runes carved into the side seemed to glow brighter. Why did you help me? He asked. It was a good long while before Sorrow answered.
My reasons are my own. If it will cease further questioning, know that I prefer you wielding me over that knight.
Nick walked the grass, returning to the smoldering remains of the morning pyre. He stood before it, trying to remember the somber wonder he'd felt in listening to the song. Ranu's body lay nearby, and so far as Nick could tell, The leader was the only casualty. You died trying to protect us, Nick said, shaking his head. You could have left us to our deaths. We'd have returned in time, but you didn't know that, did you?
We were once enemies, Sinifel and Majir,
Sorrow said, his voice so soft it felt like a whisper.
And now we are dead. Only the Alder remain.
The voice dropped further.
What a waste.
Nick looked to the forest. Would the people return to bury their former leader, or would they flee into hiding? He didn't know, but it seemed they would not be coming back, at least not tonight. After a bit of searching, he gave up trying to find any wrappings, and instead lifted the body by the arms. He suppressed his shudders at holding a corpse, and for once, he wished he could go back to believing all of this was a ridiculous, unimportant world of data and numbers. Once he deposited Ranu's body in the center of the dormant mourning pyre, he breathed out a long sigh. We need a fire. Chapter 34. Nick. Once Nick built a fire a respectful distance away from the dormant pyre, he sat before it and laid Sorrow across his knees. The blade pulsed a soft crimson as he gently rested his fingers atop the obsidian. Sorrow's voice floated in his mind, firmer than the stone and deeper than the night.
What are you waiting for, pillager?
For Frost to come back just like I did, he said. Violet too.
Violet could be dead.
She's not. I couldn't find her body.
Just like you and Frost leave behind bodies?
Nick drummed his fingertips across the flat edge of the sword blade, hoping it would annoy the ancient thing. Violet isn't a demon like us. If they killed her, I'd have found her corpse. She escaped, just like we hoped. She'll come back. Both of them will. I only need to be patient.
Why then do you draw me? There is no blood to be shed.
Nick looked around at the meadow, full of tall ryegrass. It swayed in the soft wind. In the distance, he saw the beginning of the rock-gray forest and the ruins within. There's an undeniable age lingering about, countless years stored within every stone. Even if this world was but a simulation, that simulation was old, so old. The knowledge of this weighed him down, and for once, he did not fight it with defiance. He accepted the solemnity it offered. Faintly smiling despite feeling no joy, he looked to the stars, and the black sun rimmed with blue fire. Perhaps I wish to have company, he said.
Then speak with your mirror.
I can't. Gareth took it. The red pulsed a little deeper, as if the blade were brooding.
I suppose I can indulge, since there is no escaping you. Is there something in particular you wish from me? Some advice I might offer? Or wisdom of the Sinifel?
Melancholy settled over Nick, and he gave voice to a question that had lingered in the back of his mind ever since finding Sorrow in the ruins of Abalon. Was there happiness in your time?
What kind of absurd question is that?
Nick took the sword, spun it, and drove the blade deep into the earth until it was embedded halfway up to the hilt. He left his right hand lingering, his fingertips on the crossguard, to maintain the contact. You've told me of your war against the Alder Kingdom, Nick said. You've lectured repeatedly on how great your people were, and you're certainly not shy about telling me why the current society is foolish and stupid and in need of complete annihilation. And you've most certainly not been shy about my failings. He pressed his fingertip harder against the obsidian. What you haven't told me of is a single moment of happiness or joy or tranquility. Did they exist in this great Sinifel empire of yours? Or did you know only war, brutality, and nihilism? Sorrow's glow dimmed, and it was a long while before it answered.
What has brought on such sentimental desires?
I don't know, he said. Maybe I just miss my mirror.
Or you miss the false father in the mirror. I am not blind to my surroundings, as much as we both may wish.
Nick grimaced, and he felt his neck flushing slightly. I asked you a question, and instead you mocked me. I should have known. He closed his hand around the hilt, preparing to lift it from the earth. Sorrow's voice pierced into him before he could.
I was a father once.
You? Really?
Shall I tell my tale, or must I suffer your insipid interjections?
Nick winced, and he tried to hide it by settling back down and shifting to get more comfortable. Sorry. Carry on.
My wife and I named him Elimha. According to our oldest books, that name meant mistake in the earliest form of the Majir language. And before you make another of your witless comments, know that this was a mark of love. The fated calamity was only 4 years away. Having children was highly discouraged, and outright forbidden to the priesthood once the end grew so near. But no matter how little time remained, we wished to raise a child. We sired him in secret, hid my wife's pregnancy for as long as we could, and then when the truth was revealed, I endured the punishments, even forfeiting my rank as high priest of the Sinafel clergy. Yet, it was worth it when Elimha was born and let out his first cry.
I'm surprised you and your wife were brave enough to take such a risk, Nick said.
What risk?
Nick squirmed in his seat, realizing he didn't really have an answer to that. Everything he knew about the fallen Sinafel Empire was fractured and piecemeal, much of it based on the art of their runes, the bits of information Violet had mentioned, and the distorted fierceness of their ageless war beasts. I would think the final years leading up to the calamity would be an extremely dangerous time for anyone, let alone a child. If a sword could sigh, sorrow did.
I have heard the stories of the Sinafel that survivors tell. The whispers have seeped into me from the minds of fools who wielded me as a weapon, seeking power and glory. We are the heartless, the heretics say. We cared not for life. We embraced chaos, selfishness, and indulgence. The world is ending, they imagine us shrieking from our orgiastic revelry. Slaughter, murder, indulge, imbibe, rape, and steal. For what matters when the black sun awakens and the world is doomed? A doom did approach, but that did not unmoor us, Nick, nor send us into despair. No, it meant that each and every day I watched Elimha grow. I cherished it more than 1,000 coins of silver. His first steps were worth more than any diamond or emerald. The sound of his laughter was finer than any wine. None of us are guaranteed tomorrow. Unlike the heretical kingdom we conquered, or the one that replaced us, we did not believe we would last forever. Doom would come. We would suffer loss, destruction, and death as the judgment of the black sun fell upon us. And then would come the rebirth. Rebirth, Nick, renewal. We were not fire. We were not wickedness. We were the dormant seeds, knowing winter snows approached and biding our time for the warmth of spring. You ask if I knew joy. You ask if there were moments of happiness and tranquility, as if they were rarities unheard of in our sinful, wicked world. I experience them each and every day, pillager. My son's little hands wrapped around my fingers, and clutching them, he took his first steps. His hazel eyes lit up at the very sight of his mother. At the sound of my laugh, he clapped. Year after precious year, we celebrated, never wasting them, never taking them for granted. What debts we held, we settled. What grievances we carried, we shed. What doubts that threatened to cripple us, we overcame. We were unafraid in the face of death, which meant we were free. And then the great heretic froze the black sun and denied Ayman his due. He splintered time. He broke the seasons, forever imprisoning us in this eternal spring. And in return for that gift, he demanded we worship him as a god. If Yensi refused to bend the knee, then he would release his grip and bring forth the needed calamity. That is when our Sinafel Empire fell. It wasn't when Emperor Gothweir was beheaded by the great heretic. It wasn't when our soldiers were burned in the ruins of what would become the Swallowed City. It happened when Vaughn told our people death was now a choice. When the certain became uncertain, the inevitable now denied. That which united us, a communal acceptance of our own impermanence, was stripped away with the promise of an eternal kingdom and a calamity forever denied.
Nick leaned closer to the sword, his forehead pressing against the surprisingly cold hilt. "What happened to your son?" he asked softly.
I spent the ensuing days after the black sun froze preaching resistance to the people. I still thought the power of our prayers would be stronger than Vaughn's heresy, but it did not take long for the will of the people to turn against our priesthood. Too many sought to continue the lives they lived rather than face a tumultuous rebirth. They hated my words. They spat in my face. They rioted, threw stones, uncaring who was near, who they hurt.
Sorrow fell silent. Nick dared not speak. He would not be so disrespectful as that. In time, Sorrow's words returned, heavy with the weight of centuries.
One stone. One stone was all it took to claim Alima's life. The day after, my wife flung herself from the roof of our grand temple, her shattered body bleeding out on our holy steps. She left me a note, one sentence. That was all she needed. She knew I would understand. I miss Alima's smile.
Nick remembered Sorrow's words on that first day he'd found the sword, when he had approached the temple in Abalon.
These steps. It is painful to look upon them once more.
"I'm sorry," he whispered. Sorrow did not acknowledge the apology, but neither did he mock him for it. Instead, after another lengthy silence, he resumed his tale.
By then, the war was turning, the great heretic's army swelling in number, as people flocked to him from all corners of Yensir. Word reached us of his 5 harbingers, and how the strength of our war beasts paled against them. We were desperate. Our knights begged for power, and so I offered what was left of my life. Let me become a blade to wield against the heretic who ruined my family. Let my hatred glow crimson and spill the blood of those who would break the natural order of the world.
"But now you yourself are immortal," Nick said, carefully, respectfully. There was no judgment here, not for someone who had once suffered so greatly. Is that not against your tenets?
I was not made immortal, Pillager. I was reborn. My hate, my pain, my misery, let them all serve a purpose. That was my hope. Let them bring about salvation to our majestic Sinafel Empire. I was considered the greatest of the 4 judgment blades, and when they carved the sacred oath into my obsidian side, my fury was the hottest, and my rage unquenchable.
Nick brushed his thumb against the arcane lettering, those 5 words written in a language hundreds of years old. Cataloger had refused to translate them. Their meaning was so private and so severe. Even now, they pulsed the color of a furious crimson sun. He feared he understood them at last. "What does it say?" he asked. For a long while, silence.
I, too, miss his smile.
Hey, Nick!
Frost's familiar voice called from the nearby grassland.
Look who I found.
Nick released his hand from Sorrow, finally granting the weapon his solitude. When he turned about, he grinned wide as Violet came racing past Frost to fling her arms around him.
I was so worried about you,
she said, which earned a chuckle from him. "We're the ones worried about you," he said, gently disentangling from her. She peered up at him, her amber eyes blinking away a few stubborn tears, and her dark hair falling low over her face.
If you insist,
she said.
But I don't care what you are, just don't leave me, all right? I'm with you always. Isn't that the deal?
He glanced over his shoulder to Frost, who stood looking maddeningly amused with her arms crossed over her chest. She shot him a wink. "That's the deal," she said. Her attention shifted to Sorrow, still half embedded in the soil. "Something the matter with your sword?" Nick grabbed Sorrow's hilt and yanked the blade free of the earth. "Just a friendly chat," he said, tucking the weapon into his belt. "Sorrow is capable of friendliness?" Frost asked. He shrugged, and he had to turn away to hide the tightness in his throat and the strange, indecipherable heat he felt emanating from Sorrow's hilt that quickened his heart and made his stomach clench as if he had swallowed a whole bowl of fellberries. "You know how it is," he said, patting Violet's tentative hand settling on his shoulder to reassure her all was well. You never know who's full of surprises. Chapter 35. Gareth. In shame, Sir Gareth knelt before Lord Frey. He wished his body was battered and bruised, but it seemed the ancient power gifted to him had healed his injuries. He had only his humiliation to wear like a scar, as he pressed his forehead to the cold stone of Frey's meeting hall. I found the demon, Nick, as well as 2 companions of his. One, a woman named Frost, who I believe responsible for murdering Baron Huel, the other still unknown to me. They were hiding amid a cult dedicated to continuing the ancient practices of the Magir. He hesitated. They were seemingly alone, but if guards lingered or spies listened, he feared to speak of the power granted to him through heretical rituals, feared uttering Aymen's name in a kingdom still loyal to God King Von in Castle Goltara. But even with the strength you gifted me, it was not enough, he concluded, deciding that was vague enough to protect their secret. The 3 of them wielded powerful magics, and they defied death, as if they were the Magir lords of old. Perhaps they even are, given the cult they befriended. I struck a killing blow on the 2 demons, but then Nick returned, and when we battled, he defeated me. Forgive me, my lord. I should have fought until my last breath, but I fled instead. Whatever punishment you would ask of me, I am ready to accept it. Gareth heard a shifting of the padded fabric of Frey's ornate chair, set upon a small dais, but he dared not look up. Instead, he stared firmly at the floor, unwilling to rise from his humble state. A footfall. Frey had stood.
Look at me, Gareth.
He lifted his eyes to his lord, and was shocked to find the older man so close. Frey knelt before him, and he gently placed both his arms upon Gareth's shoulders.
I did not grant you power because I thought it would remove your challenges, he said. I gave you power because you face such challenges. You bested the 3 monsters, even when outnumbered. It is no fault of your own that the demons can return and challenge you again. But if you can slaughter them once, you can do so again and again, until this matter is settled and our people made safe.
Gareth felt something catch in his throat. Thank you, he said. And I will, I promise. The carnage they inflict upon Vester shall not go unavenged. Frey's smile tightened the lines around his eyes.
I hold faith that you will be up to the task.
That smile shifted slightly, in a manner Gareth could not read.
But now I must ask of a different matter. I sense something about you, something linked to Aymen.
Gareth did not understand what his lord desired at first, but then he remembered the strange mirror Nick had dropped. He reached into his pocket, withdrew it, and offered it to Frey.
Nick was in possession of this, Gareth explained. I took it in case it was dear to him in some way.
Lord Frey lifted it, his touch surprisingly gentle.
Come with me,
he said, cradling the mirror within his grasp.
I would have you bear witness to the wonder our God is capable of.
The pair entered the hidden shrine in the bowels of the castle keep. Frey shut the door behind him, and then locked it, encasing them in darkness. Gareth stood perfectly still, repeatedly telling himself to remain calm, as Lord Frey easily moved through the darkness to the 2 torches positioned above Aymen's shrine. With but a touch, they burst to life, blanketing the room with yellow light and long shadows.
Stand there,
Frey said, pointing to one of the barren walls.
Do not interfere, only watch.
As you wish, my lord. The older man moved to the table opposite the looming statue of Aymen, set the mirror down upon it among the other artifacts, and then grabbed what appeared to be a simple silken bag dyed black. From within, he drew out a thick piece of chalk.
There is power in all things,
Frey said, as he knelt in the center of the room.
Symbols, shapes, words, beyond communication, beyond meaning. There are forces shaping this world we do not understand, bound by laws older than our ancestors.
He carefully drew a long line upon the stone with the chalk, It eventually curved, turning back toward the center of the room. Frey continued it toward the shrine, only to curve it yet again at a slightly different angle. Back and forth, turning and shifting, drawing the first of what appeared to be concentric circles. After a moment, he paused, returned to the bench, and retrieved the strange mirror.
I gave this mirror to Baron Huel,
Frey said, as he placed it in the center of the crisscrossed lines.
I told him to think on his greatest fear, to make it real within the mirror, and then bring it back to me. He never did. I wonder why.
His hands moved slowly, steadily, drawing more lines with the chalk.
Was he afraid of the magic? Did he not trust my desire to help him conquer his own lingering paranoia and fear? Or was his professed faith in Ayman shallow, or even false?
Gareth's stomach tightened as the lines took shape, twisting, turning, and looping, so that there was an undeniable circle enveloping the mirror. A recreation of the black sun, only instead of solid and pure, it was twisting and rotating within the chalk center, suddenly granted depth and motion.
After Huel's murder, I will never have those answers,
Frey said, finishing the last of the lines. He pocketed the chalk and stood. The light of the torches flickered across his face.
But I will learn what secrets torment this troublesome demon. I will give face to the beating heart of his terror.
Through this mirror? Gareth asked. I don't understand.
The fool likely thought it granted him his wants and desires,
Frey said. He walked to the table of artifacts and returned holding a familiar knife. It was the same one used to grant Gareth his powers.
But the Mirror of Theft has earned its name over these centuries, and shall do so again with Ayman's gift.
Frey bowed his head while raising his hands. Before him, the statue of the Beast of 1,000 Mouths seemed to seethe and grow.
God of all cycles and rebirth, hear my cry,
Frey said, his deep voice rumbling in the hidden depths of the castle. The chalk lines flared with sudden light, changing from white to red. He slashed his arm with the knife, and the blood flowed in a sudden spray across the ground. Not a drop landed upon the mirror, but it did not stay clean for long. The blood crawled like worms, chalk seeping into it. The deep glow burned within the blood, shining red light across the entire cramped room.
God of 100 mouths, 1,000 eyes, and 1,000,000 tongues, honor my faith!
The blood swirled toward the mirror, faster and faster, a sudden crimson tempest. Upon its empty surface, the blood gathered, first as a thin sheen, then as a shimmering orb that hovered. It vibrated with energy, as if at any moment it might erupt.
God of Yensir, Lord of all that must die, bring forth the thief!
The mirror cracked once, twice, and then into a sudden 1,000 shards breaking away from what was once a single pane. They rose into the air, hovering, as if the pull of the world itself had surrendered to Ayman's power. The shards shimmered and reflected the light of the torches as they rose higher and higher. Their jagged edges twisted and tumbled, sometimes clinking against one another. Gareth clenched his jaw and demanded bravery of himself. He would not cower. He would not humiliate himself before the power of gods. That which was frightening and new must be endured, for it was the path to freedom from the blight, and a revitalized Vester. The glass turned liquid, the shards widening outward. They no longer reflected fire. They showed flesh and cloth as they came together, the surface curving and molding to become something entirely new, something human, which let out a long, horrified wail as he dropped to his knees. His blue and gold clothes were strange and foreign, his hair cut short and neat around the ears and neck.
Stand, thief!
Frey ordered. He loomed over this nightmare creation, unafraid.
Tell me your name.
The man slowly pushed to his feet. The image of him wobbled, not quite steady, not quite real, but quickly hardening. Gareth shivered despite his best attempts to remain still. There was something so very wrong with this creation. It was like his clothes were too clean and his smile too rigid. No light reflected from his eyes. His chest did not rise and fall with drawn breaths.
Lucian,
The thief born of the mirror said.
Lucian Wright.
Chapter 36. Nick. They showed no hurry on their way toward Castle Astarda, and what little progress they made halted come the thunderstorm. The road turned to mud, and the nearby forest, a mixture of trees cataloger insisted were pines and oaks, was blanketed with near impenetrable darkness. Surrendering to the storm, they found the tallest tree with the biggest branches to camp under for the night. Nick did his best to ignore how the pine needles were forked at the end, their tips a bloody red, and instead relax amid the miserable weather.
The rain will only last another 2 hours and 47 minutes.
So cataloger had informed Nick when he complained about the weather. That knowledge did not comfort like she thought it might.
I guess I shouldn't complain,
Violet said, huddled against the bark with her arms pulled inside her coat for warmth. She'd built a fire between the three of them, fueled by her magic so the rain could not defeat it.
If it weren't spring, we might be dealing with hail or snow instead of rain.
Snow can be pretty, though, Frost said, doing her best to protect her armor with her cloak.
This rain just leaves me cold and wet.
Nick shook drops out of his hair, as if they wouldn't be replaced in just a few minutes. The downpour was fierce, and though the branches helped, they did little to protect against the gusts of wind that brought the rain slanting in to smack them. You could also play in the snow, Nick said. Snowball fights and forts and snowmen. I guess you can play in the mud too, but that's not quite my idea of fun.
Really? I would think rutting about in filth would be your preferred play style, pillager.
And here I was thinking we were becoming friends. Nick could practically feel sorrow smirking at him.
Think less, pillager.
So you both have seen snow?
Violet asked, her eyes lighting up.
Where? From wherever it is you come from?
Actually, growing up on...
We have,
Frost interrupted, and she shot Nick a glare.
but it's not something we should talk about. Demon secrets.
You wouldn't understand.
Oh.
She leaned closer to the fire, disappointment etched on her face.
I suppose you have your reasons.
Nick immediately felt bad, and he glared at Frost. She kept insisting it was too dangerous to share information about the real world, but he had no idea why. Could it lead to cognitive dissonance with people who lived their entire lives within Yensier? Hey, cataloger, is there some sort of rule or safety reason to not talk about the outside world when in Yensier? He asked, figuring he might as well get it from the source.
There are no restrictions upon visitors sharing such info. The potential confusion should be expected.
The silence stretched on awkwardly, and Nick squirmed, hating it. He waited for a distant rumble of thunder to pass, then tried restarting the conversation. I don't know about Frost, but I'm pretty ignorant about, well, most everything on Yensier.
Surprise, surprise.
Quiet, you! But maybe you could help me out, Nick continued. But no talk about gods or history or forgotten kingdoms. Tell me about you, Violet.
Me?
She rocked backward as if accused of a crime. Yes, you, he said, and smiled. Like, you said you were a scholar. What does that even mean? Where are you from, and why are you so far out here in the west? The fire dimmed from the rain, and Violet flicked her fingers to re-strengthen it. Nick suspected the act was a way for her to stall.
There's not really much to tell,
she said.
I was orphaned at the Silversong Academy, and before you tell me how sorry you are or how sad that is, that's how almost everyone joins the academy. My headmaster had a plaque on his desk that read, "A solitary life is a life most easily dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge."
So I'm guessing boyfriends and girlfriends are out of the question? Nick said, which earned a grin.
Why? Are you interested?
She asked, and when Nick's neck blushed a fierce red, she laughed.
Dating a demon. That has to be a first on Yensier, right?
A first and a quick last, Frost said. But let's not torment poor Nick further. What is Silversong like? I must admit, I'm curious myself. Violet shifted closer to the fire, and her arms emerged from her sleeves. She seemed a bit more comfortable now the topic of conversation had shifted away from herself.
It's considered the jewel of Aberdeen, she said. Have you ever seen the Carthus River?
Suddenly, it was Frost's turn to look a little embarrassed. Actually, I've never been beyond Vester, she admitted. I know of Yensir about as much as Nick does. Nick's eyebrows shot to the top of his head. Really?
No, definitely more than you do,
she shot back.
But when it comes to other places,
She caught herself, stopped. Anyway, what about the Carthus?
The city of Malaris and its people are an amazing lot. And they shaped the river. It took decades, but they did it, taking a straight line and winding it like a serpent. They built homes around it, with tall walls of thick stone, and then, in the very heart of the river, reachable only by drawbridge, they built the Silver Song Academy. The river straightens beyond it, but until then, it breaks upon the great walls of the enormous spire and splits to either side.
She made a show of sitting up straight and deepening her voice.
Knowledge breaks the world, she said. It's written in the stone above the entrance of the academy. Hubris, some might say. But when you see the Carthus cowed and broken, you find yourself wanting to believe.
It reminded Nick of the attitude of the earliest OPC explorers, when world gates were terribly unstable and the conditions on the other side not thoroughly explored before a manned scout ship was sent. Radiation, pressure, gate collapse, it didn't matter. All the dangers and trials of space would not hold them back. He smiled and found himself wishing he had more of that explorer's spirit in his own heart. He might have acclimated faster to the strangeness that was Yensir. Sounds like a fascinating place, he said. Do you miss your scholar friends? Violet looked to the fire, and a wistful expression softened her face.
I don't regret being here, doing what I have to, she said. But yes, I miss them. It's hard to explain, but I was part of something larger than myself. Even if our actions were different, we were working toward the same goal, the same purpose. Now I'm alone, and the absence leaves an ache.
Hey, Nick said, gently reaching over to touch her elbow. You're not alone. Not anymore. She bobbed her head and turned away, so her hair hid her face.
No, I suppose not.
She turned back, forcing a smile.
What of you, Nick? Is there anyone you miss, wherever you're truly from? A piece of you that makes you whole?
A single memory struck Nick hard enough that he was shocked by the tightness it created in his chest. It was of Simon lifting the picture of their mother and father that Nick kept at his bedside, of the hidden sorrow, the familial love, and the obvious care his older brother felt for him too. He'd thought nothing of it at the time, but now he saw and felt so much. It hurt. I do, he said, and was surprised how his melancholy was mixed with a subdued warmth. A dozen memories with his parents flashed through him. Lunches on Station 68, a trip to the Rebec Mountains on Tanith, cold mornings at a hotel on their brief trip to Eden, where the two were giving a joint presentation on a new strain of fungus meant to speed up the terraforming process. The memories did not hurt like they used to, and he found himself eager to share stories of them with an attentive Violet. My brother, Enough, Frost snapped. Don't share anything more. Why? Nick asked, his temper rising. Because it isn't safe. And again, I ask, why? He stood, feeling suffocated and robbed of the moment. Over and over, you give me orders, and not once do you explain a thing. What am I to be so afraid of? In answer, Frost glanced deliberately at Violet. Nick flung his hands in the air. The idea was absurd, and he was so tired of playing along. No, he said, I want an actual answer. Why do we hide everything about where we are from and the lives we live outside of Yensir? Please, just trust me. Trust you? I don't even know your name, and you want me to trust you? When she did not answer, his mood soured further. Or am I not to be trusted either? Frost looked beyond frustrated as she clenched her fists and glared. Rain dripped down her brow, rivulets framing her face as they ran down her jawline to fall from her chin. It's not that, she said. Then what is it? Before she could answer, Violet interrupted. If it's me, if it's something I did, please just tell me, she said.
I don't want to be the cause of a fight between you two. You seem like such good friends, and I'd hate to...
Yeah, such good friends, Nick said, and he sighed. He grabbed Sorrow, tightened his belt around his waist, and then trudged off.
Where are you going?
Violet called after him. For some fresh air, he said, knowing the excuse was ridiculous on its face and not caring. He needed to get away from them, at least until he calmed down. The last thing he wanted was to say something he'd regret. He walked through the sparse trees, barely seeing their swaying branches amid the darkness and the rain. He couldn't shake the anger bubbling inside him. It felt like there'd been something special there by that rain-soaked fire, something personal about to blossom. He hadn't wanted to talk about his mother and father to anyone in years, or at least not to anyone other than Simon. To have that moment broken, and for such poor, unexplained reasons. Nick stopped some distance away, realizing if he traveled any farther, he might lose sight of the camp and not find his way back. Frustrated, he slumped against one of the pines and stared into the dimly lit forest, ignoring how the bark was strangely fuzzy to the touch. No, it was more than just the stolen moment. Frost didn't trust him. All their time training, traveling, fighting, even dying together still wasn't enough to get her to open up. Instead, he got cryptic comments and a stubborn refusal to reveal the slightest bit of information about her real life. And of course, here he was, throwing a fit about it. Nick groaned and thumped the back of his head against the bark. Some hardened explorer he was. In what was essentially an alien world, no matter how familiar its environs, here he was, throwing a tantrum about a girl. Whatever the reason, mysterious alien artifact, it's hard not to feel like you chose wrong. He laughed amid the rumbling thunder. Simon would have been infinitely better at handling all this. He'd have kept his head on straight throughout, I bet.
Again, you referenced this Simon person. Is he important to you?
My older brother, Nick said, accepting that even his private moments would occasionally involve catalogers chiming in. I suspect you'd have gotten along well with him. He'd ask you all sorts of questions, way more than I do. Lots of sharing of knowledge.
And you wish your brother were here in your place as visitor?
I don't know. Sometimes. It's not because I'm miserable or anything, just that I sometimes feel like I'm not doing enough. I'm not learning anything, not accomplishing anything.
Such negative analysis is unnecessary, and I am glad it is you, and not Simon for me to guide.
Even if he'd be better at it?
Even if.
Nick smiled and thumped his head against the bark of the tree a second time. Fine. Maybe one day he can join me in here. How about that? The both of us, exploring Yensir together? That'd be fun.
Such a situation would be acceptable.
He'd never consider the possibility, but Nick found himself aching to have Simon with him. For once, he'd be the experienced one, able to guide Simon and explain all the weirdness and introduce Cataloger and maybe even teach him to use magic. Nick's amusement at the idea was tempered by a somber note as he imagined his father joining them as well. Lucien would have been over the moon with excitement at exploring Yensir. His father had helped spearhead a rapid increase in building new world gates, all born of a constant hope of finding evidence of life. The artifact would have been everything he could ever dream of. If only he had lived, if the space station's core had not gone catastrophic and... The sound of footsteps and moving branches spun Nick about, his hand falling to Sorrow strapped to his waist. His fingers touched the obsidian hilt, but did not draw it. His jaw dropped. The entire world froze, because what he saw could not be real, could never be real.
Hello, son,
his father said, striding through the rain-soaked brush. He ducked underneath a tree branch, whose leaves brushed across his brown hair, mussing a few strands out of place. What are you? Nick asked. His tongue felt thick in his mouth. His head buzzed. Every part of him screamed this couldn't be real. His father couldn't be before him. He'd died. Nick had watched the space station explode, claiming his father's life. Yet his every sense said this was real. He saw a perfect visage, hardly aged a day. Watched branches sway from him when he pushed out of his path. Heard the sound of his voice, firm and commanding.
Lucien, level 13 human. Archetype, administrator. Special classification, reflection.
The mirror had been a reflection from the past, but this? This was so much more real, and somehow so much worse.
I am your father,
Lucian said, as if it were obvious.
Who else could I be?
It was true. He wore his standard uniform, albeit not as prim and proper as Nick was used to seeing because of the rain. His face was the same, as were his hands, the fingernails trimmed, palms soft, the first knuckles sporting the same scar he got when winning a game of handball at university, a story he so often loved to tell. I don't know what you are, Nick said, retreating a step, and I don't know what Yensier is capable of, nor the artifact that houses it. But I know this. You died. You're gone. Whatever you are, it isn't you. Lucian crossed his arms and shook his head.
So close-minded, he said. I had hoped you would feel the same elation in meeting me as I feel looking upon you.
Behind this perfect recreation of his father, tree branches rustled, and a spike of alarm shot through Nick. How did you find me? He asked.
We're connected, you and I,
Lucian said. His eyes flashed a momentary black.
Always have been, and forever will be.
More movement in the trees. They weren't alone. Why are you here? He asked, taking another step back.
Don't run,
Lucian commanded. Nick froze in place, his heart skipping a beat. He recognized that tone, that authority. He wanted to obey. He wanted to collapse and cry. All of it so real, and yet all of it false. All of it a lie. Nick sprinted as fast as his legs could carry him, caring not for the scrapes of the brush or the cuts from branches hanging too low. He screamed at the top of his lungs, determined to be heard over the rain and thunder. Frost! Violet! Run! Hide! We're under! Something heavy cracked against his legs. He stumbled, tripped, and then landed in a roll, caking his body in mud. He pushed to his knees to see the approach of familiar OPC boots.
Is it cowardice that drives you, or misplaced heroism?
His father asked, sword in hand. It was so strange seeing the medieval weapon in a grip that Nick had seen holding only delicate instruments and, most often, an old-fashioned ink pen. It's called caring for my friends, he said, and swung sorrow. The sword struck Lucian's hip, but though it sank into his flesh, it shed no blood. Instead, cloth and skin warped and cracked, becoming something shiny and crystalline in the dim light. Lucian kicked immediately, his boots striking Nick's hand with enough force that he screamed. New bones of his fingers had been broken. Refusing to go down without a fight, Nick scrambled to his feet, foregoing sorrow to instead plow straight into his father with his shoulder leading. It struck as if colliding with a stone wall. He screamed at the pain, his vision momentarily flashing red. Stubbornness kept him fighting, and he slammed his unbroken fist into his father's kidney. Though it should have been soft flesh, his knuckles came back scraped and bleeding.
Such foolishness,
said his father, and backhanded him across the face.
You have so much yet to learn.
Nick staggered, spat blood, and lifted Sorrow in his offhand.
This does not appear winnable,
Sorrow said, as soldiers approached from the trees, more than a dozen, to slowly form a surrounding wall. Another dozen rushed past, chasing Frost and Violet. He could only hope they'd heard his warning and escaped. Maybe we can't win, Nick thought, but I have every intention to die trying. He dashed in, but with his sword wielded in his left hand, he felt awkward and clumsy. His slash for his father's waist was easily batted aside. A retaliatory smack with the hilt of the sword struck Nick's forehead, and he staggered. Little hits, little scrapes, not enough to kill, but enough to humiliate. He flailed, missed, and then charged the soldier line. To his surprise, they did not strike with their weapons, but instead closed ranks and shoved him back toward Lucian.
They know what you are,
Sorrow warned. They want you alive. An orb of shadow flew over Lucian's shoulder to slam into Nick's chest. He gasped at the life it took from him, ribs cracking, innards crushed, making it hard to breathe. He collapsed to one knee, struggling to force air into his lungs, as Sir Gareth strode through the ring of soldiers.
Seems your nose is as good as a bloodhound's,
he said to Lucian, his shield strapped to his back, and his enormous sword held in a relaxed grip atop his right shoulder. He glared down at Nick.
And so here hides the demon.
Nick flung himself at the knight. Wounds and weak lungs be damned. Sorrow thrust straight for the giant man's throat, but it never reached. His father latched onto his arm and held him fast. A squeeze, and Nick screamed, feeling like his elbow was going to snap in half and turn in the entirely wrong direction. Sorrow fell from his grasp. Another twist, and Nick dropped to his knees.
Beat him,
Gareth ordered the soldiers when Lucian released his grip.
but do not kill him. I'll butcher the whole lot of you if the demon stops breathing.
Nick pushed up to his feet, only to be greeted by a kick to his stomach. He gasped, a bit of blood spilling out of his lips. A fist striking the top of his head dropped him. The soldiers surrounded him, kicking and punching as he lay on the rain-soaked earth. Sorrow lay outside his grasp as his health bar steadily drained to almost zero. They beat him until his father's voice pierced the night like a knife.
Enough!
The soldiers retreated. Nick rolled onto his back, his vision blurred with tears and his entire body a bruised and beaten transmitter of pain. He stared up at a monster wearing his father's face and wished death for them both.
I see that stubborn spirit within you,
Lucian said, kneeling down and gently cupping Nick's face.
Birthed of a soft hand and my own misjudgments. But do not worry, that stubbornness will soon be broken. You're coming with us to Castle Astarda. In its lowest depths, I will have all the time in the world to undo the mistakes of my past.
Chapter 37. Simon. Simon sat on the floor beside Nick's bed. It hurt to bend his injured knee, so he left it extended as he leaned his weight on the mattress. The oxygen tube was reinserted into Nick's nostrils. Joining it was a nasogastric tube, inserted at Dr. Haley's request. Nick was never eating enough when awake, and he'd been out for more than 36 hours when Simon acceded to the request. The nutrients joined the saline solution they fed him through an IV just above his knuckles. Even with all that, his brother had grown noticeably thinner over the past weeks. His skin was pale. His eyes, when they were open, were dark and bloodshot. He'd endured a low fever for several days now, but over the past few hours, it had spiked to 103 Fahrenheit and refused to break despite medicinal interventions. His heart rate was a ridiculous 190 BPM, pounding as if he were in full sprint despite just lying there. "Director?" Simon pushed himself up to his stand, grabbed his cane from where it leaned against the wall, and used it to help him turn. Dr. Haley stood waiting with a tablet in hand, her face lit by its glow in the dim light of Nick's room. Only Simon's stubbornness had kept Nick there instead of transferred to the med ward. After all, how serious could his condition be if he was still sleeping in his room? "Yes?" he asked Haley. She started to tilt the tablet so he could see the results, then changed her mind and clutched it to her chest. "I have the results of Nick's recent blood tests. This isn't sustainable, Director. His body is constantly pumped full of adrenaline, and it's undergoing every textbook symptom of heightened stress hormones. Despite his appearance of sleep, he is not resting, which is affecting his blood pressure and heart rate. Even if his heart doesn't give out, there's a good chance he will suffer permanent damage to his liver and kidneys, not to mention the dangers of decreased functionality of his immune system as this continues to—" "I get it," Simon finally interrupted. He squeezed his eyes shut in an effort to focus through the migraine pounding in his forehead. "Whatever is happening to him is wrecking his body, and he needs rest. What I don't know is what I'm supposed to do about it." Dr. Haley's frown hardened into iron. "Your brother needs sleep. Real sleep, which means breaking contact with the artifact." Simon glanced over his shoulder at his sick, feverish younger brother. Nick's mouth opened and closed, as if he were trying to speak, yet no words came. He looked so pained, so miserable, it filled Simon with dread. "We've tried," he said, shaking his head. "Every material available, and every shielding method known to us, they've all failed. Whatever signal is reaching Nick, it passes right through them. There's nothing left to try." "That isn't true. You just refuse to accept it as a possibility." Simon's expression hardened to match Haley's. His grip tightened on the curve of his cane. "And what
pray tell, is that?
Haley set the tablet with the results down on the bedside table, letting it join the rest of the machinery there. Her fingers brushed against a silver medallion hanging from her neck, 2 hands cupped together to form a circle, holding within it 6 beads that represented the 6 planets of Eden's solar system. It was the religious symbol of the guidance, those who believed the universe had been shaped and molded since the moment of its creation. Simon had never been much for attending their seminars, but their faith had an undeniable hold on millions, one that had grown stronger with humanity spread across the stars with each subsequent new world gate. "I will argue this only once, Director," Haley said. "After this, his life is in your hands and out of mine. In my professional opinion, whatever is happening to Nick is killing him. He needs his connection to the artifact severed, and the sooner the better. Put him on a shuttle and send him through the world gate. I don't care what signal that artifact uses. It will not reach Nick across 9 light years worth of distance."
Need I remind you that we are under dark quarantine?
"You are station director and can lift and enact that quarantine at your own discretion. That isn't an excuse." She reached out to brush his arm. "I can go with him, Simon. Just the 2 of us on the shuttle. I'll keep quiet about the cause when we arrive at Salis, and say we left because we lacked proper care on our station amid the quarantine. All else I will keep to myself. You can trust me on that." Simon watched his brother's clear and obvious suffering. 1,000 excuses bounced around his mind, so many of them guided by fear.
"We don't know the potential damage that might occur from severing his connection,"
he said, one of his few remaining arguments. "No, we don't," Haley said, "but we do know what the connection is already doing to him."
"And what if breaking the connection by going through the world gate leaves him comatose or worse?"
The older woman shook her head. "I won't lie, Director. There are risks. And as I said, it is out of my hands now. Make your choice and stand by it. I just wanted my opinion known, if only for my own conscience when I closed my eyes before the guidance." The doctor left Simon alone with his younger brother. The rapid beat of the heart monitor and the faint hum of the oxygenation device were the only noises. Simon stared at the closed door, wanting to shout for Haley to come back, to take his brother and flee through the world gate. Dangers in quarantine be damned. He wanted to do it, but did not. Nick would never forgive him. Whatever he was experiencing was a miracle, and it needed to be understood and shared. Haley might disagree, but she also did not know about the destruction of the vast world gate. He'd locked that information down, so only he and Essa knew. Simon settled into the chair beside Nick's bed, laid his cane across his lap, and leaned into the cushion. His gaze lingered on the sleeping Nick, and the pained expression permanently etched upon his face. Whatever was happening to him, it had to be new, something he hadn't encountered before. He'd never looked so miserable before, not even during his many supposed deaths.
"It will pass," he told himself. "It always does. Nick's strong enough for this. Brave enough. He'll persevere."
But still, that fever, that heart rate. Simon leaned closer, settled his hand over Nick's, and winced at the clammy heat of his skin. "What are they doing to you, Nick?" he wondered, as he clutched those fingers tightly and held on long into the night. Chapter 38. Nick. The room was dark but for the light of 2 torches burning on the wall to his right. Their glow shone upon the twisted, sick image of Iman, the multi-armed, multi-legged god without a face. Nick hung from 4 short chains attached to the wall, and he suspected there would be no escaping these like he had at the Baron's estate. No, death would be his only way out, and he feared it would be a long time coming. His only solace was that, so far as he knew, Frost and Violet had not been captured along with him. "Here I am, a prisoner once again, cataloger," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. He'd been beaten fairly regularly by the guards stationed outside. Never enough to do more than bruise, of course. "Still sure you can't rescue me from here?" "I cannot directly affect the material world." "Not asking for that, just a nice little escape back home. I want to wake up in my bed, with my brother nearby, Not here. Anywhere but here.
Yensir's rules must be followed.
Sure. He closed his eyes. What do you think is about to happen to me, cataloger? It was a long while before she responded.
Based on prior events within this space, nothing you will find pleasurable.
And you still think it's best I stay?
It is not about what I think is best. I am bound by rules that cannot be broken.
Footsteps outside the door. Someone was coming.
Nick, I am sorry.
The door opened, and in stepped a man Nick had not yet met. His clothes were finely made, silky reds and deep blacks sewn into his trousers and tunic. He was tall and strong, seemingly in defiance of his advancing age.
Frey, level 20, human. Archetype, Lord. Special classification, deity blessed, Iman.
Nick was shocked at the level flashing above the man's head, higher than Sir Gareth somehow. Nick shivered in his chains. What powers did the older man hide behind that faint smile? Frey stood before him, holding a familiar object slowly twirling between his fingers.
The Demon of Meadowtint,
the finely dressed lord said, holding the broken Cinefel mirror Gareth had taken from Nick.
I've heard much about you, how you do not fear death, how it cannot claim you.
You hear this from Gareth? Nick asked, trying to harden his voice and not sound so pathetic. Did he also tell you about how I kicked his ass? The nobleman smiled.
I know of his defeats, yes. I know much about you, Nick, but you do not know me. Let us correct that. I am Lord Frey Astarda. I rule over all lands west of Castle Astarda and the Frostbound Mountains. Vester's people are mine to command, to protect, and you have made quite a mess of things. Dead villagers, a slaughtered baron, chaos at our largest city of Greenborough. We've long heard rumors of your kind, but you are the first demon I have ever met.
Lucky you. Frey lifted the mirror.
You didn't know what this was, did you, when you took it?
Nick glared at him but did not answer.
I thought not,
Frey continued.
It is a thief, Nick. What it steals from you is your greatest fears. It's meant to help, of course, to pull away that which you dread and resent.
He paused to grin.
I spoke with Lucien. I know what he is to you, and I find it fascinating.
Nick clenched his fists and wished, more than anything, that he could depart this world then and there. The rules of Yensir be damned.
Visits can only be ended at appointed safe locations. Death is not the preferred exit, only a last resort to maintain world stability and—
Enough, cataloger, Nick thought. He was too tired and frightened for arguments. Just enough. Frey returned to the door and opened it wide. Light flickered into the room from unseen sconces burning just beyond. Lit by their glow, Nick's father stepped down into the dank, morbid room. Not your father, Nick thought, even as his senses insisted otherwise, upon viewing the perfect recreation. Lucien. Separate, different, fake.
Hello again, my son,
Lucien said. Frey put a hand atop Lucien's shoulder, his grin extended from ear to ear.
I never thought demons would have fathers and sons like us. Most scholars guess you were wretched beings spat out from the Black Sun or conjured from our own nightmares. But, well, this thief here seems to say otherwise.
I'll kill you, Nick seethed, refusing to look at his father. At Lucien.
You may desire it, but you will accomplish nothing in those chains.
Frey gestured to Lucien.
Your master has a simple command, thief. Prepare his mind for my return. Harm him if you must, but do not kill him. Never kill him. I like him exactly where he is.
Frey climbed the stairs, and when the door shut behind him, Nick and Lucien were alone in the dim light of those two burning torches. The statue of Iman loomed behind Lucien, and Nick swore it laughed, though it lacked a mouth to do so. The abomination pretending to be his father approached. Nick tensed on instinct.
"You're afraid of me,"
Lucian said. "The last time I saw you, you assaulted me and clapped me in irons," Nick said. "Shouldn't I be?" Lucian shook his head.
"For a son to fear the hand of his father, a shameful situation, I must admit. Perhaps I should have trusted you more, but tell me, son, would you have come with me if I asked? Would a kind word have been enough to bring you to Castle Astarda?"
"You're not real," Nick said, ignoring the question. "And I'm not your son. Stop calling me that." Lucian put his hand on the wall above Nick and leaned closer.
"Why do you lie?"
he asked.
"To yourself, to me."
"It's not a lie."
"But it is."
Lucian used his free hand to gently move sweat-stained hair away from Nick's forehead.
"You know it is. That's why you're afraid."
"Bullshit. Cataloger, tell me what he is, what he really is."
"Cataloger?"
Lucian asked, tilting his head to one side. Nick hated the way it awoke a dozen memories of time spent with his father. The way he'd always seemed so curious about Nick's every discovery, even if it had been something he already knew.
Lucian, level...
"I don't want his statistics," Nick said, not caring that he'd appear crazy to the false Lucian. "I want to know what he is. How he is. Because he cannot be my father. My father is dead. I saw it. I watched the station explode."
Clarify.
Lucian leaned closer, and Nick studied him against his will. There was no flaw in the recreation. Every twitch, every look was perfect.
"Tell me, my son, what is a self?"
"I'm not arguing with you, whatever you are." Lucian chuckled, just barely flashing a hint of his perfectly straight white teeth. He'd told Nick once to always take good care of his teeth if he wished to be a leader.
"People care about those little things,"
he told him.
"They look for flaws to justify their dislikes, and so you must give them none."
Nick banished the memory, hating how easily it came to him.
"You've always been emotional," Lucian said, "but I'm disappointed you've become more close-minded as you've grown, less adventurous. We're in a world unlike anything you've ever experienced, and yet you cling to the most rudimentary understandings of life and existence."
Nick's curiosity was piqued despite himself. "You know of the artifact?" Lucian shrugged and avoided the question.
"I ask you again, what is a self?" he asked. "When you label yourself, Nick, what is it you are labeling?"
It's me," Nick said, unsure and confused. His father had never been a philosopher. That had been their mother's area of expertise. "My mind, my body, everything that I am." The imposter paced back and forth, and he seemed excited by Nick's answer.
"But your body is forever changing. Its cells cycling through. Can you claim identity to flesh when your every organ and tissue is replaced over the course of 7 years?"
"I still have my memories, my emotions, my personality." Lucian waved a finger at him.
"Chemical reactions amid a brain soup. Electrons firing signals across protein fibers. You cling to them, but they are processes, rigid and predictable. But I agree, Nick, which is why the you in front of me within Yensier is still real. It's valid. Those same processes happen, albeit in a different manner. Your emotions, though, they remain, as does your personality, and most importantly of all, your memories."
His father loomed closer, and Nick trembled.
"I am everything I always was, built of the same signals and processes that currently recreate you. And I have those same memories too. If I am not real, then why are you?"
In answer, Nick twisted his fingers to point at Lucian and let loose his lightning. It streaked into Lucian's face, and then swirled into his chest. Nick poured his mana into it, refusing to let the lightning end so it burned twice. He gasped when the spell ended, his head throbbing. "You're a fake!" Nick shouted at the burnt, smoking abomination trembling before him. Lucien slowly stood. The smoke about him faded. His OPC uniform healed away its burns. If he was angry at the attack, he did not show it. Instead, he gently placed his hand on the side of Nick's face. Nick hated just how much love and tenderness he sensed in the move. The other hand closed about the fingers of Nick's left hand and steadily, one by one, broke them.
When you were 5, you ran face first into a picnic table at a park on Tanith's surface,
he said, twisting the knuckle.
It cost you one of your baby teeth.
The next finger.
When you were 9, you split your leg open at a farm you were distinctly ordered to stay away from during our vacation.
The next.
When you were 13, your advances on a girl you liked, Francine, were soundly rejected. I bought you ice cream and sat with you while you cried in a park. Every time, I cared for you, watched over you, and cherished you amid both your mistakes and your achievements.
Stop it, Nick whispered, hating Lucien, hating this thing, more than anything in all his life. He couldn't even concentrate well enough to burst another bolt of lightning from his mutilated hand. You wish to embrace me, don't you? You wish, deep down in your heart, for me to be all that I say I am. But something holds you back. I said stop! Lucien grabbed Nick's face, swallowing it within his grasp. His hazel eyes held Nick prisoner. There was light in them, red and savage, and it was growing. Show it to me, Lucien said. Let us live it together. Nick slammed into the chair of the escape pod, and despite the firm padding, the impact left him dazed. He sank into the seat, hands shaking, vision swimming. The alarm. It was so loud, so loud. Rescuers will come for you, I promise, his father said, standing at the entrance of the pod. Red lights flashed off and on behind him, another method of alerting people on the research station that something was terribly amiss. Just wait and hold faith. No, don't, Nick said, unsure of what exactly he was protesting. He was 16 years old. This was too much for him. Just moments ago, he'd been in his room, reading one of his favorite saga books. That felt like a different life, one that ended when the alarms blared, and a sudden jolt shook the entire station. I have to stay, his father said, as he hit a button on the outside of the pod. I'm sorry, Nick, but I have to see if I can stop this. Nick finally regained his senses, and he pushed out of the chair. The door of the pod was sealed shut, and though he beat his hands against it, it would not open. Through the thick double pane of glass in the center of the door, he met his father's gaze. Lucien placed one of his large hands on the lower section of the door. Nick, he said, shouting to be heard. The words. Nick never understood the words. The alarm kept blaring. Nick was screaming. Another explosion rocked the station, adding a screech of metal to the cacophony. One sentence, lost to Nick as the pod was ejected into space. Lost to Nick as he collapsed into his chair and watched the stars swirl around him. Lost forever when 4 minutes later, distant research station 68 erupted into a brief flash of fire. There had been no noise, no sound. Just Nick, 16 years old, sobbing. Sobbing as his father loomed over him, lit by the light of 2 torches flickering above the grotesque statue. No, not his father. Lucien. He did not deserve that title. Nick had to remember that if he was to keep from breaking completely. Amazing, isn't it? The gifts Yensier offers, Lucien said, withdrawing his hand. If only I could have studied them much earlier in life. You're dead, Nick said, shaking his head in an attempt to banish the lingering memories and force himself into the here and now. He saw his monobar drop significantly, the sight unnerving. Just what was this abomination doing to him? You can't be him, he insisted, pouring his resolve into those 4 words. Lucien leaned closer, his look one Nick had never seen on the face of his father. It was cold and cruel, and in those eyes,
Nick was a small, pathetic thing. If you believe I am, and I believe I am, does it even matter?
Before Nick could answer, his father's hand was back on his throat, fingertips digging into his jaw. The red light bloomed once more in Lucien's irises. Nick's mind raced. A research station, breaking apart from a damaged reactor. Blaring alarms demanding all inhabitants flee. An empty escape pod and a sealed door. His father's face on the other side of the glass. Unheard final words before the cold silence of space.
Accept the truth before you,
Lucien said, his grip tightening, plunging Nick again into the unwanted past the instant he came to. A research station, breaking. Alarms, blaring. An escape pod, empty. Words unheard, then silence.
It is my face you see within the memory.
A station. Alarms. Escape pod. Unheard words.
It is my face you see outside the memory.
Station. Alarms. Pod. Face. Words. Silence.
The same,
Lucien said, his deep voice rumbling amid the blackness swamping Nick's consciousness. He couldn't remember where he was, why he was. Chains. He hung from chains. Red shone before him. Eyes. A memory. Station alarms, pod face, words, silence. His father. His father was abandoning him. His father was hurting him. A nearby door opened as Nick hung, imprisoned and weeping.
Lord Frey,
said his father, Lucien.
My son is ready for your knife.
Chapter 39. Gareth. Gareth knelt beside Uni's bed, gently cleaning her forehead with a cloth. Just hang in there, Beans, he told her, curling a bit of her wet hair from her face and tucking it behind her ear. You're strong enough to kick this. I know it. He set the cloth down in the bucket beside him. Uni's room had been a small servant's quarters inside a Stardust keep, cleared out so she might rest and recover. Except she didn't seem to be recovering. Your foster parents are waiting for you, you know, he said, resting his arms on the bed and leaning back on his haunches. I haven't told them the blight is gone. I want you to be the one to tell them. He flashed a false grin no one could see. So stop worrying them over nothing, Beans. Wake up so we can go visit them together, all right? She stirred, but only briefly. He'd seen it plenty before, a tilt of her head and a soft moan of pain. Every time, his hope soared, just to be subsequently dashed. Her eyes never opened. Whatever dream imprisoned her, it remained locked tight. We don't know the full nature of the blight, Gareth told himself as he stood, nor the damage that will remain upon its cure. Hold faith, Gareth. The girl will recover. Gareth dared not ponder what it would mean, to her, to his own faith, if she did not. He exited the room, hesitated at the door, and then sighed. An unwelcome desire squirmed in his belly, and despite his best efforts, he could not dismiss it. He set his jaw, no putting this off. No remaining a coward. Gareth would accept Lord Frey's methods, with his eyes open and his conscience clear. Halfway down the steps to the secret room, Gareth was surprised to find Lady Jean climbing up toward him, her son cradled against her chest. He tipped his head and shifted so she might pass on the cramped steps, but instead she kept in his way. Her pale fingers tightened their grip on the blanket that swaddled baby Gestolf.
Sir Gareth,
she said.
It is good to see you, actually.
Might I ask you a question? His chest constricted.
Of course you may, he said. Though oaths and vows may keep me from answering as you desire.
Her yellow eyes stared into his with surprising fierceness.
Yes, I suppose that should be expected,
she said.
But I will ask nonetheless. My husband, there is a room, in the depths of the castle, at the end of these stairs,
that he visits near daily now. Despite all my attempts, he refuses to explain where it leads, nor does he allow me entry. This was exactly what Gareth feared her question would be about, and he fought to keep his face perfectly passive, the expression of a proper, orderly knight. I have tried to afford my lord his privacy, she continued, starting to gently rock Gestolf in her arms. But that has not halted my curiosity. I have descended those steps as far as the soldiers guarding the entrance will allow, and from within I hear screaming. Her face paled, her expression hardening. So much screaming. Gareth straightened, hating how easily the words came to him. It was not his place to reveal what Lord Frey deemed should be hidden, even from his own wife.
Your husband's secrets are his own, he said, but I assure you, all that he does because he believes it best serves Vesta.
Jean shook her head. I am not oblivious to the grim tasks expected of a ruler. I just wish he would trust me with the burden. Gareth risked putting a hand on her shoulder. His careful, neutral expression slipped into a practiced smile.
It is because he loves you that he seeks to lessen your burdens and bear them on his shoulders. He is a strong man and capable. Accept that act of love.
Love, she said, and the words sounded bitter on her tongue. You hold a strange definition of love, Gareth. She dipped her head in return. Pleasant nights to you, good sir. When Gareth arrived at the pit of the castle keep, he did not hear screaming through the door. Not because there was no screaming, only that it was too weak and pathetic.
Have you come to join me, Gareth?
Lord Frey asked, not turning around. He stood before the imprisoned demon, who hung from the stone wall from 4 short chains. He was naked from the waist up, his shirt and leather armor in a pile in the corner. Numerous wounds bled from cuts all across his chest, neck, and abdomen. Gareth shivered at the sight.
He's so young,
he thought, as Nick's head gently lolled from side to side.
And he looks so weak. Where's the strength that let him challenge me?
The stolen reflection, Lucian, waited patiently beside the wood table, his arms crossed behind his back. The Sinifel artifacts had been pushed aside, making room for a selection of cruelly twisted and hooked knives with which Lord Frey did his work.
This demon has proven a crafty one,
Gareth said, realizing he had not answered his lord's question when Frey glanced back with a cautious expression.
I wished only to check on you, and ensure there is no chance for the monster to escape.
Nick's laughter interrupted the both of them. Monster? He said, lifting his head. Blood dripped down his face from cuts expertly laced into his forehead just underneath his hairline. Right. I'm the monster, he grinned, revealing teeth stained with drying blood. Isn't it obvious? Lord Frey backhanded Nick across the mouth.
I pause your purification for only a moment, and already your tongue drips acid. I fear there is no finding the good in you, demon, no matter how deeply I cut.
Nick spat blood, but said nothing, as he hung from the chains. Frey seemed almost disappointed. He offered his current dagger to Lucian, then wiped his hands with a cloth he kept in his trouser pocket. Once clean, he approached the wood table and grabbed Nick's discarded weapon. The obsidian blade seemed to shimmer, a black, darker than the shadowed corners of the room, while the writing on its blade glowed a frightful crimson.
Pain may provide no cleansing of the sins within you, but you may at least prove useful.
Frey held the sword's edge against Nick's ribcage.
I ask again, demon, what is the secret to awakening the blade? I know this weapon. It is one of the judgment blades, weapons wielded by the Sinifel Empire's most faithful and worthy, and yet it will not grant me its power.
Then you must not be worthy, Nick said. Don't blame me. Ask Sorrow. Maybe he thinks your knife work is too crude. All these shallow cuts and straight lines? So boring. Maybe draw a picture instead. If you're going to leave me scarred, you could at least cut me a bird, a pretty flower, maybe a teardrop right under my... The Lord silenced him with a punch to the stomach, robbing him of air.
I am tired of your japes, Frey snarled. Ask sorrow, you say, as if a blade could answer. I will not be denied my rightful weapon. I am heir of the ideals and memory of the Sinafel. That sword you stole is mine, demon. I do not care how long it takes, or how stubborn your refusal. Whatever prayer, spell, or ritual is required, you will tell me the secret to unleashing the weapon's power.
To Gareth's surprise, Nick laughed, the sound ragged and uneven as he fought for each breath. "You stupid, stupid man," he said. "You think I'm stubborn? Have a chat with Sorrow. Oh wait, you can't, because for reasons beyond me, I think he hates you." Nick's eyes shone with a feverish light. "You're not the heir to the Sinafel. You're just a petty lord playing pretend." Frey pressed the blade harder until blood dripped down Nick's ribs. The demon grimaced, but showed no reaction beyond that. Frustrated, Frey pulled the weapon away and slammed it back down on the wood bench. He remained before it, his head bowed and his hands trembling. It was not until his composure had returned that he turned away and addressed Gareth as if he were perfectly unbothered.
My work here is taxing, he said, shaking his head, and the hope within it dwindling. I need a drink. Would you come with me, Sir Gareth?
Forgive me, my lord, but I had hoped to have words with the demon. We have business between us. Lord Frey grinned at him.
After Meadowtint and the Hule estate, I suspect you do.
He gestured at the table.
My knives are yours to use as you see fit. Just do not kill him. I will not let the fiend use death as an escape from the needed pain.
Sir Gareth said nothing, only crossed his arms and nodded. Once Frey was gone, he turned his attention to Lucian. Will you not escort him? He asked.
I am to keep watch over my troublesome son, to ensure he does not escape,
Lucian said.
Do not worry. It is a burden, yes, but it is my burden.
This was decidedly unwelcome. Gareth sought privacy with Nick, and he felt certain whatever he said and did in front of Lucian would make its way to Frey. I said leave, Gareth insisted. I will not have my privacy invaded.
Do you not trust me, Gareth?
At least here he could be honest. He grinned wide at the vile reflection. No, he said, and I wish Frey did not either. But while I am here in Castle Astarda, I am assuming command of Lord Frey's safety, as well as the safety of that which is most important to him. Consider your station here permanently dismissed. I'll have a guard replace you. A human guard. Lucian shrugged.
So be it. It is your head if you do something foolish or anger our lord.
The reflection opened the door, then paused.
And do not worry if the demon somehow escapes, he said over his shoulder. I would merely find him again. We are forever linked, my son and I.
The door closed. Within the dim room, lit only by the torches on either side of the statue, the demon laughed. Have you come to fulfill your promise? He asked. Is my true death here at last? I will not be baited, Gareth said. Death will not claim you. Imprisonment while alive is the safest method to deal with your cursed kind. And Frey's torture? What is that? Just a fun game to help pass the time? Gareth grabbed Nick by the throat and shoved him against the stone. His neck felt so thin between his fingers. One squeeze, and he could snap bone. A large part of him wished to do so, if only to watch the life leave the demon's eyes one last time. He seeks to find goodness within you, he said. A goodness as likely to exist as a snowflake beneath the summer sun. Goodness? Like when I let you live? Nick fought back against Gareth's grip to bring his grinning face closer. But I guess that wasn't goodness, was it? Just me being a fool. It's the one thing I've gotten quite good at here in Yensier. Do you think that one moment of mercy makes up for what you've done? The grin faltered. No, but I made that clear already, didn't I? Gareth released him, and he rubbed his hand against his side as if it were stained. All the while, Nick eyed him carefully. Why are you here, Gareth? He asked.
As I said, I wanted to...
No, Nick interrupted. Don't lie to me like you did to your lord. Aren't we friends? I deserve the truth from you. Why did you come down here? What did you expect to find if not me chained and suffering? For reasons that baffled Gareth, he found himself wanting to be truthful to the imprisoned lad. As hard as he tried to cling to his hate, it felt like gripping a squirming fish. Nick looked weathered, his eyes bloodshot, his ribs exposed, and his shoulders sagged to the extent his chains allowed. If he was a demon, then demons were a pathetic lot once broken and bleeding.
Remember Meadowtint, he told himself. Do not let your eyes be deceived. I don't know, he answered. I have forsaken the God King and turned my heart away from the altar. Yet my faith in Iman is infantile, and my feet unsteady beneath me on this new road I walk. There is much I do not know, much that Frey does, and so I came to see, to learn, to understand.
Nick did not mock. He did not insult. No. He did the one thing that shocked Gareth by how badly it affected him. He acted disappointed. Your lord finds pleasure in torturing those he has imprisoned, Nick said. What more do you need to learn than that?
It is because you are a demon, Gareth argued.
Right, Nick said. And I'm sure all those knives over there, those tools and these chains that bind me, have never been used before. I'm the first and the last. He leaned his head back against the stone and sighed. If you believe that, Gareth, then you're an even bigger fool than Frey. Gareth clenched his fists. He wanted to scream, but what was there to say? All arguments turned to ash in his mind. His heart yearned to pray to Vaughn, to beg for guidance, but he stood beneath the sightless gaze of Iman. To even think those words made his blood chill and his skin crawl. His impotence turned to rage, and he struck Nick across the face. He'd hoped the blow would earn him a curse, a glare, anything, but Nick endured it in silence, his eyes closed. Never have I hated a day more than I hate the one on which you set foot in Yensier and into my life, Gareth said, as blood trickled down Nick's split lip. And I miss when I thought none of this was real, Nick said, his head tilted back to the stone. Because then, I wouldn't pity you like I do now. Fury overcame Gareth anew. He grabbed the 2 torches burning above the statue of Iman, ripping the sconces out of the stones as if the nails meant nothing to his strength. He snuffed them out with his gloves, not caring for the heat. Suffer in darkness, demon, he said, dropping both torches to the cold stone floor, and think on what little your pity has given you. When he slammed the door shut, there was no screaming, no protesting, just bitter, broken laughter. Chapter 40. Frost.
Frost. Level 16. Human. Agility, 14. Physicality, 12. Endurance, 10. Focus, 13. Archetype, Spellblade. Special classification, Icecaster. Armor, Augmented Chainmail, Tier 5. Mana, 91.
Frost stared at the outer walls of Castle Astarta, studying them for the 100th time. The night was deep and dark, with the moon momentarily hidden behind the ever-present orb that was the black sun. It would reemerge within a few hours. Frost was hoping to be long gone from the city by then. You don't have to come with me, she said, as Violet joined her side. The pair were in a shallow dip of the plains stretching out toward the gateway, through the frost-bound mountains into the lands beyond, known as Inner Emden. They were far from the road, lurking in the dark recesses of the northernmost wall at the exact point where the wall ended and the sheer ascent began.
But you need my help,
Violet said, as if it were simple.
If I die, I'll come back. You won't.
Violet crossed her hands behind her back.
It's not so easy as that, is it? There's no pain from your dying? No suffering?
Frost pushed away a memory of lying on a cold, tiled floor, vomiting blood.
It doesn't matter. she said. I'm strong enough to endure. But what about you? You don't like killing, but there's no avoiding that. Not if we're to rescue Nick.
The other woman nodded toward Castle Astarta and the soldiers patrolling its western wall.
You and Nick are the first people I've met who aren't frightened of saying and doing things that might be considered heretical. Neither of you is beholden to any gods or kings, not of Alder, nor the Sinifel or Majir. Whatever you are, visitors or demons or something worse, it means nothing compared to how you've helped me. And call it crazy, but I think you two are destined to accomplish something wondrous in this frozen, decaying world of Yensir.
And you really think that's worth risking your life for? Frost asked. That it's worth killing for? Violet watched the patrols, their faces lit by the torches they held.
The two of you are special, she said. I have to see just how special. Yes, I think it is.
The strength of Violet's resolve surprised Frost, and as if on instinct, the woman's truncated stats appeared above her head.
Violet, level 10, human. Archetype, scholar. Special classification, firecaster.
Potent as her fire magic could be, Violet would be hard-pressed in a prolonged battle. Did she know that? Without numbers and statistics from Cataloger, did Violet sense that power disparity? And if she did she care? Frost clenched her left fist, a bit of ice sealing around her knuckles. Her foes were a higher level than her as well, and yet she was still about to leap into the heart of their keep. So what if the challenge wouldn't be fair? It was the right thing to do. Despite waiting and hoping Lord Frey would execute Nick, unknowingly freeing him from his prison, 2 days had passed without its happening. Cataloger had shown her the nearest ring of stones, and Nick had never stepped forth. He was trapped somewhere, in Castle Goltara, and if the treatment he'd endured at Baron Huel's hands was any indication, he was suffering tremendously. Which meant that tonight, she and Violet were going to break him out. Frost knelt before her travel pack, which she'd set on the ground beside her. A quick rifling through it, and she found 2 thin vials, their containers crystalline, their contents a pale blue liquid. The topper was shaped like a dove, for reasons Frost did not remember.
Here, take this, she said,
handing over one of the 2 bottles.
What is it?
Violet asked.
Think of it like a bottle of sleep. Drink it, and your head will feel clear, and all your spent mana will return to you. Sleep in a bottle?
Violet gazed upon it like it was a miracle realized.
If only we had such things during my time at Silversong.
Frost winced, remembering how much it had cost at a market far, far from Yensir. They're not cheap, nor easy to get, she said. Use it only if you must, but given how badly the numbers are stacked against us, we're going to need my ice and your fire to even the odds. Violet pocketed the vial, stood to her full height, and then nodded. Frost almost told her to remain behind. She could throw her life away several times trying to rescue Nick, whereas Violet had but the one. Only, there was something about the look in Violet's amber eyes. This was a woman who had undergone hardship and given up so much of her life to pursue knowledge in defiance of censorship and accusations of blasphemy. No matter her easy smile or the joyfulness of her personality, a strength lurked within her. How else could she be so defiant to the cruelties of the world?
All right,
Frost said, wrapping her arm around Violet's waist.
Stay still and keep your trust in me. Kill any soldiers who see us. I will.
No more waiting. Time to do this. Frost pointed to her feet and let her magic flow.
Spell, ice pillar.
The pillar grew beneath their feet, flat on the top and perfectly circular on all sides. It shot them into the air as it rose, carrying them above the outer wall of Castle Astarta. 2 guards, one stationary near the mountain rise, another walking a lazy patrol from the south. Both saw and froze in place upon the ramparts. Frost did not waste the opportunity. An ice lance shot from her palm, its aim true. The jagged edge punched into the guard's throat, and he dropped, easily slain. Violet struck the other, a wave of her hand summoning a spurt of fire directly underneath the feet of the baffled soldier.
Spell, fire burst.
The fire charred into his flesh and melted portions of his armor, easily taking his life. Frost prayed the soldiers protecting the inner keep were as low level as these outside guards, who were mostly levels 4 and 5. She knelt on the pillar, picturing the desired effect of her next spell.
Ever ridden a slide before?
She asked, magic building underneath her fingertips.
What do you mean?
As answer, she enacted the spell Icy Path. The ice connected the pillar to the wall, the surface gently curved and sloping downward. Frost went first, straightening her cloak so its smooth surface would slide instead of her chainmail. A half-second later, she landed atop the wall and spun to catch Violet. The other woman landed clumsily in her arms, then grinned.
My thanks.
That's the easy one, Frost said. With a thought, she banished both the pillar and the slide. The ice shattered without the slightest noise, instantly melting into vapor that faded to nothing. That done, she focused her gaze on the inner keep. Nick is in there somewhere, isn't he?
I cannot answer.
Frost expected as much from Cataloger. Useful when it didn't matter, a helpless bystander when it did. She glanced to her right, checking the wall. In the distance, she saw another soldier sprinting toward them with his torch held aloft. Time to go, she said. It was foolish to think they could reach the keep without attracting attention. Her hope was to outpace the alarm and, by the time reinforcements arrived, have already completed their rescue. Frost eyed the keep doors, 2 thick slabs of oak reinforced with iron. Hands touching the bricks of the rampart, she envisioned a second slide and used her magic to make it real. Ice shot out, crackling and hardening across the thousands of feet between her and her target. Thin little supports of ice stretched down from underneath the slide, connecting to whatever was below, be it the street, walls, or rooftops.
Incredible,
Violet said when Frost finished. Hold nothing back, she said, shaking off a bit of ache in her head and drawing her sword. Overwhelming power is our only hope. Frost hopped onto the slide, whose angle was much sharper than the last. She sped feet first toward the entrance, her sword laying flat upon her chest and clutched tightly. Halfway there, she extended her left hand and unleashed an enormous ice boulder. It was condensed to be as heavy as possible, its surface rugged and chipped, as if it had been carved from the side of a glacier. The boulder struck the center of the doors, and with such weight and momentum, it blasted them apart, breaking the hinges along with them. The ice slide pitched sharply at the end, and Frost grabbed her sword and readied for battle. 2 soldiers stood guard on either side of the door, and they pointed and shouted in a panic. Their levels hovered over them, 7, higher than those on the wall. Worrisome. How could regular soldiers without magic be so threatening? The ice slide ended in a sudden pitch, and the moment her feet touched ground, she kicked, propelling herself straight at the guard to her left. He wielded a sword in 2 hands, his face half covered by his helmet. A torch burned above him, casting light on his pale red tabard. She noted these details clinically, analyzing her foe as she sought to cut him down. Her sword led the way, its tip aimed for his throat. Not worth striking his ringmail armor, given how solid it looked.
Tier 3 to be exact.
Thanks, Cataloger, she thought, as her sword was parried aside. The soldier's weapon was heavier than hers, and he threw all his weight into that parry, so her sword went flinging wide. A grim smile stretched his lips as he pulled his weapon back. He thought her vulnerable. Cocky fool. His slash aimed to cleave her in half at the waist. Her own blade was too far out to block in time, but she did not need the protection of steel. Ice would be enough. Frost pivoted, her left hand punching toward his arms. Her palm struck his forearm and enacted the magic of her spell.
Spell. Shatter.
Both parts of the spell happened near instantly. The first was a layer of ice built around the soldier's forearms, spreading out from her touch. The second was a slamming impact, as if her palm were a massive piston. Ice, flesh, and bone shattered. One of the soldier's arms was severed with the blow amid a spray of blood. His health dropped by half, again confusing Frost. Such a blow should have killed an average man. Her foe's sword went flying, released from his grip so it sailed behind her. She continued her pivot, putting her back to the wounded man so she could face the other soldier rushing to stab her. Her sword shifted the soldier's weapon aside, then came up to block the immediate overhead chop that followed. Their weapons interlocked.
"Ayman, give us strength!"
Frost gasped as her sword rattled and his own blade drew nearer. So that was why they were so high level. They were blessed with accursed Cinefel magic. Blessed or not, it meant little to a sudden barrage that smacked his face and sides.
Spell. Flame darts.
4 fiery little darts thudded into him. He screamed, staggering away from Frost. Another barrage of darts struck him in the back as Violet came sliding down to join them at the broken entrance. The darts made a mockery of his ringmail as their heat sank deeper to char flesh unseen. Frost twisted again, instinct screaming warning. The soldier she had disarmed attacked with a frenzy. No plan, no hope, just pain and panic driving him to try to bash his helmet toward her head. A quick slash of her sword across his throat ended his pain and his life. She turned to the broken door and saw 4 more darts char away the other soldier's remaining health. He dropped, a burning corpse in the keep entryway. Beyond him was the opening hall of the guard room. Doors on either side opened, and soldiers in various states of disarray emerged.
Where to?
Violet asked, fire building across her hands. Show me the way to Nick, Frost ordered Cataloger.
Doing so is an invasion of a fellow visitor's privacy.
Then ask him! Frost leapt into the room, knowing that with her armor and sword, she would need to take point over Violet. The other soldiers charged while screaming for help, the ruckus certainly waking other portions of the keep. Frost flung another ice lance, the brutal shard embedding deep into the throat to strike her foe's spine, and then gripped her sword in both hands. She'd already used 31 of her 91 mana. Time to let her steel do a bit of work. As much as she liked to pretend with Nick, her skill with a sword was still fairly new, and born of only 6 months of training before coming to Yensir. These soldiers, though, had spent years learning to wield their weaponry, and it showed as she engaged the nearest. Their swords clashed, both her initial slashes easily blocked. Frost kept up the attack, for she had 2 advantages these soldiers did not. One was that the systems of Yensir, and of the artifact empowering it, had come to believe her strength was far beyond what should have been humanly possible. The other was that her sword was blessed with magic from a faraway land. 2 more good blocks, and the soldier's sword cracked along the edge. Her own blade continued, striking his shoulder and puncturing through his ringmail. Frost pivoted closer, painfully aware of the other soldiers nearing, and struck his chest with her palm. Ice Shatter enacted, the magic pouring into his body to crush his ribs and turn his lungs to mush, far beyond what was needed to bring him down.
Nick has granted me permission to lead you to him.
Thanks, she muttered, parrying another hit, retreating 2 steps, and then waving her hand. A frost nova burst around her, encasing the legs of all 3 remaining soldiers. She'd hoped to keep them pinned, but it seemed they, too, possessed Ayman's blessing. The ice cracked as they stumbled forward, their strength crossing the required threshold. That momentary pause, however, was enough for Violet's spell to arrive.
Spell. Flaming Whip.
The whip lashed across all 3 of them, moving with such speed and accuracy, it seemed like a living thing. The first soldier cried out, burned across his chest by a lash. The other 2 suffered far worse, the whip curling around their faces and necks. The damage came in rapid succession, continuing to burn away at their health until they collapsed, their health bars fully depleted. Seeing it made Frost shudder. Violet might dislike killing, but she was exceptionally good at it.
Frost, behind us!
She spun at Violet's warning to see soldiers rushing toward the entrance from outside the keep. On patrol, perhaps, or brought running by the alarm sounded by the guard on the outer wall? Didn't matter. They needed to be dealt with. "Sorry, door's closed," she said, lifting her left hand and pretending her head wasn't a pounding cacophony of sharp pains. Her ice wall spread across the entire entrance, sealing out the reinforcements. Deciding it was not enough, she cast it 2 more times, strengthening it so it would endure the attacks of the Iman-blessed soldiers. They'd make it through in time, though. She had to move fast. "Lead on, cataloger," she muttered. Cataloger obliged by creating a faint gold outline around one of the doors near the far end of the guard room. But before that, Frost pulled her mana vial from a small pouch on her hip, popped the winged cork, and then drank. The pale blue liquid slid down her throat, lighter than air and colder than ice. It was deeply foul to the taste. There was an acrid feeling to it, and she had to fight off an immediate desire to vomit. It was like swallowing bitter moonlight. The momentary unpleasantness was worth it, though, for her head cleared, and all her 91 mana returned. "All right, let's go," she said, darting for the door while beckoning to Violet. "Follow me." One of the side doors burst open when they were halfway across the guard room. 2 soldiers dashed out, heavy swords clutched high above their heads. Frost spun, her panic rising. They were so close to Violet, and the scholar had no armor, no weapons, just her fire to wield on foes bearing down on her. "Violet!" Frost need not have worried. In a panic, Violet flung searing wrath directly at her own feet. Its fury roared about her, yet she went untouched by the flames. The same could not be said for the 2 soldiers who thought her vulnerable. The fire encased them, caring not for their armor. The sudden erasure of their health bars down to 0 was terrifying, even to Frost.
"I've never tried that before,"
Violet said in the sudden silence that followed.
"I can't burn myself. Good to know."
Frost blinked in shock, then burst into grim laughter. "Indeed, good to know," she said. "But let's not try that on me or Nick."
"I won't be trying anything until after this."
Violet reached into one of her many pockets, withdrew Frost's mana vial, and opened it. She sniffed it quickly, then took a drink. Her face made clear her opinion of its taste.
"Better,"
she said, coughing once.
"Lead on."
The door revealed a slender stairway leading downward, its steps lit by little lanterns, half of whose candles had burned out. Frost dashed down them and their gentle curve, until they ended at a plain door guarded by a lone man in ringmail. He pressed his back to the door and lifted his sword in both hands, his eyes wide with fear.
"Begone, both of you,"
he said.
"This room is off limits by Lord Frey's decree."
"Is it now?" Frost asked, angling her sword. The 2 attacked simultaneously, moving as if given a secret signal. His sword scraped across her chainmail, drawing blood along her side. Her sword struck the center of his breast and punched inward in retaliation. He screamed, then again, louder. When she shoved the sword in deeper, when Frost ripped her sword free, she bashed aside his attempt to cut her legs off at the knee and then kicked him in the face. He staggered, his head snapping back to strike the closed door. His eyes crossed, and amid his daze, she shoved her sword right into his mouth. The soldier collapsed, and Frost pushed his body aside so they could check the door. Locked.
"Can you open it with your ice?"
Violet asked. "Don't need to," Frost said, pulling a key off the dead guard's belt. "Gotta conserve a bit of that mana for the dramatic escape." She slid the key in, turned it, and entered the pitch-black room of Nick's imprisonment.
"A moment,"
Violet said, lifting her hand. Soft flame wrapped about it, granting them light. The room was dark, foul, and cursed with a statue of Iman lording over all, casting his cruel, faceless gaze. Nick hung from chains bolted to the wall. He was naked from the waist up, his body covered with angry red wounds, carved by a slender blade. Blood stained his skin. When his health bar appeared above him, she could barely see the faintest hint of red within it. His head sagged low, his eyes closed, as he hung there.
"Nick!"
She shouted, rushing toward him. His head rose. Even given how broken and tired he looked, he still gave her his best, most sincere smile. She shoved the door key into the slot of one of his wrist manacles and was immediately relieved to see it pop open. She undid his ankle so he could stand, unsteadily, then finally unlatched the other wrist, freeing him. "Hey, Frost," Nick said, his words slurred as he collapsed. She caught him and gently lowered both of them to the ground, his head and upper body cradled in her lap. His pathetic health bar failed to adequately convey how weakly he moved, nor how shallow his breaths. She stroked strands of his brown hair away from his face. "Lesia," she corrected, and smiled back despite the dark, the threat of soldiers, and the looming statue of Iman. "My name's Lesia Koval." Chapter 41. Nick. Nick leaned his weight against her, cherishing the warmth of her arms around him. "Lesia," he said, working to commit it to memory. "That's a pretty name." "Yeah?" She smiled, a mixture of kindness and sorrow. "My mother thought so too." She gently stroked his back with the soft portion of her mailed glove, and he closed his eyes and allowed himself to laugh. "This is twice now," he said, his voice raspy and weak. "I owe you double." Lesia gently slid him off her, glanced to the door, where Violet was keeping watch, and then retrieved his leather chest piece from where it lay on the floor. "Tell you what, Nick," she said, as she wrapped it around him to hide his bare chest and its many scars. "If we get out of here with all three of us alive, you can consider that debt repaid. But that means walking and, worse, climbing some stairs. Can you manage?" Nick accepted her help to stand. "I can," he said, only half believing it himself. "Or maybe you should just give me a quick one-way trip to the nearest circle of stones." Lesia punched him in the shoulder. "I didn't break in here just to kill you," she said, and then her grin softened. "Besides, what you've just endured, it's taking its toll on you in the real world, isn't it?" Nick winced at half-remembered fevers, feeding tubes, and his brother's frightened expression after Sir Gareth ambushed the morning song. The torture Lord Frey inflicted, it wasn't real. He knew that. But did it matter if his body behaved as if it were? "I haven't been the healthiest lately," he admitted. "All right. No dying, only escaping. Lead the way." "Not yet." She hurried to the table of Cinefil artifacts, frowned at them in disgust, and then grabbed Sorrow. "Not going anywhere without your sword," she said, thrusting it into his arms. "Now, follow us. We're getting out of here via the rooftop." "Why the roof?" "Because the gates will be guarded and the streets filled with soldiers. We're taking my special way out instead." Lesia dashed ahead, sliding past a lingering Violet. The scholars stared at Nick, her expression unreadable. "Hey," he said, grinning at her, and pretending he was far healthier than his paltry life bar insisted. "I don't care if you're a demon," she suddenly said. "You need to live, all right? You need to live and explore and take me everywhere interesting that you go. Promise me." "That will just put you in danger too," he said. "Do I look like someone who cares about danger?" Her clothes were splattered with blood, some hers, most from others. Fire had singed a tiny portion of her sleeve. Her hair was disheveled and slightly pulled out from her normal ponytail. She was serious, she was dangerous, and she was beautiful. "It's a promise," he said. "How could I ever refuse?" The seriousness passed, and she winked. "You can't." The climb up the stairs was brutal on Nick's legs. It felt like he'd hung forever from those chains, and the movement awakened sore muscles he didn't know existed. He huffed in air as he ascended, trailing behind Lesia and Violet. Sorrow warmed to his touch when the stairs ended at a wide hall. The way higher was on the opposite side, and guarded by 4 soldiers pressed shoulder to shoulder, with their heavy shields leaving no gap in their defenses. Several more soldiers lay dead, their bodies scattered across the battle-scarred room, though he suspected they had died during the initial break-in. Nick slumped against the wall, furious that he felt so powerless to help. Lesia danced before the guard's formation, testing it with quick slashes. No magic, he noted. She must be trying to preserve what mana she had left. Violet hovered just behind Lesia, flinging fire darts, which placed little strain on her mana reserves.
Do you fear to aid them?
Sorrow asked. I'd be a distraction, he said, and turned his thoughts to the sword. Why didn't you serve Frey? He worships your god. Sorrow's hilt warmed underneath his touch.
We did not worship Aymin. The beast of 1,000 mouths was the ruination awaiting us if we remained stagnant in our lives. He was the rot and the breaking down of order if we did not succumb. He was worth less of our prayers than the sun, the wind, or the rising tide. Frey's heart is twisted. He is a callous man who kneels before Aymin seeking power and domination. There is no surrender to the cycle, no humility and understanding that time will claim even our greatest accomplishments. He is unworthy.
Lesia scored a lethal hit on one of the four when two more soldiers came rushing in from a side door. Behind you! Nick shouted. Violet heard and spun, fire bursting about her hands as she readied a defense of their flank. Only one of the two soldiers rushed her, though, for the other saw a far easier target. Nick stepped out into the hall and lifted Sorrow in shaking arms to meet his foe. His heart raced, his forehead throbbed with pain, and there was no hiding the weakness in his grip, nor the pulsing red bar of his health, and the lowly few percentage points that remained. Sorrow's voice floated in Nick's mind as the soldier approached.
My people are lost, but my hate remains. Will you embrace it for me, Nick? Will you wield it against Lord Frey and end the life of he who insults the name and honor of our memory?
I will, Nick whispered.
Then stand tall before your foe and strike him down.
Nick straightened his spine. He had no lightning, his mana having been steadily depleted over the course of his torture, and his left hand was still a broken mess. A single blow would kill him, but he would not die without a fight. Sorrow burned hot in his grasp, the power of the ancient weapon awakening. Feeling it, Nick grinned, despite all his exhaustion and trauma.
Sorrow's modified damage returned to baseline.
The soldier lunged toward Nick, his sword swinging from above. The man's fear was ruining his poise, and he attacked as if Nick were a wild animal. Nick waited the briefest moment to ensure the man committed to the strike, then lurched aside, grimly amused by his own lack of grace, and then thrust. A crimson light shimmered across Sorrow's obsidian surface, the tip easily punching through the man's ringmail, as Sorrow's voice thundered in his ears.
My blessing is yours.
Special attribute unlocked.
The deep black hiding the final ability peeled away, revealing a single word.
Vampiric.
Nick gasped at the sudden strength flooding him. It felt like a tremendous weight slid off his shoulders. The pains in his chest reduced. The bones in his left hand mended. His health increased, as did his mana, by half that. Ripping Sorrow free, he pivoted slightly to properly square his hips, and then swung again. The wounded soldier positioned his sword in the way, but it lacked any strength. Sorrow smashed it aside, and continued onward to strike his neck. The obsidian blade sank deep down to touch vertebrae. The ache in Nick's mind subdued, the pain in his chest easing, as the ribs that were broken knitted together. Unbelievable, he muttered as the corpse dropped.
I am a judgment blade of the Sinafel,
Sorrow exclaimed, all his pride and fury let loose.
Believe.
Nick charged the nearest soldier, who was being held at bay by a steady barrage of flame darts bursting from Violet's hand. His shield absorbed the brunt of it, his health being chipped away tiny fragments at a time. His back was turned, easy prey for Sorrow to slip underneath his ringmail chest piece, and then jab upward, severing organs and puncturing a lung. The soldier's entire body went rigid, and he gasped out once before dying. As he collapsed, Nick slowly breathed in and out. The last of his health bar had filled, as had most of his mana. All of Lord Frey's torture felt a lifetime away.
Nick?
Violet asked, looking concerned. Instead of answering, he rushed past her to where Lesia struggled against 3 soldiers who had gained the courage to advance from the stairwell. She'd layered the floor with icy ground, hampering their approach, but her slender sword struggled against their heavy shields. Nick blasted their center with a lightning bolt, so that it leaped among all 3. The pain and shock of it made them stumble, and into that mess, Nick flung himself like a madman. One of the soldiers saw him coming and thrust over his shield. Nick impaled himself against it, enduring agony to stab Sorrow straight into the man's face. The obsidian edge punched through his mouth and out the back of his skull in a burst of gore. When the soldier dropped, his sword slid from Nick's chest, and it left not a scratch, all its damage healed away by Sorrow's vampiric kiss. The other 2 turned, trying to crush him from either side. Nick summoned his lightning shield for his left hand to block. It sparked into his foe as it held the sword at bay. The other soldier's attack fared better, the edge of his blade carving into Nick's side with a splash of blood and a brief exposure of ribs. Nick pivoted and cut him down, Sorrow chopping through both blade and armor. Life drained from the corpse, healing Nick's torn flesh. The final soldier, wounded twice by lightning, tried to retreat. His heavy boots slipped on the ice, and when he fell, Lesia was there immediately. Her sword slashed his thigh, then stabbed his chest, the 2 hits more than enough to end his life. A wave of Lesia's hand, and the frost on the ground vanished. Blood still dripping from her sword, she turned to Nick, her eyes wide and her expression baffled. "You look recovered," she said. Nick grinned back at her, and he lifted Sorrow as explanation. "Save your magic," he said. "I'll take the lead." He dashed into the stairwell, barely having time to take 3 steps before encountering another soldier rushing down them. The man shouted and thrust his sword. Nick tried and failed to parry it. The blade sank into his shoulder, bleeding him. Grinning through the pain, Nick hoisted Sorrow up and over his head as the soldier's eyes widened. "My turn." He chopped, burying Sorrow through the soldier's collarbone and deep into his chest, making a mockery of his ringmail. He felt the pain vanish from his wounded shoulder. He saw the body of his foe collapse, blood pouring from him as he rolled limply down the stairs. "To the rooftop," Nick said, pounding up the steps and trusting the 2 women to follow. The cold air felt refreshing on Nick's sweat-soaked skin as he exited the stairwell onto the wide, flat space at the very height of the castle keep, its walls crenellated and waist-high. Little fires visible through windows mixed with the lit street lamps to create a pleasant yellow starfield below. If only the castle keep was as peaceful as the rest of the city. "What now?" Nick asked as the other 2 joined him. Lesia circled the rooftop, her gaze to the distance. "Here," she said, sheathing her sword and then clapping her hands. Blue light swelled between her fingers as she cast her icy path spell. Ice latched onto the side of the rooftop and spread outward, little support pillars dropping beneath it, as it traveled beyond the homes and workshops of Castle Astarta. It continued onward for thousands of feet at a gentle slope until connecting with the top of the far eastern gate. "There's our way home," she said, stepping away while clapping her hands. A trio of dark orbs smashed the side of the bridge, 2 pummeling the initial support beam, while a third struck the drop. The ice shattered, huge portions of the slide collapsing to fall like jagged snow upon the courtyard. The trio spun, weapons and magic readying when they saw who had chased them to the rooftop. Sir Gareth, and with him, a furious Lucian Wright. "Can you 2 handle the night?" Nick asked, cold fury holding his growing fear at bay. "We can just run," Lesia argued. "Make another bridge, a much shorter one, while you keep them occupied." "No running. Lucian will always find me. I have to end this here and now." Lesia exchanged a look with Violet as their 2 foes slowly approached with their weapons lifted. "He's strong," Violet said, her expression darkening. "But not strong enough. Have your duel, Nick." And then, As if to punctuate her assertion, she flung a fire meteor Gareth's way. It burst harmlessly upon his shield. Gareth was keeping extra cautious after his previous defeats. Or perhaps he knew time was on his side.
Good to see you, Lucian,
Nick shouted, as he separated from the two women, so he was on the opposite side of the keep's rooftop.
We've unfinished business between us.
It seemed their foes were all too happy to separate for their own individual skirmishes. Sir Gareth weathered a storm of ice as he marched, while Lucian cocked his sword across his right shoulder and moved with a swagger that was strange and unfamiliar on the body of his father.
Lucian, level 13, human. Archetype, administrator. Special classification, reflection. Armor, natural, tier 10.
You are determined to be a problem, aren't you?
Lucian asked. Nick flashed a grin. Seems like what I'm best at lately. Lucian shook his head, his disappointment familiar, and biting with the strength of memory.
You are drunk on freedom, but do not worry. Our chains will render you sober.
He dashed forward, his sword swinging in a wide overhead chop. There was no subtlety to it, no finesse. It reminded Nick of when his father had taught him how to throw a handball, and the sudden, stark memory nearly robbed him of his defense. His father could not hurt him. His father would never hurt him, but this thing would, and only at the last moment did he position Sorrow to block the strike. Steel and obsidian collided, and Nick gasped at the strength of his foe.
Remain calm,
Sorrow insisted.
You are stronger than him, Nick. Now is the time to prove it.
Nick pushed Lucian's sword away, only to see it swing back in immediately. He retreated, held back a scream as it cut across his shoulder. Blood sprayed, and the ensuing pain threatened to cloud his mind further. Instead, he fell into instinct, recalling one of Frost's positions and forcing his body into it. Her training was an advantage he held over this monster wearing his father's face. He had to use it. Lucian's next swing came in strong, but Nick's feet were better positioned. His sword lifted and held in both hands. Their weapons collided, and without even thinking, Nick moved into the next position. His hands turned, his sword slashed the space before him, and he hadn't even thought of it as an attack, but a mere movement of his body. Lucian was too busy pulling back his sword for another overhead swing, leaving himself exposed. Sorrow sank eagerly into Lucian's stomach, then cut across him from side to side. No blood from the cut, no severed flesh. Instead, the simulacrum of humanity broke to reveal shards of mirror glass, neatly stacked and pressed. Sorrow cracked their surfaces and ruined their reflections. The damage, though, was real enough, taken from Lucian's red bar and siphoned into Nick to partly heal the bleeding wound on his shoulder. "Do you see?" Nick said, gesturing to the wound he'd inflicted as Lucian retreated several steps. "No more lies. No more pretending. I can see you for what you are, Lucian. You are nothing."
I am your father,
Lucian seethed, his sword a blur in his hand as he swung. He was strong, but he had little training. He struck as if his weapon was a hammer, and Nick a stubborn nail. Sorrow met it each and every time. The sound of their colliding weapons pounded louder than his heartbeat in his ears.
I raised you, protected you, did my duty to shape you into something good, something greater than all your faults and failures would have you remain.
Nick sidestepped the next overhead swing, pivoted, and then swung. Sorrow slashed across Lucian's stomach. No blood, just another shimmer of glass that sparked and cracked. Lucian elbowed Nick in the face, then cut across him with his sword. It was a vicious wound, and Nick staggered in retreat as he bled.
Yet this is what you would become?
And what is that? Nick asked, trying to shake off the pain. What am I that is so horrible? Lucian did not answer. Instead, he doubled the intensity of his assault with wild, untrained swings that carried so much more strength than he ever possessed in his former life. Nick tried to block the first two, and he paid for it with the impact. His elbows wrenched awkwardly, and his shoulders and hands ached. Fighting off panic, He parried the third and then brought Sorrow slicing in faster than Lucian could defend himself. The obsidian blade cut across his abdomen, and if he'd been a real human, his innards would have spilled out to the brick. Instead, his clothes and flesh cracked and became twisted, broken glass. A fatal blow to a real human, an annoyance to this reflection. Halfway there, thought Nick, glancing at the health bar. Nick's reward was a blow to the head from Lucian's fist. He rocked backward, lifting Sorrow to defend against a strike that never came. Lucian slowly stalked forward, his wounds refusing to heal, so that each shone with jagged sparkles.
Curse the potter given such poor clay,
he said, pulling back for a thrust.
Never could I be more disappointed as your father.
Then prove it, Nick said, spitting blood. What were your final words? Lucian hesitated.
Explain yourself.
Your final words, Nick said, slowly approaching with Sorrow held at the ready. When Station 68 was in danger, and the pod doors were closing, what did you say? This abomination in the shape of his father glared, but said nothing. Nick bared his teeth as fury surged through him. You don't know because I don't know, he said. You're not my father. You're just a pale shadow. Lucian lunged, his sword aimed straight for Nick's heart. No more pretending. No more keeping him alive. Nick smashed it harmlessly aside, planted his back foot, and then held firm as Lucian impaled himself upon Sorrow's blade. It sank in all the way to the hilt. Crystal and glass hardened around the wound as Lucian struggled closer, his mouth bared like a wild animal's. You're my memories of him, stolen and twisted and made wrong, made hateful. Nick ripped the sword out, already feeling stronger, and not only from the power stolen through Sorrow's vampiric blessing. He chopped with all his strength, cleaving Lucian's hand off at the wrist. It fell with a shatter of glass, his sword falling with it. Lucian swung a punch with his other hand, and when that missed, he tumbled closer, mouth open and biting. Nick sidestepped, this time cutting low so his sword sliced through one of Lucian's knees. The imposter collapsed, howling in mindless fury. A slash across the jaw silenced him. Nick knelt so he could place his left hand upon the face of his father, who gasped and struggled to maintain form. I loved my father, Nick said, his voice falling to a whisper. And when you're gone, I will love him still. Lightning exploded from his palm and into Lucian's forehead. The blast was more than enough to claim the last of him. Skin turned to glass, organs turned to powder. Amid one final death scream, Lucian shattered, scattered across the rooftop stones as jagged, cracking shards, and lived no more. Chapter 42. Nick. Nick stood over the broken remains of the thing that had worn his father's face. He wished he could spend the time to stomp each and every piece of broken glass with his heel. Alessia and Violet were still locked in battle with Sir Gareth. Nick turned their way, readying his sword, but a newcomer up the stairs stole his attention first. Lord Frey stood dressed in red and black finery at the exit of the stairwell. Despite the late hour, his every hair was in place, his clothes immaculate. In his left arm, he cradled a young girl in a plain white shift, her body limp and her eyes closed as if she were asleep. In his right hand, he held a cruel knife Nick recognized all too well.
Enough!
The older man shouted, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Nick retreated to join Alessia and Violet, all three keeping back as Sir Gareth separated from them, his enormous sword held up in the defensive.
Lord Frey?
He asked.
Why is Uni here?
The Lord ignored the question, his gaze locked on Nick. The knife shook in a trembling hand.
Is there no end to your depravity? The Lord asked. No price you will not force us to pay. You cannot be let loose upon our lands. I will not fail in my duty.
Lightning crackled around Nick's fingers as he readied his power. He had experienced the Lord's madness, and he feared for the life of the girl he held.
Put her down, Nick said. Whatever you're planning, it's just between us.
It seemed even Gareth was unnerved by the man's arrival.
Frey,
he said, his attention split between Nick and the lord of the castle.
I asked, why is Uni here?
Lord Frey smiled, an act so sad, so bitter.
I sought to heal this world through kindness and mercy,
he said.
But this world is one of cruelty, not kindness.
He plunged the knife into the girl's chest. Nick screamed, but there was no blood, only darkness that blossomed outward like smoke billowing from a fire. It curled around them both, hungry and eager. Uni's eyes finally opened, wide and fearful, but she said not a word before the shadows swallowed her. From within the darkness, unseen, he heard her scream once, and only once.
I am the final thread of faith,
Lord Frey bellowed. The darkness withered, revealing Uni's corpse, rent and torn with her ribcage blooming outward through her flesh as if something had ripped its way free from within. Her body was void of color, her eyes of life. Nick fought back vomit. Lesia gasped. Sir Gareth screamed a wordless protest, his voice drowned out by Frey's triumphant proclamation.
I am the true hope of a broken empire.
The last of the shadows imploded, and from their curling, wispy darkness stepped a monster. Frey's fine clothes ripped and tore to make room for his enormous bulk. 4 muscled arms stretched from his sides, the higher 2 ending in scorpion pincers, the lower 2 human hands, only with feline claws the color of coal. Black chitin covered his chest and waist. Silver fur wrapped his arms. His legs bent backward like a goat's, and they ended in hooves. Unlike a goat's, they were covered in scales that glistened crimson in the moonlight. His face, though, was the worst. His flesh was veined and textured like exposed muscle, only it was colored a deep gray. His lips were gone altogether, revealing a smile full of jagged daggers. Of his 8 eyes, the inner 2 were human, the other 6 solid black and bulbous like a spider's. Instead of hair, 2 horns curled up from the sides of his head, spiking toward the stars like the antlers of a deer. When Frey opened his mouth to speak, his tongue hung low to his waist, and it forked halfway down.
Behold, godhood.
Frey, level 45. Archetype, Paragon. Special classification, Deity Blessed, Iman. Special attribute, Fire Resistant. Armor, Natural, Tier 6.
Sir Gareth dropped to his knees upon witnessing what Lord Frey had become. His sword hit the stones and rattled in a clatter of steel.
This is the price you would demand?
Gareth cried.
This is the blood you would shed in the name of your freedom! Uni! Uni!
Clouds darkened in the sky above. It was as if the stars themselves hated to bear witness to the wretched monstrosity born of bloody sacrifice. That hate paled in comparison to the rage billowing off sorrow into Nick's veins.
A champion of a god unworthy of worship,
the blade seethed.
Iman is to take his due when the world is reborn. Never before. To sacrifice an innocent life is blasphemy of the highest order. We must slay him, Nick. I demand it.
An order Nick was all too happy to fulfill. Lesia joined him, and her voice held the faintest quiver. I've never seen anything like it, she said. Which means it needs to die, Nick said. He glanced her way. Are you with me, Lesia?
I am, she said. As am I,
Violet said, fire curling around her fingers. Despite her bruises and her bleeding lip, she grinned eagerly.
But if he does kill us all, make sure you 2 come back to avenge me.
No one's dying, Nick said, as he pointed his sword. No one but him. Nick sprinted at Frey, ignoring the staggering difference in their levels. They had numbers, they had magic, and they had lives depending on them. He feared to imagine what Frey would do to the people of Castle Astarta while in such a form, especially if the populace did not acknowledge his supposed godhood. Victory would be theirs. It had to be. Lightning blasted from Nick's hand, a lightning bolt striking the center of the chitin plates. The lightning swirled into Frey's body, seemingly only tickling the monster's enormous amount of life. A fire orb followed, which Frey batted aside with one of his scorpion pincers. The ball erupted, struggling to burn the hard exoskeleton. It served more as a distraction for Nyx and Lessia's arrival, the two splitting at the last moment, each cutting hard toward a side. Lessia's sword carved a slash through the crimson scales about those goat-like legs. Sorrow cut deep across the thigh, and Nick could feel the weapon's eagerness as it drained Frey's life. That hit earned him a brutal kick straight to the chest. Nick landed in a sprawl, Sorrow momentarily clattering free of his grasp. Nick fought off panic. One hit, and he was down 3/4 of his total health.
Leave him alone!
Violet shouted. Fire burst from her hands, the fire plume washing over Frey, charring him twice. Resistant though he might be to fire, it was still enough to enrage him. He charged straight at Violet, the castle rooftop trembling with his every step. Lessia reacted first, her left hand swinging wide as she cast icy ground. The ice spread underneath Frey's intended path, but it failed to slow him down. His hooves smashed straight through the surface, leaving indents in the stone to grant him traction. Violet crossed her arms as both pincers closed in on her, ready to snap her into pieces.
Spell. Fire wave.
Flames erupted outward from Violet, forming a tremendous wall of fire twice her height rolling in all directions. Frey rocked backward from the blow, and it was only the resistance of his chitin and scales that kept the damage to a minimum. The flames ended once they passed over him, sparing the rest from their fury. During Frey's momentary confusion, Violet staggered, looking exhausted and drained from the powerful spell. Lessia aided her retreat by conjuring a thin ice wall, whose sides were spiked. Frey smashed it away in his fury, the hard chitin in his pincers suffering not a hint of damage. Nick clenched his left fist, summoning his lightning. 2 quick blasts of lightning bolt struck Frey across the head and shoulder. Hey, Nick said, grabbing Sorrow and twirling the weapon in his hand. I thought I was the evil needing purification. Nick got what he wanted, even as it spiked fear in his chest, as the gargantuan Frey lumbered toward him with claws and pincers eager to tear his body apart. In return, Nick braced his left arm and summoned his lightning shield. With his legs planted, Nick blocked a reaching strike from a clawed hand. He thought he could endure, as he had against Sir Gareth. He thought wrong. Though lightning crackled in retaliation, swarming Frey's body, it was far from worth Nick's pain and exhaustion, as the claws punched through the lightning shield to scrape along his arm. Minimal damage to his health, but a massive drain of 20 of his mana, leaving him with only 9. Okay, let's not do that again, he gasped as he retreated a step. He had little health left, and he felt it, every part of his body aching and blood soaking his clothes. With shaking hands, he readied Sorrow, expecting Frey to push the assault. Instead, Frey stood to his full height. He sucked in a great inhalation through his nostrils and then opened his mouth. Deep within his throat, Nick saw dark fire swirl, growing in power. Panic struck him, but he did not know the nature of the attack, nor how he might avoid it.
Imon's power was always meant to serve,
Sorrow screamed, his deep voice piercing through Nick's paralysis.
Swing true!
Nick lifted the ancient weapon above his head. The shadow erupted from Frey's throat, blasting toward him like a beam of purest darkness, whose width was greater than Nick was tall. Before such a thing, he felt small and pitiful, but he held faith in Sorrow and swung his sword with all his might. The obsidian edge cleaved the beam in half. The darkness blasted to either side of him, tearing apart bricks to carve grooves into the keep's rooftop. An invisible shockwave of Nick's swing traveled the space between him and Frey, all the way to Frey's open throat to end the blast. Meanwhile, black fire swirled into the empty gap of Sorrow's blade, the power of the beam gathering and eager for use.
Now, release my vengeance!
Nick swung, and just as before, the length of Sorrow's edge seemed to grow and grow, a searing, burning, wrathful blade to slam Frey's chitin chest. The monster howled as the hit seared a crack into his exoskeleton.
You would turn a judgment blade against its own god?
Frey rumbled. He stepped closer with a crack of stone.
Is there no limit to your blasphemy?
A solid ice lance blasted one of his scorpion arms, then shattered into shards. You murdered a girl to become what you are, Lesia said, flinging 2 more ice lances. And you want to talk about blasphemy? Frey crossed all 4 of his arms, weathering the blows with the aid of his toughened hide and chitinous plating. Nick took advantage, dashing in to carve a gash along Frey's left knee. Enough to bleed him and heal a bit of Nick's wounds. But his follow-up dodge was slow, and what health he'd recovered was lost when the edge of a pincer barely clipped his shoulder, tearing flesh and soaking his body with blood. Frey roared, shadows swelling within his throat for another fiery blast.
Your sword can protect you,
Frey said.
But what of your friends?
His tongue lashed out, suddenly the length of his body, to strike Violet in mid-cast. The fire vanished from her fingertips, her spell broken as she flew several feet backward to land in a heap upon the hard stone. Violet! Nick screamed, panicking. Lesia reacted faster, sprinting 3 steps toward where Violet lay before leaping into the air. A flash of her fingers, and icy ground formed a path along the ground toward Violet. Lesia landed on her right hip and then slid at a wild pace to the path's end. She skidded off it to her knees, bloodying them as she spun about, while slamming her palms to the castle rooftop. The ice hardened, thicker and thicker, to form a protective ice dome just in time for the beam of fiery darkness to strike it. Cracks spread along the sides, but when the shadows faded, the dome remained strong, Lesia and Violet safely protected within.
It won't hold long,
Sorrow warned.
We must bring the monster low.
So much easier said than done. Despite the aches across his body, despite the dangerously low stamina left in that little green bar in the corner of his vision, he charged Frey. 2 human fists swung at him, and though he dodged, one smashed him across the side. It felt like slamming into a wall, and he feared the pain meant bones had broken in his ribs or arm. Nick struck Frey's arm in retaliation, Sorrow easily parting the silver fur. Immediately, the pain in his ribs lessened.
Trust my power,
Sorrow insisted.
Trust the strength of your enemy to be your boon. I will not let this blasphemy endure.
Nick wished he could share in Sorrow's confidence. One good strike with those scorpion claws would snap him in half, and he doubted any healing magic would be enough to save him. Still, the flow of power was intoxicating, mixing with his fear to fill him with a frantic energy, to which he fully succumbed. He swung twice more, wild and savage. Despite Frey's enormous size, he was the one to retreat, his arms flailing and pincers lashing. Twice they exchanged blows, but Sorrow's fury was too great. What health Nick lost was made up by the gruesome carnage he hacked into goat-like legs. The blows refreshed his mana, though he held his lightning back, wanting to reserve it for when he needed it most. At last, his greed cost him. Nick chopped once more into Frey's leg, dropping the enormous monster to his knees. Thinking he had the advantage, he thrust for Frey's belly, but the hideous thing lowered his head, so the hit deflected off the antlers. Frey lunged, and though Nick retreated, it was not enough to gain separation. The antlers struck him, 3 different points sinking into his body. He screamed as blood flowed, nearly all his health spilling away in the blink of an eye. He flailed with Sorrow, but the weapon could not cut the antlers, which seemed composed of the same obsidian that made up Sorrow's blade. A twist of Frey's head, and Nick flew several feet, landing on his back. He gasped, struggling to catch his breath. He had a sliver of health left, and hardly anything remained of his stamina. If only Sorrow's vampiric magic could aid him there.
Get up, Sorrow raged. Get up or be slain, you damned fool!
Nick pushed to his knees, but he already knew he would be too slow. Frey crawled closer on his forearms, the blood-soaked antlers eager and ready. Nick braced for the killing lunge, but when it came, it was slow, and he easily dodged it as he stumbled to his feet.
Spell. Time slow.
Nick's bafflement was immediately removed by that flash of words from Cataloger, followed by the proud voice of a furious knight.
I am the blade of the God King,
Sir Gareth said, approaching with his sword held wide to one side. Divine magic sparked about him as his left hand reached toward Frey.
I am the shield of Goltara.
Gold light shimmered across his fingers. Matching light lashed Frey, taking the form of linked chains, wrapping about his vulgar body.
I am Vaughn's beloved knight, and I will not be moved.
Spell. Time imprisonment.
Frey squirmed against those chains, but his movements were slow and lacking strength. Even his guttural roar sounded lacking. Gareth lifted his arms high, all his strength flooding into the spell, as he screamed at Nick.
Strike this monster down!
Nick crossed the space in a sprint, his bare left hand closing about the naked blade. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain, as Sorrow opened the flesh of his palm to coat its obsidian edge with his own blood. His legs flexed, and he leaped into the air while lifting his sword high above his head. Sorrow sank into Frey's chest, piercing the gap between the two chitinous plates. A good hit, but still a small percentage of the gargantuan beast. Yet this was just the start. Nick's left hand gripped the edge tighter, and he screamed in defiance of the pain, his voice joining Frey's agonized roar. The blood flowed thick, the wound on his palm opening and closing repeatedly, as Sorrow's vampiric trait attempted to undo the damage with the life siphoned out of Frey. Lightning crackled about that same hand, as Nick readied his magic. He did not ask Cataloger to confirm his plan. Yen'sir and its rules would bend to him, to his belief, and to his certainty. Blood and water were the same, so far as electricity was concerned. A lightning bolt streaked down Sorrow's length, flowing through a mixture of blood from Nick's hand and that which spilled from the wound in Frey's chest. It sank deep into the monstrous body, and then crackled outward, searing through Frey's limbs for a massive release of power. Gareth's magical chains broke, the imprisonment spell run its course, but Frey tumbled in place, muscles locked by the coursing lightning. Nick clung to the sword and howled, giving Frey all his rage, his pain, and the last remnants of his mana, blasting lightning bolt after lightning bolt in a frenzied display. When all was spent, Nick yanked Sorrow free, and at last, he let go of the blade with his injured hand. His head ached, his heart pounded in his chest, and his every breath felt shallow and weak, but still he stood. Gareth joined him, his fine golden sword held at the ready.
You will bow,
Frey bellowed, his voice wet, and his words punctuated by blood spilling out across his lips and chin. He staggered back to his full height, still clinging to the last quarter of his life.
You will break. My faith has granted me godhood.
Sorrow burned in Nick's grasp.
We bow to no one. End him, pillager.
Nick and Gareth charged together, as behind them, the ice of Lessia's protective dome shattered. A volley of ice lances shot overhead, joined by a searing wrath flung by recovered Violet. The last of their magic led the way, an explosive greeting of fire and frost. Lances of ice smashed Frey's chest. A ball of flame exploded against his throat to burn the many eyes of his face and melt the ice still embedded in his chitin. Blood flowed, with Gareth's hacking into Frey's right thigh, peeling off crimson scales and severing tendons. And last was Nick, plunging Sorrow straight into Frey's abdomen, twisting the hilt and then ripping it free in a spray of blood. Strength flowed into him, clarity returning to his mind as his diminished mana pool stole power from the monstrous lord. Frey slammed Gareth away, a brutal swipe with 2 arms that left his armor dented and his health flickering with but a scrap left. A similar swipe of a scorpion claw lashed for Nick, but he spun underneath and away. When he came out of the spin, he extended his left hand, his palm raised high. "Fuck your godhood," Nick said, and flung a lightning bolt straight into Lord Frey's hideous face. The last quivering percentage of red crackled away from the health bar and left it empty. Frey collapsed, his legs going limp and his arms splaying out at awkward angles. Nick closed his eyes as the rest of the dead lord's body landed upon the keep's rooftop with a wet thud. He slowly exhaled as the level bar flashed into view, filling and restarting multiple times.
Reassessment. Level 13, +3. Statistical improvements. Agility, 10, +4. Physicality, 7, +2. Endurance, 11, +5. Focus, 10, +2. Mana, 60, +11. Archetype changed. New categorization, Spellblade.
When Nick opened his eyes, Sir Gareth stood before the body with his sword held in shaking hands. Nick noted the knight had also gained a level, going from 17 to 18. "You did the right thing," Nick said, sliding Sorrow into his belt.
Did I?
Gareth asked and turned. His bloodshot blue eyes seemed to stare straight through Nick.
I abandoned my faith for a lie. I served a monster. Now my lord is slain, and a demon stands before me, unchallenged and stronger than ever.
Nick stood tall. "I am no threat to Yensir. I stand by my promise." Gareth sheathed his own sword.
I must seek God King Von's forgiveness, he said. Will you do the same, Demon Nick? Will you bend your knee to the true god of Yensir?
Nick glanced over his shoulder to see Lesia and Violet approaching. Violet had also gained in level, from 10 to 12, and he suspected Lesia had as well. The pair moved gingerly, both exhausted beyond measure. "No," Nick said, turning back. "Vaughn means nothing to me, Gareth. But you I'll trust. When it mattered most, you did the right thing. Your forgiveness is the only forgiveness I will accept for the crimes I have committed. Yours alone." Sir Gareth approached the corpse of the young girl whose sacrifice had spawned the behemoth.
You have your sins,
he said, gently lifting her body into his arms. He cradled her to his chest and turned away.
And I have mine. Farewell, Nick. May we never meet again.
Chapter 43. Nick. The city was in chaos when Nick, Lesia, and Violet crossed the eastern wall on Lesia's icy path. Word of Lord Frey's death spread like wildfire throughout the city, as did confusion about who would take over. Whoever it might be, Nick prayed they were smart enough to leave Nick and his friends alone. Beyond the wall, the trio walked the grass, staying off the road for the time being. The sun rose, and in its blossoming light, Nick looked over the lands of Inner Emden. "Beautiful," he whispered. It felt like stepping into a completely new land from Vester. Gone were the swaying meadows of ryegrass and occasional fields of wheat. Replacing them were gentle hills, wreathed with flowers running a spectrum from white to a violet so deep they appeared almost black. Instead of tall forests, he saw a wide lake in the distance, its calm surface reflecting the rising yellow sun. A river ran southward, knifing through the hills. Deer drank from it. Normal deer. Not ones twisted and mutated and eager to kill him. In the distance, the hills rose higher, and he saw villages built atop them, smoke rising from chimneys to form dozens of little gray lines. "We've all had a long few days, but you especially," Lesia said, patting Nick on the shoulder. "Let's get you home. Cataloger, care to show us to the nearest ring of stones?"
The nearest ring of stones is 1,300 yards away.
A golden arrow appeared, pointing in the proper direction. The trio followed it, skirting closer to the downward slope of the mountain to the north. Where the ground grew rocky, the grass not quite so healthy, there waited a simple ring of stones, imperceptible if one was not looking for it, or didn't have a glowing arrow leading the way.
I'm starving here,
Nick said, pausing at the edge.
I can't imagine how hungry I'll be out there.
He winced. I hope my brother isn't too mad at me. It's going to be hard convincing him none of this was my fault. Before Nick could enter the ring of stones, Violet flung her arms around him and held him tight.
Promise you'll come back?
She asked, the side of her face pressed to his chest. I'm not sure I have a choice, Nick said, and he smiled at her. But even if I did, yes, I promise I would. Lesia lingered behind Violet, her arms crossed over her chest. You've had a long few days, she said, grinning. Enjoy a break from Yensier. You need it. What of you? Nick asked. Will you be waiting for me? A rattle of metal as Lesia shifted in place. I still need to find Irina, and since you seem capable of handling yourself in a fight, your help is welcome. Nick laughed. Good to know I'm finally earning my keep. I still have quite a ways to go before I catch up to your level, though. Her blue eyes sparkled. As if you ever will. Violet pulled away from him, and Nick took a deep breath. Exiting Yensier was never easy, but it was certainly easier through the rings of stones than through a brutal death. He waved goodbye to both of them, then closed his eyes and stepped inside. Send me home, cataloger.
Departure requested and approved. Oh, and Nick.
Yes?
I am glad you are safe.
Before Nick could respond, the darkness deepened, cataloger's voice receding into the distance.
Visit terminated.
This time, Nick knew what caused the gagging sensation in the back of his throat. The knowledge helped, but only a little. His eyes fluttered open, and to his surprise, his brother was not beside him, but Dr. Haley. She had her tablet in her left hand, its glow lighting her face in the somber room. Her right hand stroked the guidance emblem hanging from her neck, quick and nervous. Hey, he said, grabbing her attention. She lowered the tablet, and he saw fear. Fear that was quickly hidden behind a practiced, professional expression. You're finally awake, she said, quickly sliding her guidance emblem and chain back underneath her shirt. How? He paused to fight off a gag. How long was I out?
2 days,
she said, folding her tablet closed and setting it on the little side table. Do you think yourself capable of eating? Nick swallowed. His stomach hurt. A mixture of cramps and a strange bloated sensation. I don't know, he said, but I'm willing to try. That's good enough for me. Lie back and keep still. She removed the oxygen from his nose first, then unhooked the IV. Last was the feeding tube. He endured the removal, holding back a retch until she finally pulled it free of his left nostril. What about the, he gestured toward his crotch. You know. We're getting there. She lifted the blanket off his legs, then pulled back the thin medical gown he'd been changed into at some point during his adventures in Yensier. You'll feel a gentle pulling. Take a deep breath for me, then slowly exhale. Nick did as asked. As he breathed out, he had to hold back a bitter chuckle. Behold, the legendary hero and his triumphant return home. When finished, Haley put away the supplies, washed her hands, and then tapped her watch. Director Simon should be here shortly, she said curtly. Is something wrong? Nick asked, his worry growing. He'd never seen Haley frightened before, and even now, she seemed remarkably tense. That's for the director to say. Relax for now. Don't push yourself too hard. Once you've had something to eat, we'll see if we can get you washed up and then do some stretches while you're lucid. The last thing we want is bed sores. Of course, Nick said, sitting there awkwardly in his med gown. Whatever you think is best. Haley seemed to flinch at that. Indeed, she said, and left without elaborating. Nick drummed his fingers on his thighs, then pushed off the bed. This was his room, and if he was going to be exercising and eating in the mess hall, he wasn't going to do it in a paper-thin gown. He removed it, then quickly changed into a loose pair of sweats and a long-sleeve shirt. He was just finishing pulling the shirt over his head when the door opened and Simon stepped inside.
Well, there's a fine sight,
he said, shutting the door behind him.
The med gown doesn't suit you.
I'm not the one who chose it, Nick said, sliding his arms through the shirt sleeves. He used the delay to study his older brother. Simon's eyes were bloodshot, with thick bags underneath. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. Nick suspected he looked similar, and could confirm it if he was brave enough to find a mirror. Again, he sensed tension, if not outright fear. What's going on? He asked. Something is wrong, I know it. What is it? Is it about my health, the artifact? Simon frowned, but his hesitation lasted only a moment.
Come with me.
They exited Nick's room into the main corridor, but instead of going anywhere, Simon immediately approached the opposite door. It belonged to Dr. Garda, their astrophysicist. Simon hesitated a moment, then muttered something to his watch. The red light on the handle flicked to blue, and he pushed it open.
Don't worry, it's empty, Simon said. Come on.
Garda's room was nearly identical to Nick's, only without all the medical equipment. Simon crossed the space to the windows, whose metal blinds were closed to keep the room dark. A touch of a button, and they lifted, exposing the sweeping star field above Magus. It can't be, Nick whispered. A black hole of nothing hovered in the sky, denying the light of the stars. It perfectly resembled the frozen sun of Yensir, except for the blue fire lining its edges. In Yensir, the edges were frozen and still. Here, they gently swirled and rotated, with fragments of the fire's light drifting inward, adding to a curling sensation within the black sun. The sight of it put a brick in Nick's already tightened stomach.
It appeared 6 hours ago,
Simon said, staring out the window.
Just like the artifact, it messes with our scanning tech. We're not sure how far away it is, nor how big. We'll send a shuttle to it soon. Unmanned, of course. But for now, we're in the dark.
Not entirely, Nick said, mesmerized by the swirling blue fire curling around the edges. It's the same as the one on Vast and in Yensir.
I suspect so,
Simon said quietly.
But Vast went dark. And as for Yensir, we've seen what remains of the planet Magus. What little of it.
Nick clenched his fists, his resolve growing as he glared at the black sun. We may not know what it does, but I know how to find out, he said. Get me more sedatives, and put the feeding tube back in if you must. I have to return to Yensir.
Return?
Nick, this is the most lucid I've seen you in weeks, and you spent 2 days completely catatonic. It doesn't matter. Something terrible is coming, and we have a way of finding out exactly what. It struck Yensir repeatedly, and if I can trigger it again, then I can bear witness. Maybe even figure out how to stop it for real. Nick turned away from the window, Simon trailing after him as they returned to his bedroom.
Nick, please.
You're talking insanity. You're going to trigger a worldwide catastrophe within the artifact? How? The audacity of it brought a smile to Nick's face. It seemed impossible, but then again, he'd come a long way from bashing farmers in the head with rocks. He sat on the edge of his bed, closed his eyes, and offered his vow, one he suspected Sorrow would be thrilled to aid him in keeping. By taking the life of the one holding back the apocalypse, he said, closing his eyes. Despite his hunger, his thirst, and the adrenaline pounding through him from the sight of the swirling black sun, he felt the call of Yensir sliding like a fog over his mind. I'm going to kill the God King. This has been a Hachette audio production of Level Unknown, Book 1 of Level Unknown. Written by David Dalglish. Read by John Patnode. Produced by Janae Harvey. Directed by Colette Fian. Post-production by Christian Eit. Level Unknown, Book 1 of Level Unknown, is also available in print and as an ebook from Orbit, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2025 by David Dalglish. Audio production copyright 2025 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.